Chapter 12, Part 2 of Saxons in England by John Mitchell Kemble. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In the year 1842, a very extraordinary, very interesting discovery was made at Merseburg. Upon the spare leaf of a manuscript there were found 2 metrical spells in the old German language. These, upon examination, were at once recognized not only to be heathen in their character, but even to contain the names of heathen gods, perfectly free from the ordinary process of Christianization. The one which we are at present concerned with is in the following words. Fol and Woden went to the wood, then a Balder's coat, the foot was wrenched, then Gunt charmed him and her sister Sunna, then Frua charmed him and her sister Fola, then Woden charmed him, as he well could do, both wrench of bone and wrench of blood, and wrench of limb, bone to bone, and blood to blood, limb to limb, as if they were glued together. The general character of this poem is one well known to us. There are many Anglosaxon spells of the same description. What makes this valuable beyond that have ever been discovered is the number of genuine heathen names that survive in it, which in others of the same kind have been replaced by other sanctions, and which teach us the true meaning of those which have survived in the altered form. In a paper read before the Royal Academy of Sciences in Berlin, Grimm identified Fol with Balder, and this view he has further developed in the new edition of his mythology. It is confirmatory of this view that we possess the same spell in England without the heathendom, and where the place of the god Balder is occupied by that of our Lord himself. The English version of the spell runs thus: The Lord rayed, and the foe slayed. He lighted and he righted, set joint to joint and bone to bone, sinew to sinew, heal in the Holy Ghost's name. It will be admitted that this is something more than a merely curious coincidence, and that it leads to an induction of no little value. Now it appears to me that we have reasonable ground to believe our version quite as ancient and quite as heathen as the German, one which still retains the heathen names, and that we have good right to suppose that it once referred to the same god. How, then, was this god named in England? Undoubtedly Pol or Pal. Of such a god we have some obscure traces in England. We may pass over the Apollon and Apollo, whom many of our early romancers number among the Saxon gods, although the confused remembrance of an ancient and genuine divinity may have lurked under this foreign garb, and confines ourselves to the names of places bearing signs of Pol or Pal. Grimm has shown that the dikes called Fallgraben in Germany are much more likely to have been originally Fograben, and his conclusion applies equally to Palgrave, 2 parishes in Norfolk and Suffolk, so Wodenus Dick and the Devil's Dyke between Cambridge and Newmarket, Polebrook in Northamptonshire, Polesworth in Warwickshire, Polehampton in Hants, Polstead in Suffolk, Polstead close under Wanborough, Wodenus Bure in Surrey, which is remarkable for the exquisite beauty of its springs of water, Polesden in Hants, Polesdon in Surrey seem all of the same class. To these we must add Polesley and Polethorn, which last name would seem to connect the god with that particular tree. Last but not least, we have in Poling, in Sussex, the record of a race of Polingas, who may possibly have carried up their genealogy to Baldag in this form. The myth of Balder in the north is one of the most beautiful and striking in the whole compass of their mythology. It is to be lamented that no trace of it remains in our own poems. Still, Balder's lay may not have been entirely without influence upon the progress of Christianity among the Saxons, if, as is probable, it resembled in its main features the legend of the Scandinavians. For them he was the god of light and grace, of splendor, manly excellence, and manly beauty. A prophecy that Balder would perish afflicted the gods. Frigga took an oath from all created nature that no individual thing would harm the pride of the Aesir, the darling of the Asinaiar. A sprig of mistletoe at that time, too young to enter into so solemn an obligation, was alone and fatally accepted. The invulnerability of the god induced him to offer himself as a mark for the practice of his relatives and friends. Maces, axes, and spears fell innocuous from his sacred frame, but Loki placed a sprig of mistletoe in the hand of the blind Hodder, and with this, the sole thing that could not be forsworn, he slew his brother. An effort still remained to be made. Othin himself descended to the abode of Hel in hopes of persuading the goddess of the dead to relinquish her prey. He was successful and returned with the joyful intelligence that Balder would be restored to the gods if all created nature would weep for him. All nature did weep for the loss of the god of beauty, save one old crone. When called upon to do her part in his restoration, she answered, "What have the gods done for me that I should weep for Balder? Let Hel keep her dead." It is thought that it was Loki who had assumed the old woman's form. Thus Balder's fate was sealed. The faithful Nanna would not survive her beautiful lord, and the gods and goddesses attended round the pile on which their two cherished companions were reduced to dust together. But the slain god could hope for no resurrection. His throne was placed in the shadowy realm of Hell, and weeping virgins spread the eternal pall that was to give dreary honour to the god of light in the cold kingdom of darkness and the invisible. The posthumous son, or more likely rebirth of the god, avenged his father upon the wretched instrument of Loki's wiles. Yet those who had fathomed the deeper mysteries of the creed knew well enough that Balder was to rise again in triumph. After the twilight of the gods and the destruction of the ancient world, he was to return in glory and joy, and reign in a world where there should be neither sin nor sorrow nor destruction. Of these details the Anglo-Saxon mythology knows nothing in the forms which have survived, and perhaps in this peculiar myth we may recognize something of an astronomical character which can certainly not be attributed to other northern legends. However this may be, we must content ourselves with the traces here given of Pole as one form of Balder, and with the genealogical relation which has been noticed. Meagre as these facts undoubtedly are, they are amply sufficient to prove that the most beloved of the northern gods was not altogether a stranger to their children in this island. Perhaps the adoption of another creed led to the absorption of this divinity into a person of far higher and other dignity, which, while it smoothed the way for the reception of Christianity, put an end for ever to even the record of his sufferings. Geat in Old Norse, Gauder in Old German, cause. A cursory allusion has already been made to Gate, probably only another form of Woden, since in the mythology of the North, Othin is Goder, but certainly the eponymous of the Geats, that tribe of whom Beowulf was the champion and afterwards the king. Gea appears in the West Saxon genealogy as a progenitor of Woden, but this collocation is unimportant in mythological inquiries. It is probable that Gapt, whom Jornandus places at the head of the Gothic genealogy, is only a misreading of Gavit, which is the equivalent Gothic form of Geat, and that Sigrid Geat, Angle Geat, Wathel Geat, which occur in other Anglo-Saxon genealogies, are identical with him. His love for Mathild, a legend unknown to all the nations of the North, save our own forefathers, is noticed in the Exeter book. It is there said, "To Mathild we the tale have heard, that endless was the love of Geat, so that the pain of love took all sleep from him." It is much to be regretted that this is all we learn on this subject, which becomes very interesting when we remember how little trace there is of phallic gods in the northern mythology. But that Geat was a god, and not merely a hero, is not left entirely to inference. It is distinctly asserted by various and competent authorities. Nennius has declared him to have been Filius Dei, not indeed the god of hosts and god of gods, but of some idol. But Asser, who was no doubt well acquainted with the traditions of Alfred's family, says that Alfred is related to the divine Geat, which is repeated in the same words by Florence of Worcester and Simeon of Durham, and is contained in a Saxon genealogy preserved in the Textus Rufensis. We can therefore have no scruple about admitting his divinity, and a comparison of the Gothic and Scandinavian traditions proves the belief in it to have been widely held. The name, which is derived from Geaton, to pour, most probably denotes only the special form in which Woden was worshipped by some particular tribes or families, and the occurrence of it in the genealogies only the fact that such tribes or families form part of the national aggregates to whose royal line it belongs. But nevertheless we must admit the personality attributed to him by those tribes, and the probability of his having been, at least for them, the national divinity. The circumstance of his name having left such deep traces as we perceive in the quotations given above proves not only the especial divinity of the person, but perhaps also the political power and importance of the worshippers. Sateri, among the gods invariably mentioned as having been worshipped by our forefathers, is one who answered to the Latin Saturnus, at least in name. From the seventh weekday we may infer that his Anglo-Saxon name was Sater, perhaps the placer or disposer, for Satyr's dag seems a more accurate form than Saturn's dag, which we sometimes find. There are both names of places and of plants formed upon the name of this god, as Satterthwaite in Lancashire, Satterley in Devonshire, and Sattersburgh in the same county, of which there appears to be no modern representative, while among plants the Gallicrus or common crowfoot is called in Anglo-Saxon Satterlaith. The appearance of Saturnus as an interlocutor in such a dialogue as the Solomon and Saturn is a further evidence of divinity, so that taking all circumstances into account, it is probable that when Gregory of Tours, Geoffrey of Monmouth, and others number him among the Teutonic gods, they are not entirely mistaken. Now there has been a tradition in Germany, at least, of a god, Croto or Herodo, whose Latin name was Saturn, and whose figure is said to have been that of an old man standing upon a fish and holding in one hand a bundle of flowers while the other grasps a wheel. Grimm imagines herein some working of Slavonic traditions, and following the Slavonic interpreters connects this Croto with Kurt or Sitivrat, and again with some Sanskrit legend of Satyavrata, but the reasoning seems inconclusive and hardly sufficient to justify even the very cautious mode in which Grimm expresses himself about this Slavo-Germanic godhead. More than this we cannot say of the Anglo-Saxon Satyr, whose name does not appear in the royal genealogies. Nevertheless, we cannot doubt the existence of some deity whom our forefathers recognized under this name. From the gods we pass to the goddesses. Of these we have indeed but scanty record in England. Of the great and venerable goddess Frigga, Woden's wife, we are only told that she gave her name to the 6th day of the week, and we must admit that this is all we know of her, unless she be implied under some other name, which is possible. Beda, in acquainting us with the ancient names of the Anglo-Saxon months, tells us of 4 which were called from their especial reference to the gods. These are Salamonath, or February, Herethmonath, March, Estermonath, April, and Blotmonath, November. Salomonath, he says, received its name from the cakes which were offered to the gods at that time. Blotmonath from the victims' cattle that were vowed for sacrifice. Of the others, he says, Hethromonath is called from a goddess of theirs, Rheta, to whom they sacrificed in that month. Estermonath, which is now interpreted by the Paschal month, had its name of old from a goddess of theirs named Esther, to whom in this month they offered celebrations. The Scandinavian and German mythology are alike destitute of these names, although among the many goddesses they recognize some, too, may perhaps be identical with ours. The name Heretha may possibly mean severe, fierce, and denote a warlike goddess, but still I am more inclined to connect it with the adjective Hroth, glorious, famous, and to see in it the meaning of the great or glorious goddess, that is, in some form or other, Frigga, Woden's wife. It is, however, not to be forgotten that the German Croto, in Anglo-Saxon Hroth, or even Heretha, is now admitted, and that this god was in fact Saturn. It is true that we have more than one fragmentary legend in which the name of Saturn survives, but in a heroic rather than a godlike form, and this may have been the cause of its preservation. The Church found Saturn useful and kept him, nor is it all surprising that a change of sex would have taken place. The same thing happened with the German goddess Nerthus, who reappears in the Norse god Njordr, and the classical scholar will at once remember the god Lunus as well as the goddess Luna. Whatever explanation we may attempt to give of Hretha, it is clear that she was a Saxon goddess to whom at stated periods sacrifice was offered. The same thing may be said of Esther or Easter, whose name must be etymologically connected with East, Oriens, and who therefore was in all probability a goddess of brightness and splendor, perhaps also a Berta, or bright goddess. She may have been a goddess of light, of the morning beams of the newly awakening year, when the sun first begins to recover power after the gloom and darkness of winter. That she was deeply impressed upon the mind and feelings of the people follows from her name having been retained for the great festival of the Church. It may also be fairly argued that she was a mild and gentle divinity whom the clergy did not fear thus to commemorate. Lye's dictionary cites another goddess, Rhysson, with the translation Diana, which he seems to have taken from some cotton manuscript. It stands too isolated for us to make any successful investigation, but I may be excused for calling to mind the fact that Diana is mentioned by the versifying chroniclers as among the Saxon gods, and also that the superstition known in Germany as the Wild Hunt, and which is properly connected with Woden, goes very generally among us by the name of Ludus Diani. This, which became the foundation of many a cruel persecution under the name of witchcraft, is spread over every part of Germany in one form or another. Sometimes it is the daughter of Herodias, who is compelled for ever to expiate her fatal dancing. At other times we have Minerva or Bertha, Holda, Abundia, Dame, Abanda, Domina, Hera, the lady, and so on. It is true that our fragmentary remains of Saxon heathendom do not contain any immediate allusions to this superstition, but yet it can scarcely be doubted that it did exist here as it did in every part of the continent, and one therefore would not willingly decide at once against there having been some deity who might be translated by Diana in the Interpretatio Romana. Fiends and monsters, the community of belief between the Germans of this island and of the continent and their Scandinavian kinsmen does not appear to have been confined to the beneficent gods of fertility or warlike prowess. In the noble poem of Beowulf we are made acquainted with a monstrous fiend, Grendel, and his mother, supernatural beings of gigantic birth, stature, and disposition, voracious and cruel, feeding upon men, and from their nature incapable of being wounded with mortal weapons. The triumph of the hero over these unearthly enemies forms the subject of one half the poem. But Grendel, who from the characteristics given above may at once be numbered among the rough, violent deities of nature, the Jotnar of the north, and Titans of classical mythology, is not without other records. In 2 or 3 charters we find places bearing his name, and it is remarkable that they are all connected more or less with water, while the poem describes his dwelling as a cavern beneath a lake, peopled with Nikers and other supernatural beings of a fiendish character. The references are Grendel's Pite, Grendel's Beast, and Grendel's Mere. Grimm, by a comparison of philological and other data, identifies Grendel and the Norse Loki, the evil bringer and in the end destroyer of the gods. The early converted Anglo-Saxons who possessed another devil to oppose to the Almighty in the Ragnarökr could easily reconcile themselves to the destruction of Grendel by an earthly hero, although the ancient heathendom breaks out in the supernatural powers attributed to the latter, and which, placing him in very near the rank of the gods, induce a belief that Beowulf contains only the shadow of an older myth which may have been current far beyond the limits of this island. It would be sufficient to call attention to the many German tales in which the devil's mother figures as a principal actor, nay, to our own familiar expression, the devil's dam, to show how essential this characteristic of the fiend was. The devil of the Church had certainly no mother, but the old Teutonic evil spirit had, and Loki and Grendel are alike in this. Even the religious view, which naturally shaped itself to other influences, could not escape the essential heathendom of this idea. The devil, who is so constant an agent in the Anglo-Saxon legends, has, if not a mother, at least a father, no less than Satan himself. But Satan lies bound in hell as Loki lies bound, and it is only as his emissary and servant that the devil, his son, appears on earth to tempt and to destroy. In Cadman, the legend of St. Andrew, Juliana, Guthlac, etc., is always the devil's son and satellite who executes his work on earth and returns to give an account of his mission to him that sent him. Thus, throughout the strange confusion which besets all Anglo-Saxon compositions, of which the devil is introduced either as a tempter or a persecutor of the holy and just, we may perceive a ray of ancient heathendom, gloomy enough, no doubt, but far less miserable than the vile materialism of the notions with which it has been mixed up. The rude Eaton or Titan is not nearly so repugnant to our Christian ideas as the gross corporeal fiends who had grown out of him and who play so conspicuous a part in Anglo-Saxon hagiology or purgatorial legends, nor is it easy to conceive any superstition more degrading than that which Eastern or perhaps even Roman traditions thus engrafted upon the ancient creed. With these we are not called upon to deal in any further detail, for they have no claim whatever to be called Christian. They certainly have nothing to do with Anglo-Saxon heathendom. The Grendels and Nicors of our forefathers were gods of nature, the spirits of the wood and wave. They sunk into their degraded and disgusting forms only when the devils of a barbarous superstition came to be confounded and mixed up with them. There is still something genuine and poetical in the account which a monk of St. Gall gives of the colloquy between the ancient gods when the missionaries settled on the shores of the Lake of Constance, when in the dead of night the holy anchoret, watching at his nets, heard how the spirit of the flood spake to the spirit of the hill. But the words are hardly strong enough to express the feelings with which an educated mind contemplates the fantastical, filthy, and hideous images which gross fanaticism strove to force into the service of a religion whose end and means are love. The material terrors which were substituted for the sanctions of the most spiritual, pure, and holy creed, the vulgar, degrading, and ridiculous phantasmagoria devised to destroy the essential selfishness and impurity of men and startle them into justice and righteousness of life. The Teutonic Titans, though terrible from their rude strength and dangerous even to the gods themselves, are neither disgusting nor degrading. They are like Kronos and Saturn, full of power and wisdom. They are in constant warfare with the gods because the latter are the representatives of a more humane order, because the latter was more civilized. But as the giant race were mighty at the beginning, so are they to triumph at the end of the world. And it is only when they shall have succeeded in destroying the gods of Othin's race that they will themselves vanish from the scene, and the glorious reign of All-Father commence. Loki alone has something mean and tricksy in his character, something allied to falsehood, a slight spice of the Mephistopheles, but it is not probable that this belongs to his earliest form, and it appears rather to mark the deterioration of a myth becoming popular and assuming traits of the popular humorous spirit, which takes delight in seeing power counteracted by cunning, and revenges itself for the perfection of its heroes by sometimes exposing them to ludicrous defeat. But even Loki was at first the friend and associate of the gods. He was united with them by the most sacred bonds of brotherhood, and his skill and wisdom secured them victory in many a dangerous encounter. Like Lucifer, he had been a tenant of heaven. Why he and the gods ultimately parted in anger we are not told, but we find him pursuing them with the utmost malice, till at length he causes the death of Balder. He is then bound and cast beneath the worlds. The poisonous snake hangs over him, distilling, torturing venom. His faithful wife sits by and catches the drops as they fall, but when the vessel in which she received them is full, and she turns for a moment to empty it, the deadly juice reaches the prostrate god, and in his agony he trembles in every limb. This convulsion is known to men as the earthquake. It is only in the twilight of the gods that he will break his chain and lead the sons of Muspel to avenge him upon the race of Othin. But Loki is no devil in the Anglo-Saxon sense of Satan, and his son. He is no deceiver or persecutor of men, least of all is he their torturer in another world. He suffers indeed, but like Prometheus or Antilochus or Aegeon, and his hour of triumph is to come. There is in his genuine character nothing mean or little, much indeed that is terrible, gloomy, and vague, but nothing ridiculous or disgusting. The Saxon devil, with horns, tail, cloven feet, sulphur and pitch, torches, red-hot tongs, pincers, and pitchforks, is less creditable to the imagination and more dangerous to the moral being of his inventors. Nor are the occupations of such a fiend less vulgar than his form. He blasts the corn, wounds the cattle, fetters the hands of the doomed, enters the mouth of those who have not guarded it by the sign of the cross, and in a future state becomes the torturer, in the most material and mechanical way, of those whose life has been spent in the service of sin. The coarse fancy of Marlowe himself halts after the descriptions of the Anglo-Saxon divines and poets revelling in this fruitful theme. Unpleasant as such records are, and revolting to our sense of right, it is necessary that we should know what was taught or permitted by the clergy if we are to know anything of the mode of life and mode of belief of our forefathers. As early even as the 8th century, we find no great a man as Beda condescending to admit into his ecclesiastical history such melancholy evidence of Manichaean materialism as the vision of Dithelm. He tells how such a man in Northumbria, lying at the point of death, had fallen into a trance, recovering from which and being restored to health, he had entered the monastery of Melrose, in which he continued till his death. During his trance he had visions, which he afterwards communicated to Hamskizel, a priest, Aldfrith, king of the Northumbrians, and others. He related that on being released from the body, his soul had been led by one, bright of aspect, gloriously clothed, towards the east into a valley, wide and deep, and of a length that seemed infinite. One side glowed terribly with flames, the other was filled with furious hail and freezing snow. Either side was full of human souls, which were tossed from left to right as by a tempest. For when they could not bear the violence of the immense heat, they rushed wretchedly into the midst of the dreadful cold. And when they could find no rest there, they sprung back again to burn in the midst of an inextinguishable flames. When Dithelm saw them thus eternally tormented by a crowd of deformed demons, he thought within himself, "This is surely hell, of whose intolerable tortures I have often heard tell." But his companions said, "This is not the hell thou thinkest." And proceeding further, he beheld how the darkness began to thicken around and fill the whole space before him. Suddenly, in this deep night, he perceived globes of dusky fire cast up from what seemed to be a vast well, into which they fell again without intermission. In the midst of these horrors, his conductor left him. On looking more intently, he now perceived that the tongues of fire were all full of human souls, tossed aloft like sparks in smoke, and then dragged back into the abyss. And an incomparable stench, which bubbled up with the vapours, filled all those abodes of darkness. Around him sounded the shouts and taunts of fiends, like a vulgar mob exulting over a captive enemy. Suddenly a host of evil spirits dragged through the darkness 5 souls, one of a laic, one of a woman, one tonsured like a cleric, and plunged them into the abyss amidst a confused roar of lamentation and laughter. Then certain malignant spirits ascending from the deep surrounded the trembling spectator, terrifying him with their flaming eyes and the fire which burst from their mouths and noses, and threatening to seize him with fiery pincers which they held in their hands. From this danger he was rescued by the return of his companion, who conducted him to 2 corresponding regions of eternal bliss, every one of whose details is in the strongest contrast to those already described, but just as material as gross and sensual. The moral of this is too important to be given in any but Beda's own words. And when on our return we had reached those happy mansions of spirits clothed in white, he said unto me, "Knowest thou what all these things are which thou hast beheld?" I answered, "No." Then said he, "The valley which thou sawest, horrible with its boiling flames and its stiff cold, that is the place where shall be tried and chastised the souls of those men who, delaying to confess and to amend their sins, yet fly to penitence in the hour of death, and thus leave the body. Yet since they had confession and penance even in death, shall all at the day of judgment reach the kingdom of heaven." But many, both the prayers of the living and their alms and fasts, and most of all the celebration of masses, assist so that they shall be freed even before the day of judgment. But that flame-belching putrid well which thou hast seen is the mouth of hell itself, into which whoever shall fall shall never be set free for ever and ever. And that flowery place in which thou sawest those most beauteous youths enjoy themselves in splendour is that wherein are received the souls of those who indeed leave the body in good works, but yet are not of such perfection that they may at once enter the kingdom of heaven, who yet shall all in the day of judgment enter into the sight of Christ and the joys of the heavenly kingdom. For they who are perfect in every word and act and thought, immediately on leaving the body, shall reach the heavenly kingdom, to whose precincts that place belonged, where thou heardest the sound of pleasant singing together with the smell of sweetness and the splendour of light. Having thus seen and heard, Drithelm was allowed to return to the body, where no doubt he became a powerful champion of purgatory. But Beta is not satisfied with his tale. He goes on to tell a Mercian noble who would not go to confession. At the point of death he sees two angels enter his room, bearing the record of his good deeds, which fill but a small roll. Having caused him to read this, they make way for a crowd of friends, black and foul, who bear the enormous tale of his sins of word, work, and thought, which also he is compelled to read. Then the leader of the fiends, turning to the sons of light, exclaims, "Why sit ye here, knowing assuredly that he is ours?" To which they reply, "Ye say truly, take him and lead him with you into the accumulation of your own damnation." Upon this the good spirits vanish, and two demons, a sort of accidental munker and naker, smite him with plowshares on the head and feet, and creep into him. When they meet within him, he dies and passes into everlasting torments. This tale, which Beta heard from the venerable Bishop Peckthelm, he refines upon, explains, and finishes by declaring that he relates it simply for the salvation of those who shall read or hear it. No doubt the distempered ravings of monks, made half mad by inhuman austerities, unnatural restrictions, and wretched themes of contemplation, would in themselves be of little worth. We can comprehend the visions of a St. Francis de Sales, an Ignatius Loyola, a Peter the Hermit, a Santa Teresa, and even more readily those of a Drithelm or a Madame Guyon. But how shall we understand the record of them by a Beta or a Fenelon? Such authority as this was likely to be followed with zeal. Once opened, the career of unbridled fancy was sure to find no limits, the more sure since then as now the fears and miseries of the mass were sources of profit to the few. Then as now there were rogues found who dared to step between man and God, to clothe themselves in the coat without seam, to make themselves the mediators between eternal mercy and the perishing sinner. Accordingly, in later times we find variation upon variation in the outline already so vigorously sketched. William of Malmesbury furnishes an ample field for collectors of this kind of literature. I shall content myself here with citing from these so often quoted Solomon and Saturn two passages which to me are redolent of heathendom disguised after the fashion which has been described. Ever may the God's word for every man, every fiend, put to flight through mouth of man the troop of evil ones, the black troop oppress. Let them never so strangely change their colours in their body, or assume plumage. Sometimes they seize the sailor, sometimes they turn into the body of a snake, sharp and piercing. They sting the neat, going about the fields, the cattle they destroy. Sometimes in the water they bow the horse, with horns they hew him, until his heart's blood, a foaming bath of flood, falls to the earth. Sometimes they fetter the hands of the doomed. They make them heavy when he is called upon in war, against a hostile troop to provide for his life. They write upon his weapon a fatal heap of marks. Again we are told in the same composition, and when the devil is very weary, he seeketh the cattle of some sinful man or an unclean tree, or if he meeteth the mouth and body of a man that hath not been blessed with the sign of the cross, then goeth he into the bowels of the man who hath so forgotten, and through his skin and through his flesh departeth into the earth, and from thence findeth his way into the desert of hell. Nicor. The class of elemental gods must originally have been reckoned the Nicor, or water spirit, whose name has not only been retained in the water nixes of our own country and in the neck of Germany, but in our own common name for the devil, Old Nick. According to the account given in Beowulf, these were supernatural, elvish creatures haunting the lakes, rivers, and seas, ever on the watch to injure the wayfarer, and apparently endowed with the power of creating tempests. In this semi-Christian view, they were fiendish and savage enemies of the sailor, whom they pursued with horns and tusks, dragged to the bottom of the waves, and then no doubt devoured. Probably, like other supernatural beings dreaded by our forefathers, they were included in the family of ogres and monsters descended from the first homicide. Yet it may be doubted whether this was the original and heathen sense of the word Nikor. As late as the 13th century, I find in an old German glossary Necker, translated by Neptunus, the god of the sea. And it is notorious that one of the names borne by Othin whenever he appears as a sea god is Hnekhuther and Nikes. Hence it is not unlikely that in their ancient creed the pagan Saxons recognized Nikor or Woden. The name Hwala, which occurs in the genealogies and Leitgeit, may be assumed to be only another name of Woden, confirms this view. Hwala is formed from Hwale, Kedis, just as Skildwa is from Skild, Clypeus, and was probably only a name of Woden as a sea god. The danger attending the whale or walrus fishery made the first, at least, of these animals an object of superstitious dread to the Anglo-Saxon sailor, perhaps as in the case of the bear. Natural peculiarities, which are striking enough even to our more scientific eyes, help to give an exceptional character to the monarch of the northern seas. Be this as it may, it is not without importance that Hwala should appear in the genealogies among names many of which are indisputably Woden's, that in Scandinavia and Germany Nikas or Necker should be names of the sea god, and that till a very late period, when the heathen gods had everywhere assumed the garb of fiends and devils, the Nikor should appear as the monster of the deep par excellence. The miraculous power attributed to the Nikor in Beowulf he is called Wunderlich Vegbora, a supernatural bringer of the waves, is in itself evidence of earlier godhead, and in this sense I am disposed to identify him with the Demon Marinus, whom St. Gall defeated by his constant watchfulness. In his altered and degraded form we may also recognize the demon of the lines lately cited, who stabs the horse with his horns while crossing the water, the beautiful Nyx or Nixie, who allures the young fisher or hunter to seek her embraces in the wave which brings his death, the Neck, who seizes upon and drowns the maidens who sport upon his banks, the river spirit who still yearly in some parts of Germany demands tribute of human life, are all forms of the ancient Nikor. But more genuine, perhaps, certainly more pleasing, is the Swedish Strom Karl, who from the jewelled bed of his river watches with delight the children gambolled in the adjoining meadows, and singing sweetly to them in the evening, detaches from his hoary hair the sweet blossoms of the water lily, which he wafts over the surface to their hands. Hell, among the fearful beings whose power was dreaded even by the gods, was Hel, mistress of the cold and joyless underworld, called through the fate of battle to the glories of Whale-Heel. The Teutonic or Norse hero trembled at a peaceful death, which would consign him to a dwelling more desolate and wretched than even that which awaited the fallen warriors of heroic Greece, and many a legend tells of those whose own hands saved them from a futurity so abhorred. But Hel was not herself the agent of death. She only received those who had not earned their seat in Othin's hall by a heroic fall, and the Wicerian or shield maze were the choosers of the slain. The realm of Hell was all that Whale-Heel was not. Cold, cheerless, shadowy, no simulated war was there from which the combatants desisted with renovated strength and glory, no capacious quags of mead, or cups of the life-giving wine, no feast continually enjoyed and miraculously reproduced, no songs, nor narratives of noble deeds, no expectation of the last great battle, where the Einherjar jar were to accompany All-Father to meet his gigantic antagonists. No flashing shield maze, animating the brave with their discourse, and lightening the hall with their splendor, but chill and ice, frost and darkness, shadowy realms without a sun, without song or wine or feast, or the soul-inspiring company of heroes, glorying in the great deeds of their worldly life. For the perjurer and the secret murderer, Nastron existed a place of torment and punishment. the strand of the dead, filled with foulness, peopled with poisonous serpents, dark, cold, and gloomy. The kingdom of hell was Hades, the invisible, the world of shadows. Nastrond was what we call hell. Christianity, however, admitted no goddess of death, and when it was thought necessary to express the idea of a place of punishment after death, the Anglo-Saxon united the realm of hell with Nastrond to complete a hideous prison for the guilty. The prevailing idea in the infernal regions of the Teuton is cold and gloom. The poisonous snakes, which waking or sleeping seem ever to have haunted the Anglo-Saxon, formed a convenient point of junction between his own traditional hell and that which he heard of from the pulpit, in quotations from the works of the fathers. And to these and their influence alone can it be attributed when we find flames and sulphur and all the hideous apparatus of Judaic tradition adopted by him. In this fact seems to me to lie a very important mark of ancient heathendom, and one which the clergy themselves admitted, a belief in which they shared and which they did not scruple to impress upon their flocks, even in spite of the contrary tendency of their authorities. It would be sufficient to refer to the description given of hell in the poetic Solomon and Saturn, a composition redolent of heathendom. On the defeat of the rebel angels, it is said, God, for them he made hell, a dwelling deadly cold, with winter covered. Water he sent in, and snake dwellings, many a foul beast with horns of iron, bloody eagles and pale adders. Thirst and hunger and fierce conflict, mighty terror, joylessness. Even in their more orthodox description, ecclesiastical poets, though naturally adopting the Judaic notions, cannot always shake off the old habitual tradition of their forefathers, but recur to the frost, gloom, and serpents of Nastrond and the realm of hell, of which a passage already quoted from Beda is ample evidence. As far as we can judge from the descriptions which survive, the Anglo-Saxons represented hell to themselves as a close and clever dwelling, a prison duly secured as earthly prisons are by locks, bolts, and bars. But the popular fancy had probably even then adopted the notion of a monstrous beast whose mouth was the entrance to the place of torment. This appears not only from the illustrations of Cadman, but from the common expression so long current of hell-mouth. From this peculiar feature, however, we may believe that a remembrance still lurked among our forefathers of the gigantic or titanic character of the ancient goddess who, in Norse mythology, was Loki's daughter. In nearly every case, the word hell in Anglo-Saxon, and especially Anglo-Saxon prose, has merely the abstract sense we now give it, but here and there a passage may be found in which we discover traces of the personal meaning. Thus, perhaps, in Beowulf, where we find these lines, when reft of joy in his then refuge, he his life laid down, his heathen soul there hell received him. However, as a death in battle did not consign the warrior to hell, it is usually Hild Wig who is represented as ravishing away the doomed hero. Hell was no desired object to be introduced into the epic as the portion of chieftains and kings. Fates, the Northern creed, and as it now seems established, the German also admitted the intervention between man and the gods of subordinate deities or fates. I call them subordinate from their peculiar position in the fragmentary portions of mythology that survive. In their nature we must believe them to be of a higher order than the gods, who themselves are doomed one day to perish, and who can probably as little avoid their doom as men, the frailer creatures of their power. It may be that in this different views prevailed among different classes of men. The warlike princes and their followers, who exulted in tales of battle and feasting, may have been willing to see in Othin the supreme disposer of events, while a deeper wisdom lurked in the sacerdotal songs that told how Uther were Thandi and schooled the Norns of the past, the present, of the future, bore inevitable sway over the inhabitants of heaven and earth, and slowly waited for the period which was to confound gods, man, and nature in one vast destruction. The Norse view admits, however, of more than 3 Norns, though it names those only who have been mentioned, and from the extraordinary relation of those 3. It can hardly be doubted that the others are of a different order. Moreover, it attributes human passion to them which are hardly consistent with the functions of the venerable fates. In this case it is possible that the Valkyrie, a race of beings whose functions might in some respects be confounded with those of the Nornir, have been so mixed up with them. Man, dealing with the daily affairs of troubled life, thinks more of the past than of the future. To him the present is the child of the past the excuse for or cause of all he does and suffers. His intellect comprehends the events that are completed or in course of completion, but not the indefinite, illimitable probabilities of the undiscovered to be. Hence, perhaps, Uther is considered the oldest and most powerful of the Fates. Her work is done, the others are doing or yet to do. Through this progress of opinion, it became possible for the conception of the older Fate to include and finally supersede those of the others as soon as the living belief in their personal agency became weakened. I do not know that any certain trace of these fates can be found in the High German countries, but in the Low German, the eldest Norn still survives long after the introduction of Christianity, in a sense little removed at times from that of necessity itself. That this should still have been coupled with a lively feeling of personality only proves how deeply rooted the old heathen creed had been. In the following instances from the Old Saxon, Held John Worth might almost in every case be replaced by Dode Morse. The weird or death is at hand, that is, so near that she might lay hold of the doomed. Goddess of death ravished him away, as in Anglosaxon we have swilt, benum, death, benum, and similar expressions. The Anglo-Saxon equivalent is weird, an expression of a very commonest and most frequent occurrence. It should, however, be borne in mind that there are two separate uses of this word, one a more abstract one in which it is capable of being used in the plural, and which may generally be rendered eventus, another more personal, similar to the Old Saxon worth, and in which it never occurs but in the singular. In the following most remarkable passage, the heathen and Christian thoughts are strangely mingled, Weird being placed in actual opposition with God. As he would more of them had not wise God, Weird forstood him and the man's courage. How very heathen the whole world would be were we only to conceive the word God, an interpolation which is highly probable. Weird has various meanings. These examples will suffice to show how thoroughly personal the conception of weird remained, and in this respect there is no difference whatever between the practice in Beowulf and in the more professedly Christian poems of the Exeter and Vercelli codices or Cadman. But one peculiarity remains to be noticed which connects our weird in the most striking manner with the heathen goddesses generally, and the Scandinavian Nornir particularly. We have seen that Weird opposes, that she stands close to the doomed warrior, that she ravishes him away, that she sweeps away the power of men, that she decides or appoints the event, that she is hard and cruel and pursues her victims. But she also weaves the web of destiny, as we can say even to this day, without violence. Spinning and weaving are the constant occupations of Teutonic goddesses and heroines. Holda and Bertha spin, and so do all the representatives of these goddesses in popular tradition, even down to the fairies. But the Valkyrie, or shield maids, also weave, and in this function, as well as their immediate action in the battlefield as choosers of the slain, they have some points of contact with the Norns and Weird. Gray has transferred to our language from the Nile Saga a fine poem which throws some light upon the weaving of the Valkyrie, the Vigspeda Geréfa. The Anglo-Saxon belief in the shield maidens comes to us indeed in a darkened form, yet we can hardly doubt that it survived. The word Whalekurg occurs in glossaries to explain Bellona, the goddess of war, and one gloss calls eyes Valkyrian, Gorgonai, terrible as those of Gorgo. The flashing of the eyes was very probably one mark of a Whalekurg in the old belief as she floated or rode above the closing ranks of battle. In superstitions of a later period, however, we find a clear allusion to these supernatural maidens. Loud were they as they rode over the hill, bold were they as they rode over the land. I stood beneath my linden shield, beneath my light shield, where the mighty women exercised their power and sent the yelling javelins. Another spell from a manuscript in Corpus Christi College, Cambridge, appears to name them more distinctly. Sit, ye victorious women, or women of victory, descend to earth. Never fly ye wildly to the wood. Be ye as mindful of good to me as ever every man is of food and landed possession. Grimm has remarked with great justice that the Sigwif here recalls the names of Wælkirien, Sigridrifa, Sigrun, and Sigrilin. I certainly see in Sigwif women who give victory, and the allusion to the wild flight in the wood are both essentially characteristic of the Wælkirien, whom Saxo Grammaticus calls feminine E and nymph E Sylvestris. For many examples of this peculiar character, it is sufficient to refer to the Deutsche mythology. End of chapter 12, part 2. Chapter 12, part 3 of Saxons in England by John Mitchell Kemble. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Heathendom, creation and destruction. The cosmogony of the Pentateuch was necessarily adopted by the Saxon converts, yet not so entirely as to exclude all the traditions of heathendom. In the mythology of the northern nations, the creation of the world occupied an important place. Its details are recorded in some of the most striking lays of the earlier Edda, and several of them appear unconsciously to have acted upon the minds of our Christian poets. The genius of the Anglo-Saxons does not indeed seem to have led them to the adoption of those energetic and truly imaginative forms of thought which the Scandinavians probably derived from the sterner natural features that surrounded them. The rude rocks and lakes of Norway and Sweden, the volcanoes, hot springs, ice plains, and snow-covered mountains of Iceland readily moulded the Northmen to a different train of thought from that which satisfied the dwellers in the marshlands of the Elbe and the fat plains of Britain. But as in the main it cannot be doubted that the heathendom of both races was the same, so even in many modes of expression we meet with a resemblance which can hardly be accidental. Like almost every other people, the Northmen considered a gigantic chaos to have preceded the world of order. While the giant Ymir lived, the earth was without form and void. Listen to the words of the Völuspá, or prophetess's song. When Ymir dwelt here, 'twas the dawn of time. Cool streams were not, neither sands nor seas. Earth was not, nor o'er it heaven. Yawned the gap, and grass was nowhere. The sons of Bur, however, Othin, Vil, and Ve, created the vast Midgard, or realm of earth. The sun shone southward on the stone halls. Then was earth grown with green produce. The constellations, however, as yet had no appointed course. But the sun knew not where her seat should be, and the moon knew not what his might should be. Planets knew not where their place should be. So the holy gods went to council and divided the seasons, giving names to night and noon and morning, to undern and evening, that the years might be reckoned. The construction of the world out of the fragments of Ymir's body, the doctrine of the ash Yggdrasil, and of wondrous wells beneath its roots, could of course find no echo here after the conversion. But it is very remarkable how nearly the description of creation given in Cædmon sometimes coincides with the old remains of heathendom. There had not here as yet, save cavern shade, aught existed, but this wide abyss stood deep and dim, strange to its lord, idle and useless, on which looked with his eyes the king, firm of mood, and beheld the place devoid of joys. He saw the dark cloud lower in endless night, swart under heaven, dusky and desert. The earth was yet not green with grass, but ocean covered, dark in endless night, far and wide the dusky ways. Then follows the creation of light, the separation of evening and morning, and the production of organic life, as in the first chapter of Genesis. The Vita Grunt, or vast abyss, is the Gnunga gap, yawning gulf of the Edda, and a very remarkable parallel lies in the assertion that there was no grass anywhere to make green the earth. The world was created out of the portions of Ymir's body, but it seems to be a remnant of ancient heathendom when we find in later times a tradition that man was created out of the great natural portions of the world itself. An ancient Frisick manuscript quoted by Grimm in Haupt alt Deutsche Blatter says that God created him of 8 things: his bones from stone, his flesh from earth, his blood from water, his heart from wind, his thought from cloud, his sweat from dew, his hair from the grass, his eyes from the sun, and then breathed into him the breath of life. In the prose of Solomon and Saturn, we are also told that Adam was created of 8 pounds by weight: a pound of earth, from whence his flesh; a pound of fire, whence his red and hot blood; a pound of wind, whence his breathing; a pound of cloud, whence his unsteadiness of mood; a pound of grace, whence his stature and growth; a pound of blossoms, whence the variety of his eyes; a pound of dew, whence his sweat; and a pound of salt, whence his salt tears. But a much more striking proof of heathendom lies in the Anglo-Saxon belief that after the destruction of this creation a more beautiful one would arise, not only a metaphysical kingdom of heaven, but a concrete world like our own, on a more imposing and glorious scale. It was the belief of the Northmen that in the closing evening of the ages, the Ragnarok, or twilight of the gods, the old titanic powers would burst their fetters. Loki, the northern Satan, would be released from his bondage. Midgard's Orm, the serpent that surrounds the world, would rise in his giant fury. The wolf Fenrir would snap his chain and move against the gods. The ship Naglfar, made of the nails of the dead and steered by Loki, would convey the sons of Muspelheim to Vigrid, the plain on which this heathen Armageddon was to be fought. At their head the terrible Surtra the Black, the destroyer of the gods, beneath whose sword of fire the whole world should perish. Eastward the ship shall shape its journey. Muspel's sons the sea shall travel, o'er the lakes shall Loki steer her. Othin, Thor, and the other gods shall perish, but not unrevenged. The wolf and the serpent will fall, one by the hands of Vithar, Othin's son, the other under the terrible battle maul of Thor. The sun and moon and earth will be destroyed, and the ash Yggdrasil wither under the flames of Surtra. Black wanes the sun, and waves the earth shall sink, from heaven shall fall the friendly stars round the tree. Red fire shall rustle, high heat play against the heaven. But the gods will be found again in Ithlaveli. The earth will arise again from the ocean. The son that perished will have left a yet more beauteous daughter to perform her task. The deities will remember their ancient power and the secrets of the great god. The golden tablets will be found in the grass. Balder, the slain god, will arise from the tomb. Havdr, that unconsciously slew him, will return with him from the realms of Hel, the goddess of the dead. Vithar and Vale, sons, or rather new births of Othin, Mode and Magna, sons of Thor, will survive the universal destruction. All fathers' glorious kingdom will be renewed, and the power of death and evil vanish forever. Then sees she rise a second time the world from ocean wondrous green. One bright child shall bear Alfrothul, ere her form doth Fenrir ruin. Thus shall go, when gods have perished, the maiden on her mother's journey. Aesir meet in Ithlaveli, doom with power the great disasters. There remember mighty judgments, and Fimbultur's former secrets. After shall be altogether found in the grass the golden tablets which in time past possessed among them gods that ruled the race of Odin. Then unsown the swath shall flourish. All bale mend, and back come Balder. With him Horth dwell in Hropter's palace, shrines of gods, the great and holy. There sees she stand then sunlight fairer, Gimli's hall, with gold all covered. There the just shall joy forever, and in pleasure pass the ages. The conviction that the virtuous would rejoice with God in a world of happiness was, of course, not derived by our forefathers merely from their heathendom, but to this we may unhesitatingly refer their belief that after doomsday the sun and moon would be restored with greater splendor. The Saxon monology says very distinctly, "At doomsday, when our Lord shall renew all creatures, and all the race of men shall rise again, and never more commit sin, then will the sun shine 7 times brighter than she now doth, and she will never set, and the moon will shine as the sun now doth, and never will wane or wax, but stand for ever on his course. That this belief was not unknown in Germany may be argued from an expression of Friedank. Dim and fragmentary as these rays of light may be which straggle to us through the veils of bygone ages, it is impossible not to recognize in them traces of that primeval faith which teaches the responsibility of man, the rule of just and holy beings superior to himself, and a future existence of joy and sorrow, the ultimate consequence of human actions. With what amount of distinctness this great truth may have been placed before their eyes, we cannot tell, but it is enough that we see it, admitted in one of the most thoroughly heathen poems of the Edda, and confirmed by an Anglo-Saxon tradition totally independent of Christianity. Weak as it is, while unsupported by the doctrine of a gracious Redeemer, it is not wholly inoperative upon the moral being of men, and its reception among the nations of the North must have tended to prepare them for the doctrine, which in the fullness of time was to supersede their vague and powerless desires by the revelation of the crucified Saviour. Heroes, it now remains that we should bestow a few words upon the heroic names which figure in the epopea of the North, and which probably in many cases belong to the legends and the worship of gods now forgotten, or which at least represent those gods in their heroic form and character. Even as the Iliad in Achilles may celebrate only one form of the Dorian Apollo, and the legends of Cadmus and Theseus may be echoes from an earlier cult of Jupiter and Neptune. The hero Scyld, or Skildwa, has been mentioned as the godlike progenitor of the Skildingas, the royal race of Denmark, but he also appears among mythical ancestors of Woden in the genealogy of Wessex. It is a singular fact that the Anglo-Saxons alone possess the fine mythos of this hero. The opening division, or canto, of Beowulf relates of him that he was exposed as a child in a ship upon the ocean. A costly treasure accompanied the sleeping infant as he floated on to the shores of the Gardanes, whose king he became. After reigning gloriously and founding a race of kings, he died, and was again sent forth in his ship surrounded with treasures, to go into the unknown world from which he came. He came to found a royal race, and having done so, he departs, and nothing more is known of him. That this mythos was deeply felt in England appears from its being referred to even by the late chroniclers. Ethelwerd and William of Malmesbury mention it at length, and whom God sent to the people for their comfort, the evil need he understood, which they before had suffered while without a king. Desire to engraft a national upon a biblical tradition not only causes Sceaf to be called by some authors the son of Shem, but leads to the assertion of the Saxon Chronicle that Sceaf was the son of Noah, born in the ark, in oblivious allusion to the miraculous exposure on the waters. The mention of Skani by Ethelwerd may be taken in connection with the Norse tradition that Skuld was Skanunga Goth, a god of the Scannings, an Anglo-Saxon riddle in the Codex Exioniensis, and of which the answer seems to me to be only a shield, concludes with the very remarkable words, "Mighty is my name, rapacious among men, and itself holy." The second line seems to exclude the supposition of there being any reference to Almighty God, though Skilled, like Helm, is one of his names, examples of which are numerous in all Anglo-Saxon poetry. There are one or two places in England which bear the name of this god or hero. These are Skildus Treo, Skildmere, and Skildus Heafda, but, except in the genealogy of Wessex and the tradition recorded by Ethelwerd and William of Malmesbury, there is no record of Sceaf. As in the poem of Beowulf, Scyld is said to have a son called Beowulf, from whom the kings of Schleswig are descended, so in the genealogy of Wessex, Scyld is followed by Beaw. There is some uncertainty in the form of the name, but upon comparison of all the different versions given by various chroniclers, we may conclude that it was Beowa or Beow, a word equivalent to Beowulf. The original divinity of this person is admitted by Grimm, but he suffers himself to be misled by some over-skillful German lexicographer, who has added Beowulf to the list of English names for the woodpecker, and would render Beowulf as a sort of Latin picus. I'm not aware that any bird in England was ever called the bee-wolf, or that there are any superstitions connected with the woodpecker in England, as there are in Germany. The cuckoo and the magpie are our birds of augury. When Grimm then declares himself disposed not to give up the termination wolf in the name, he has only the authority of the poem on his side in defence of his theory, against which must be placed every other list or genealogy, and it seems to me that these are strongly confirmed by the occurrence of a place called not Beowulf's Ham, but Beowan Ham, in immediate connection with another named Grendel's Mere. Whatever the name, this hero was looked upon as the eponymous of various royal races, and this, though the names which have survived are obviously erroneous, is distinctive of his real character. There are various other heroes mentioned in the poem of Beowulf and in the Traveller's Song, some remembrance of which is still preserved in local names in various parts of England. A few words may not be misplaced respecting them. In the first named poem, the hero's lord and suzerain is invariably named Higelac, after whose death Beowulf himself becomes king of the Geatas. As Higelac is said to have perished in fight against the Franks, and as history records the fall of a Danish king, Caeculagus, in a predatory excursion into the Frankish territory about the beginning of the 7th century, Outzen, Leo, and others have identified the two in fact as well as name, and drawn conclusions as to the mythical hero from the historical prince. The coincidence is not conclusive. If Higelac's name were already mythical in the 7th century, it may easily have been given to any leader who ventured a plundering expedition into the Frankish territory, especially as the warlike records of an earlier Higelac would be certain to contain some account of Frankish forays. Nor was Higelac in Danish Hygelacer by any means an uncommon name. On the other hand, if we admit the historical allusion, we must assign a date to, at any rate, that episode of the poem which is hardly consistent with its general character. I am therefore inclined to think that in this instance, as in so many others, an accidental resemblance has been too much relied upon. It is in fact quite as likely, or even more likely, that the historian should have been indebted to the legend than that the poet should have derived this matter from history. It does seem probable that Higelac enjoyed a mythical character among the Germans in the Alt Deutsche Blatter of Moritz Haupt, which confirms this. But Higelac is not known in Germany only. Even in England we have traces of him in local names, thus Higelaciscaet, which, as the name was never borne by an Anglo-Saxon, so far at least as we know, speaks strongly for his mythical character. That the fortunes under similar circumstances of a historical prince of the same name, or not of the same name, should have become mixed up with an earlier legend is by no means unusual or surprising. Another hero of the Beowulf cycle is Hnef, the Hoking, whose fate is described in a fine episode and is connected with the poem called The Battle of Finnsburg. Of him, too, England has something to tell. I find a place was called Hnefskilf, and further that there was a Hocus Burgils, obviously not a Christian burial place, a Hocus Ham, and a Hoking Mad. But unless resemblances greatly deceive us, we must admit that this hero was not entirely unknown to the Franks also. Charlemagne's wife, Hildegard, a lady of most noble blood among the Suefus or Suevis, was a near relation of Cotofrit, Duke of the Alemanni. In her genealogy occur the names Hogingus and Nebai in immediate succession, and it seems difficult not to see in these Hoking and Hnef. If, as has been suggested, the Hokings were Chauci or Frisians, their connection with the Suevis must be of an antiquity almost transcending the limits of history, and date from those periods when the Frisians were neighbours of the Suefis upon the Elbe, and long before these occupied the highlands of Germany, long, in fact, before the appearance of the Franks in Gaul under Clodio. Among the heroes of heathen tradition are Wada, Wayland, and Eagle. All three, so celebrated in the mythos and epos of Scandinavia and Germany, have left traces in England. Of Wada, the Traveller's Song declares that he ruled the Helsings, and even later times had to tell of Wade's boat, in which the exact allusion is unknown to us. The Scandinavian story makes him wade across the Grena Sund, carrying his son upon his shoulder. Perhaps our tradition gave a different version of this perilous journey. The names of places which record his name are not numerous, but still such are found, thus Wadenborgus, Wadenhlu. It is otherwise, however, with his still more celebrated son, Wayland, the Wieland of German, Volander of Norse, and Galand of French tradition. Wieland is the most famous of smiths, and all good swords are his work. In Beowulf, the hero, when about to engage in a perilous adventure, requests that if he falls, his coat of mail may be sent home. Welandus Gawaok, either literally the work of Wieland, or a work so admirable that Wieland might have made it. Alfred in his Boetius translates Fidelis assa fabricii by than thus Wieson goldsmith this ban Welandus, where, as Grimm observes, the word Fabricius Faber may have led him to think of the most celebrated of smiths, Wieland. The use made by Sir Walter Scott of Wieland's name must be familiar to all readers of Kenilworth. From what has been said, it will appear how mistaken in many respects his view was. The place in Berkshire, which even yet in popular tradition preserves the name of Wayland Smith, is nevertheless erroneously called. The boundary of a Saxon charter names it much more accurately Wieland's Smith, that is, Wieland's smithy, his workshop. The legend of Wieland, identical in many respects with that of the Wilkina saga and other northern versions, is mentioned in the Codex on page 377. Here we find notice taken of his mutilation by Nithother, the violence done by him to Bodhilder, and other acts of his revenge, all in fact that is most important in this part of his history. Grimm reminds me that the Wilkina saga makes Wieland the constructor of a wondrous boat, and that the act of the son may thus have been transferred to the father, Wieland's boat to wade. In the northern tradition appears a brother of Wieland named Eagle or Egil, who is celebrated as an archer, and to whom belongs the widespread tale which has almost passed into accredited history in the case of William Tell. This tale, given by Saxo Grammaticus to Toko by the Chamsik Viking saga to Pal Natoki, and by other authorities to other heroes from the 12th till the very end of the 15th century, but most likely of the very highest antiquity in every part of Europe, was beyond doubt an English one also, and is repeated in the ballad of William of Cloudsley. It is therefore probable that it belongs to a much older cycle, and was as well known as the legends of Wada and Welland, with which it is so nearly connected. Eagle would among the Anglo-Saxons have borne the form of Egil, and accordingly we find places compounded with this name, thus Eagles Byrig, now Aylesbury in Buckinghamshire, Eagles Ford, now Aylesford in Kent, Eagles Loney in Worcester, Eaglesworth, now Aylesworth in Northamptonshire, also Eagleswill, and lastly Aylestone in Leicestershire. The Wilkina saga and the Skald's complaint, already cited from the Codex Exoniensis, lead us next to the legends of Theodric, Diedrich von Bern, and Eormenric Hermanaric, and through the latter to Siegfried and the other heroes of the Nibelungen cycle. The heroic or even godlike character of Dietrich has been well made out by Grimm, and the historical Theodoric, the Ostrogoth, vanishes in his traditional representative. The Anglo-Saxon poet evidently refers to the latter, not indeed from the story he tells, but from the collection of Theodric among merely mythical personages. Perhaps as the whole scope of his poem is to relate the misfortunes of the great, and thus draw consolation for his own, the 30 years' residence in Meiringaberg may be considered as a reference to Theodoric's flight from before Otakar and long-continued exile. In a Saxon monology of great antiquity, the author, after stating the 18th of May to be the commemoration of St. John, Pope and Martyr, goes on to say that an anchoret on Lipari told certain sailors how at a particular time he had seen King Theodoric, ungirt, barefoot, and bound, led between St. John and St. Finian, and by them hurled into the boiling crater of the neighbouring island volcano. That on their return to Italy, the sailors discovered by comparison of dates that Theodoric died on the day on which the anchoret noticed his punishment by the hands of his victims. The author expressly tells it was Theodoricus, the king of the Goths in Ravenna, and he concludes by saying that was Theodoricus, the king whom we call Theodric, which we can only understand by supposing him to allude to the mythical Theodric. Alfred seems also to have known something of the mythical Theodric when he says he was Ameling, a fact historically true of the Ostrogoth Theodoric, but yet unlikely to have been contained in Alfred's Latin authorities. The Traveller's Song says Theodoric willed Francum. Theodoric ruled the Franks, but this I should rather have understood of one of the historical Merovingian kings than of the Ostrogoth. The legends of Eomanric were obviously familiar to the Anglo-Saxons. In the so often quoted poem of the Traveller's Song, this celebrated prince is mentioned more than once, as well as in the poem which contains the notices of Wieland, Beodhild, and Theodoric. The character given of him in both these compositions denotes a familiarity with the details of his history, as we find them almost universally in the northern traditions, and more particularly those of his wealth, his cruelty, and his treachery. In Beowulf we have a somewhat further development of his history. We there learn incidentally that Hama, the Amis of Saxo Grammaticus, carried off from him the Brosinga men, or mythical collier of the goddess Freya. There can be no doubt that this necklace, called in the Norse traditions Men Brosinga, is of a most thoroughly mythological character, and any reference to it in Saxon poetry is welcome evidence of ancient heathendom. Moreover, the Anglo-Saxon poet alone mentions it in connection with Ealdorman. This peculiar feature is as little known to the other Germanic nations as the beautiful legend of Skill's Skeffing, the loves of Gaat and Mathilda, the dragon slaughter of Sigmund, the wars of Hengist and Finn folk Walding, or the noble epos of Beowulf itself. Unfortunately, we have no detail as to the circumstances under which the necklace of the goddess came into the possession of Eomanric. The Traveller's Song, however, has traces of many heroes who are closely connected with the traditional cyclists of Eomanric. Among these are Sifeka, the false Sibech of Germany, and Becca, the Bicki of the corresponding Norse versions, whom it makes chieftain of the Baningas, perhaps the sons of mischief from Banna. Hama, already named, and Wanga, the Widok, and Hanna of Germany occur in the same poem, so also the terrible Etla, Attila the Hun, and Edli of Scandinavia, the Etzel of the Nibelungen cycle. In the same composition we find Gutheder, king of the Burgundians, the Norse Gunnar, and German Gunther, and Hagenna, probably the Norse Hogni, and Hagen, the murderer of Siegfried. The Traveller's Song and the Skap's Complaint contain no mention of the great hero of the Norse and German epos, Sigurdur Fall Nisbani, Siegfried, the betrothed of the shield May Brynhildr, the husband of the fair-haired Kriemhild. All the more welcome to us is the episode in Beowulf which not only records the tale of Sigurdur, though under the name of his father Sigmund, and makes particular mention of the dragon slaughter Favnisbani, which is a central point in the Norse tradition, although hardly noticed at all in the Nibelungenlied, but also refers to the fearful adventures which the Edda relates of the hero and his kinsman Sinfertli, Fitela, which appear totally unknown in Germany. Having said thus much of the heroic personages to whom so large a portion of Northern and Germanic tradition is devoted, it becomes possible for me to refer to the great work of James Grimm on German mythology for a demonstration of the connection between these heroes and the gods of our forefathers. I regret that my own limits render it impossible for me to enter at greater length upon this part of the subject, but it requires a work of no small dimensions and devoted to it exclusively, and it is therefore sufficient to show the identity of our own heroic story and that of Scandinavia and the continent, and thus enable the English reader to adapt to his own national traditions the conclusions of learned inquirers abroad with respect to their own. Divination and witchcraft. The attachment of the Germanic races to divination attracted the notice of Tacitus. He says they are as great observers of auspices and lots as any. The way they use their lots is simple. They cut into slips a branch taken from an oak or beech, and having distinguished them by certain marks, scatter them at random and as chance wills over a white cloth. Then, if the inquiry is a public one, the state priest, if a private one, the father of the house himself, having prayed to the gods and looking up to heaven, thrice raises each piece and interprets them when raised according to the marks before inscribed upon them. If they turn out unfavorable, there is no further consultation that day about the same matter. If they are favorable, the authority of omens is still required. Even here they are acquainted with a mode of interrogating the voices and flights of birds. But it is peculiar to this race to try the presages and admonitions of horses. These, white in colour and subject to no mortal work, are fed at the public cost in the sacred groves and woods. Then, being harnessed to the sacred chariot, they are accompanied by the priest, the king, or the prince of the state, who observe their neighings and snortings. Nor has any augury more authority than this, not only among the common people, but even the nobles and priests, for they think themselves the ministers, but the horses the confidants of the gods. There is another customary form of auspices by which they inquire concerning the event of serious wars. They match a captive of the nation with which they are at war. However, they can come by him with a select champion of their own, each armed with his native weapons. The victory of this one or that is taken as a presage. The use of lots as connected with heathendom, that is, as a means of looking into futurity, continued in vogue among the Saxons till a late period, in spite of the efforts of the clergy. This is evident from the many allusions in the penitentials and the prohibitions of the secular law. The augury by horses does not appear to have been used in England, from any allusion at least which still survives, but it was still current in Germany in the 7th century, and with less change of adjuncts than we usually find in the adoption of heathen forms by Christian saints. It was left to the decision of horses to determine where the mortal remains of St. Gall should rest. The saint would not move till certain unbroken horses were brought and charged with his coffin. It may be imagined that the horses infallibly found the proper place for the saint's burial place, but what is of importance to us is the use of horses on the occasion. In this country, however, we have some record of a divination in which not horses but a bull played a principal part, and as bulls were animals sacred to the great goddess Nerthus, it is not unlikely that this was a remnant of ancient heathendom. St. Benedict on one occasion appeared to a fisherman named Wulfgate, and desired him to announce to Duke Ethelwine, his lord, that it was the saint's wish to have a monastery erected to himself, to the pious Mother of Mercy and all virgins. The spot was to be where he should see a bull stamp with his foot. Obedient to the order, Duke Ethelwine set out in the morning to find the spot. St. Clement's fountain never rolled such floods of gold as found their way to the rich abbey of Ramsey. Other details of heathendom in the practices of ordinary life must be left to the appendix to this chapter, but a cursory reference may be made to what appears to show a belief in the evil eye, and that practice which in Latin is called in vultuatio. The former of these is mentioned in the poem of Beowulf, where Hrothgar, warning Beowulf of the frail tenure of human life, adds the glance of eyes to the many dangers the warrior had to fear. Now is the bloom of thy strength for a little while. Soon will it be that sickness or the sword shall part thee from thy power, or clutch of fire, or wave of flood, or gripe of sword, or javelin's flight, or ugly age, or glance of eye, shall oppress and darken thee. In vultuation is defined by Mr. Thorpe in the following words: a species of witchcraft, the perpetrators of which were called woli, and are thus described by John of Salisbury. To this superstition Virgil alludes. Of the practice of this superstition, both in England and Scotland, many instances are to be met with, among the most remarkable that of Eleanor Cobham, Duchess of Gloucester, and Stacey, servant to George, Duke of Clarence. But it seems to include also the practising against the life of an enemy by means of a waxen or other figure, in which pins were stuck, or against which a sharp bolt was shot. It is against this crime that the law of Henry I enacts. It is also probable that this was the crime for which in the 10th century a widow was put to death by drowning at London Bridge, and her property forfeited to the crown. Anglo-Saxon homilies, however, also mention philters of various kinds which the people are warned against as dangerous and damnable heathendom. Such are the fragments of a system which at one time fed the religious yearnings and propped the moral faith of our forefathers, faint notes from a chorus of triumphant jubilation which once rose to heaven from every corner of the island. How shall we characterize it? As a dull and debasing fetish worship worthy of African savages, or as a vague and colourless pantheism in which religion vanishes away and philosophy gropes for a basis which it cannot find? I think not. Contemplate the child who bounds through the wood, or pauses in delight upon the meadow, where he wantons in the very joy of life itself. To him this great creation is full of playmates, beings animate and inanimate, with whom he shares his little pleasures, to whom he can confide his little sorrows. He understands their language, and in turn he has a language for them, which he thinks they understand. He knows more of their peculiarities than the halting step of scientific observation is always able to overtake. for he knows what science haughtily refuses to contemplate, or it may be is unable to appreciate. The birds speak to him, the forests whisper to him, the shadows and the low tones of the hill and valley lull him to repose. The winds wanton with his curled locks and blow them over his shoulders. The streams and brooks have spray to play with and sprinkle in his laughing eyes. He stands before the great spirit of nature face to face, and knows him as he reveals himself in every one of his divine forms. For the child sees and knows the secrets of God, which the man, alas, is condemned to forget. Such as the child is, has the childlike nation been. Before the busy hum of commerce, the crashing strokes of the piston, the heavy murmur of innumerable spinning jennies necessarily banished more natural music from our ears. An age that thinks about itself and its own capacity, that reflects upon its own processes of thought, and makes great combination of powers, and anatomizes nature till it becomes familiar with every secret of creation, may be an earnest puritanical age, a stern Protestant age, one that will not be fed with imaginative religions, but it cannot be one of implicit, trusting, fearing, rejoicing, trembling belief. The age of faith ceased where the age of knowledge began. Man knows too much, perhaps believes too little. He will not, and he must not, yield his privilege of calm, determined, obstinate inquiry. He will and should judge for himself, weigh evidence, compare and reason, and decide for himself how much or how little he will receive as true. How can he wonder at the stars, their rising, their setting, or their eclipse? He calculates where new planets may be found. He weighs them in his balances when found, and tells not only their circumference or their density, but how long the straggling ray of light that started from them was on its journey before it reached the eye of the gazer. What can these wavering fragments of time and space be to him who calculates duration by the nutation of suns, or the scarcely appreciable difference of millennial changes? Let us remember what our fathers were, and consider what we are. For them there was indeed a time, a period to tell of, when the sun knew not her dwelling, nor the moon his power, and the stars knew not where their place should be. We know their places and their dwellings and their power. They are subordinated to a hypothesis of gravitation. For us there is no wavering bridge of the gods, no bifrost or ash brew. A rainbow is a shadowy thing, a belt of deceptive colors, the reflection of a sunbeam in the multitudinous prisms of a shower cloud. We have no hammer, wielded by the thunder god and dreaded by the giants. Our Mjolnir has vanished into the indifference of opposing electricities. Apothecary's hall prepares its simples without the aid of charms or invocation of divinities, and though we stand as yet but on the threshold of science, we have closed forever behind us the portals of mystery and belief. For we are raised upon the shoulders of the times gone by, and cast a calm and easy view over the country which our forefathers wandered through in fear and trembling. We fear not what they feared, we cling not to what they clung to for relief and comfort. We have set up our own idol, the understanding, fortified by laborious experience, taught by repeated struggles and victories, firmly based on conquered, catalogued, and inventoried nature, on facts, the stern children of a passionless reality. I know not whether we have gained or lost in this inevitable career of humanity. I have faith only that he who rules the purpose of the ages has thus cast our lot in the infinite love and wisdom of his own thought. But not to us, or in our finite forms of thought, can the world be as once it was, and the dull catalogue of common things admits no admixture of a fancied divinity. Nay, so far are we from seeking to instil spirit into matter, that the informing soul itself ceases to be the object of our contemplation, while we are busied with the nerves and tendons, or charmed with the wonderful combination of details that form the perfect whole. We stand supreme among the subjects of our knowledge, and the marvels of science itself will now not form the stock in trade of a second-class conjurer. Observe the man who threads his way with imperturbable security and speed through the thoroughfares of the densely peopled metropolis. The crowd throng about him, yet he yields here, he advances there, till at length, almost unconsciously, he has attained the goal of his desire. He is familiar with the straight lines and angles that surround him. He measures his position and stands upright, his mistaking, if indeed he thinks at all, the inconceivably rapid calculations of the understanding for acts of his own spontaneous volition. The unaccustomed eye of the child cannot do this, and he wavers in his steps and stumbles from point to point, helpless but charming in his helplessness, till practice brings him power, and he too walks and stands upright among men. So is it with the minds of men in early and uninstructed periods, stumbling from belief to belief, resting for support upon every circumstance of surrounding life, and unfurnished with the elements of scientific reasoning, which, by assuring certainty, destroy the vague and definite basis of faith, or bring within a narrow and constantly decreasing circle its vague and indefinite object. We believe the results of geometry, the theorems of analytic mathematics, because we cannot help ourselves, cannot escape from the inevitable conclusion involved in the premises. But we cannot call this acquiescence faith, or establish upon it a moral claim before our own conscience and our God. And as there can be no reason save in the unintelligible, no faith save in the impossible, all that is brought within the realm of the intellect, or the sphere of the impossible, of the possible, is just so much withdrawn from the circle of religion. The basis of the religious state in man is the sensation of weakness, whether that weakness be or not be not distinctly traced in the consciousness to the ignorance which it is its cause, or to the ultimate, more abstract and more philosophical conviction of sinfulness in the conscience. Man cannot rest for his anxious desire to know the why and how of every phenomenon. He observes this restlessness as the law of his intellect, that is the condition of his humanity. He interrogates the phenomena themselves, but if they will give no answer to his question, he will seek it without them. In himself he will seek it in vain. At no time, at no stage of his development can he understand the relation of the subject and the object, or comprehend the copula that unites them. The philosopher, the most deeply trained in watching abstract forms of thought, acknowledges with a sigh that even the intuitions of the reason halt in the fetters of the understanding, and that to give objective reality to what can be known only in the forms and through the powers of the subjective is at best to be guilty of a noble treason to the laws of pure reasoning. And what shall he do who is not trained in watching the abstract forms of thought? Is he more likely to find the answer in himself? Alas, no. He feels only too surely that his nature can give no satisfying response, that his confined and bounded being is itself full of problems which remain unsolved. And now let this state be considered with reference to the early inhabitant of a world whose secrets are yet undiscovered, and on whom no light of heavenly radiance has fallen. For him, as for us, there is no answer either in the phenomenon or in the observer, but he has no reason to reject the supposition of a supernatural influence. Everything that surrounds him is filled with evidence of supernatural power. He lives in nearer communion than we do with the world about him. His frame, not yet clogged and vitiated by the habits of an advanced cultivation, is more alive than ours to the external effects of natural causes, the world itself existing under different conditions of climate, different electrical combinations not yet subdued by the plough, or the axe of the forester not yet bridled and trained by the canal. The manufactory or the railroad has influences which act upon the nerves and fluids of the man, and which seem to him divine emanations, revelations of the divinity within the lake, the mountain, and the tree. The lake, the mountain, and the tree. He peoples then with gods, with nymphs and nereids, with oreads and hamadryads, to whose inward and spiritual action the outward owes its power and its form. But the outward and visible is not a sign only of the inward and spiritual. It is a symbol, a part of that which it denotes. It is at once the sower and the seed. In no age can man be without the great ideas of God, of right, of power, of love, of wisdom. But an age that has not learned to feed upon abstractions must find the realization of those ideas in the outward world, and in a few familiar facts of human nature. It strives to give itself an account of itself, and the result of its efforts is a paganism, always earnest and imaginative, often cruel and capricious, and often gentle, affectionate, and trusting, for even in spite of cruelty and caprice, the affections will have their way, and trust will find a home. Its inconsistence is the offspring, not of guilt, but of imperfect knowledge. It seeks the great solution of all religious problems, a mediator between God and man. It is its error, but not necessarily its crime, that it finds that mediator in the complex of the world itself. No other has been revealed to it, and the reveries of philosophy that haunt the sounding portico or the flowery swaths of Hymettus cannot tell of the unknown God to the agriculturalist, the huntsman, or the pirate. I believe in two religions for my forefathers, one that deals with the domestic life and normal state of peace, that sanctifies the family duties, prescribes the relations of father, wife, and child, divides the land, and presides over its boundaries, that tells of gods, the givers of fertility and increase, the protectors of the husbandman and the herdsman, that guards the ritual and preserves the liturgy, that pervades the social state and gives permanence to the natural or original political institutions. I call this a sacerdotal faith, and I will admit that to its teachers and professors we may owe the frequent attempt of later periods to give an abstract philosophic meaning to mythos and tradition, to make dawning science halt after religion. The second creed I will call the heroic. In this I recognize the same gods transformed into powers of war and victory, crowners of the brave in fight, coercers of the wild might of nature, conquerors of the giants, the fiends and dragons, founders of royal families around whom cluster warlike comrades, exulting in the thought that their deities stand in immediate genealogical relation to themselves, and share in the pursuits and occupations which furnish themselves with wealth and dignity and power. Let it be admitted that a complete separation never takes place between these different forms of religion, that a wavering is perceptible from one to the other, that the warrior believes his warrior god will bless the produce of his pastures, that the cultivator rejoices in the heroic legend of Woden and of Balder, because the cultivator is himself a warrior when the occasion demands his services. Still, in the ultimate development and result of the systems, the original distinction may be traced, and to it some of the conclusions we observe must necessarily be referred. It is thus that spells the feeling and fruitfulness survive when the great gods have vanished, and that the earth, the hills, the trees, and waters retain a portion of dimmed and baited divinity long after the godlike has sunk into the heroic legend or been lost forever. I can readily believe that the warrior and the noble were less deeply impressed with the religious idea than the simple cultivator. In the first place, the disturbed life and active habits of military adventurers are not favorable to the growth of religious convictions. Again, there is no tie more potent than that which links sacred associations to particular localities and acts unconsciously, perhaps but pervasively, upon all the dwellers near the holy spots. The tribe may wander with all its wealth of thought and feeling, even its gods may accompany it to a new settlement, but the religio loci, the indefinable influence of the local association, cannot be transported. Habits of self-reliance, of the proud and scornful independence, are not consistent with the conviction of weakness which is necessary to our full admission of the divine preeminence. And the self-confident soldier often felt that he could cope with gods such as his had been described to be. In the Greek heroic lay, Tydides could attack, defeat, and even wound Ares. I do not know that the Teutonic mythology ever went so far as this, but we have abundant record of a contemptuous disregard with which particular heroes of tradition treated the popular religion. Some selected indeed one god in whom they placed a special trust, and whom they worshipped as far as they worshipped at all, to the exclusion of the rest. But more must have participated in that feeling which is expressed in a Danish song: I trust my sword, I trust my steed, but most I trust myself at need. While to many we may safely apply what is said of a Swedish prince, he was mightily confused in his belief. Still it is certain that a personal character was attributed to the gods as well as an immediate intervention in the affairs of life. The actual presence of Othin from time to time on the battlefield, in the storm, in the domestic privacy of the household, was firmly believed in Scandinavia, and it is reasonable to assume that Woden would have been found as active among our German progenitors had it not the earlier introduction of Christianity into Teutonic Europe deprived us of the mythological records which the North supplies. Beda tells us that Eadwine of Northumberland sacrificed and offered thanks to his gods upon the birth of a daughter. Redwald of East Anglia, even after his nominal conversion, continued to pay his offerings to idols, and the people of Essex, when labouring under the ravages of a pestilence, abjured the faith of Christ and returned to the service of the ancient gods. But in the personality of God alone resides the possibility of realizing the religious idea. We possess no means of showing how the religion of our own progenitors or their brethren of the continent had been modified, purified, and adapted in the course of centuries to a more advanced state of civilization, or the altered demands of a higher moral nature. But at the commencement of the 6th century we do find the pregnant fact that Christianity met but little resistance among them, and enjoyed an easy triumph, or at the worst a careless acquiescence, even among those whose pagan sympathies could not be totally overcome. Two suppositions indeed can alone explain the facile apostasy to or from Christianity which marked the career of the earliest converts. Either from a conviction of the inefficacy of heathendom had proceeded a general indifference to religious sanctions, which does not appear to answer other conditions of the problem, or the moral demands of the new faith did not seem to the Saxons more onerous than those to which they were accustomed. For it is the amount of self-sacrifice which a religion successfully imposes upon its votaries which can alone form a measure of its influence. The fact that a god had perished could sound strangely in the ears of no worshipper of Balder. The great message of consolation that he had perished to save sinful, suffering man justified the ways of God, and added an awful meaning to the old mythos. An earnest thinking pagan would, I must believe, joyfully accept a version of his own creed, which offered so inestimable a boon, in addition to what he had heretofore possessed. The final destruction of the earth by fire could present no difficulties to those who had heard of Surtur and the twilight of the gods, or of all fathers' glorious kingdom, raised on the ruin of the intermediate divinities. A state of happiness or punishment in a life to come was no novelty to him who had shuddered at the idea of Nostrand. Locke or Grendel had smoothed the way for Satan. Those who had believed in runes and incantations were satisfied with the efficacy of a mass. A crowd of saints might be invoked in place of a crowd of subordinate divinities. The holy places had lost none of their sanctity. The holy buildings had not been leveled with the ground, but dedicated in another name. The pagan sacrifices had not been totally abolished, but only converted into festal occasions where the new Christians might eat and drink and continue to praise God. Hretha and Istra, Woden, Tu, Frigga, Thornor, etc., retained their places in the calendar of months and days. Ursa was still invoked in spells. Weird still wove the web of destiny, and while Woden retained his place at the head of the royal genealogies, the highest officers of the Christian Church were offered to compensate the noble class for the loss of their old sacerdotal functions. How should Christianity fail to obtain access where paganism stepped halfway to meet it, and it could hold out so many outward points of union to paganism? We dare not question the decrees of omnipotence or inquire into the mysterious operations of omniscient God. It is not for us to measure his infinite wisdom by the rules of our finite intelligence, or to assume that his goodness and mercy can be appreciated and comprehended by the dim, wavering light of our reason. But man feels that in every age man has had a common nature, a common hope, and a common end of being, and we shall do no wrong either to philosophy or to religion if we believe that even in the errors of paganism there lay the germs of truth, and that the light which lighteth every one that cometh into the world was vouchsafed in such form and measure as best to subserve the all-wise, all-holy, and all-merciful objects of creation. End of Chapter 12, Part 3. End of Book 1 of Saxons in England by John Mitchell Kemble. Book 2, Chapter 1 of Saxons in England by John Mitchell Kemble. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Growth of the kingly power. The object of the first book was generally to give a clear view of the principles upon which the original settlement of the Anglo-Saxons was founded. But as our earliest fortunes are involved in an obscurity caused by the almost total absence of contemporary records, and as the principles themselves are not historically developed in all their integrity, at least in this country, many conclusions could only be arrived at through a system of induction, by comparing the known facts of Teutonic history in other lands, or at earlier periods by tracing the remnants of old institutions and their influence upon society in an altered and perhaps somewhat deteriorated condition, and lastly by general reasoning derived from the nature of society itself. This second book is, however, devoted to the historical development of those principles in periods whereof we possess more sufficient record, and to an investigation of the form in which, after a long series of compromises, our institutions slowly and gradually unfolded themselves till the close of the Anglo-Saxon monarchy. The 2 points upon which this part of the subject more particularly turns are the introduction of Christianity and the progressive consolidation and extension of the kingly power. And round these 2 points the chapters of this book will naturally group themselves. It is fortunate for us that the large amount of historical materials which we possess enables us to follow the various social changes in considerable detail, and renders it possible to let the Anglo-Saxons tell their own story to a much greater extent than in the first book. In the course of years, continual wars had removed a multitude of petty kings or chieftains from the scene. A consolidation of countries had taken place. Actual sovereignty, grounded on the law of force, on possession, or on federal compacts, had raised a few of the old dynasts above the rank of their fellows. The other nobles and families of royal lineage had for the most part submitted to the law of the comitatus, swelling the ranks, adorning the court, and increasing the power of princes who had risen upon their degradation. And at the commencement of the 7th century, England presented the extraordinary spectacle of at least 8 independent kingdoms of greater or less power and influence, and, as we may reasonably believe, very various degrees of civil and moral cultivation. In the extreme southeastern corner of the island was the Kentish Confederation, comprising in all probability the present counties of Kent, Essex, Middlesex, Surrey, and Sussex, whose numerous kings acknowledged the supremacy of Ethelbert, the son of Eomanric, a prince of the house of Eskings, originally perhaps a Sussex family, but who claimed their royal descent from Woden through Hengist, the first traditional king of Kent. Under this head 3 of the 8 named kingdoms were thus united, but successful warlike enterprise or the praise of superior wisdom had extended the political influence of the Esking even to the southern bank of the Humber, next to Sussex along the southern coast, and as far westward as the border of the Welsh in Dorsetshire or Devon lay the kingdom of the West Saxons or Gewisses, which stretched northward to the Thames and westward to the Severn, and probably extended along the latter river over at least a part of Gloucestershire. This kingdom, or rather confederation, comprised all or part of the following counties: Hampshire with the Isle of Wight, a tributary sovereignty; Dorsetshire, perhaps a part of Devonshire; Wiltshire, Berkshire, a portion of Oxfordshire, Buckinghamshire, and Middlesex up to the Chiltern Hills. East Anglia occupied the extreme east of the island, stretching to the north and west up to the Wash and the marshes of Lincoln and Cambridgeshire, and comprehending, together with its marches, Norfolk and Suffolk, and part at least of Cambridge, Huntingdon, Bedfordshire, and Hertfordshire. Mercia, with its independent sovereignties, occupied nearly all the remaining portion of England east of the Severn and south of the Humber, including a portion of Herefordshire, and probably also of Salop, beyond the western bank of the former river, while 2 small kingdoms, often united into one, but when separate, called Dyra and Bernicia, filled the remaining space from the Humber to the Pictish border, which may be represented by a line running irregularly northeast from Dumbarton to Inverkeithing. In the extreme west, the remains of the Celtic populations who had disdained to place themselves under the yoke of the Saxons still maintained a dangerous and often threatening independence, and Cornwall and Devon, North and South Wales, Cheshire, Lancashire, Cumberland, perhaps even part of Northumberland, still formed important fortresses garrisoned by this hardy and unsubjugated race. Beyond the Picts, throughout the north of Scotland and in the neighbouring island of Ireland, were the Scots, a Celtic race, but not so nearly allied as the Cornish, Cymric, or Pictish tribes. It is probable enough that the princes who presided over these several aggregations of communities had their traditional family alliances and friendships, as well as their enmities, political and personal, and that some description of public law may consequently have grown up among them by which their national intercourse was regulated. But we cannot suppose this to have been either very comprehensive or well defined. Least of all can we find any proof that there was a community of action among them of a systematic and permanent character. A national priesthood and a central service in which all alike participated, had any such existed, might have formed a point of union for all the races. But there is no record of this, and I think but little probability of its having been found at any time. If we consider the various sources from which the separate populations were derived, and the very different periods at which they became masters of their several seats, their constant hostility, and the differences of language and law, above all the distance of their settlements, severed by deep and gloomy forests, rude hills, unforded streams, or noxious and pestilential morasses, we can hardly imagine any concert among them for the establishment of a common worship. It is even doubtful, so meagre are our notices of the national heathendom, whether the same gods were revered all over England, although the descent of all the reigning families from Woden would seem to speak for his worship, at least having been universal. Again, there is reason to doubt that the priesthood occupied here quite so commanding a position as they may have enjoyed upon the continent, partly because the carelessness or hatred of the British Christians refused to attempt the conversion of their adversaries, and thus afforded no opportunity for a reaction or combined effort at resistance on the part of the pagans. and partly because we cannot look for any very deep-rooted religious convictions in the breast of the wandering military adventurer, removed from the time-hallowed sites of ancient local worship, and strongly tempted to trow upon himself, in preference to gods, whose powers and attributes he had little leisure to contemplate, the words of Coifi, a Northumbrian high priest, to Edwini do at any rate imply a feeling on his part that his position was not so brilliant and advantageous as he thought himself entitled to expect, and the very expression he uses, implying a very considerable degree of subordination to the king of one principality, are hardly consistent with the hypothesis of a national hierarchy which must have assumed a position scarcely inferior to that of the sovereigns themselves. Finally, I cannot believe that, had such an organization and such a body existed, there would be no trace of the opposition it must have offered to the introduction of the new creed. Some record there must have been of a triumph so signal as that of Christianity under such circumstances, and the good believers who lavish miracles upon most inadequate occasions must have given us some well-authenticated cases by which the sanctity of the monk was demonstrated to the confusion of the pagan. The silence of the Christian historian is an eloquent evidence of the insignificant power of the heathen priesthood. Much less can we admit that there was any central political authority, recognized, systematic, and regulated, by which the several kingdoms were combined into a corporate body. There is indeed a theory, respectable for its antiquity and reproduced by modern ingenuity, according to which this important fact is assumed, and we are not only taught that the several kingdoms formed a confederation, at whose head, by election or otherwise, one of the princes was placed with imperial power, but that this institution was derived by direct imitation from the custom of the Roman Empire. We further learn that the title of this high functionary was Bretwalde, or Emperor of Britain, and that he possessed the imperial decorations of the Roman state. When this discovery was first made, I know not, but the most detailed account that I have seen may be given from the, in many respects, excellent and neglected work of Rapin. He tells us, "The Saxons, Jutes, and Angles that conquered the best part of Britain, looking upon themselves as one and the same people, as they had been in Germany, established a form of government as like as possible to what they had lived under in their own country. They formed their Witena, Gemót, or assembly of wise men, to settle the common affairs of the 7 kingdoms, and conferred the command of their armies upon one chosen out of the 7 kings, to whom, for that reason, no doubt, some have given the title of monarch, on pretence of his having the precedence and some superiority over the rest. But to me that dignity seems rather to have been like that of Stadtholder of the United Provinces of the Low Countries. There was, however, some differences between the Saxon government in Britain and that in Germany. For instance, in Germany the governor of each province entirely depended on the General Assembly, where the supreme power was lodged, whereas in Britain each king was sovereign in his own dominions. But notwithstanding this, all the kingdoms together were in some respects considered as the same state, and every one submitted to the resolutions of the General Assembly of the 7 kingdoms, to which he gave his consent by himself or representative. A free election, and sometimes force, gave the heptarchy a chief or monarch, whose authority was more or less according to their strength. For though the person invested with this office had no right to an unlimited authority, there was scarce one of these monarchs but what aspired to an absolute power. This description has at least the advantage of detail and of consistency, even though it should unfortunately lack that of truth. But most of those who in more modern times have adopted the hypothesis refrain from giving us any explanation of the fact it assumes. They tell us indeed the title, and profess to name those who successively bore it, but they are totally silent as to the powers of this great public officer, and to the mode of his appointment, the manner in which he exerted his authority, or the object for which such authority was found necessary. I must frankly confess that I am unable to find any evidence whatever in favor of this view, which appears to me totally inconsistent with everything which we know of the state and principles of society at the early period with which we have to deal. In point of fact, everything depends upon the way in which we construe a passage of Beda, together with one in the Saxon Chronicle, borrowed from him, and the meaning which history and philology justify us in giving to the words made use of by both authors. As the question is of some importance, it may as well be disposed of at once, although only two so-called Bretwaldas are recorded previous to the 7th century. Modern ingenuity, having hastily acquiesced in the existence of this authority, has naturally been somewhat at a loss to account for it, yet this is obviously the most important part of the problem. Accordingly, Mr. Sharon Turner looks upon the Bretwalda as a kind of war king, a temporary military leader. He says, "The disaster of Cewlin gave safety to Kent. Ethelbert preserved his authority in that kingdom, and at length proceeded to that insulary predominance among the Anglo-Saxon kings, which they call the Bretwalda, or the ruler of Britain. Whether this was a mere title assumed by Hengist, and afterwards by Ella, and continued by the most successful Anglo-Saxon prince of his day, or conceded in any national council of all the Anglo-Saxons, or ambitiously assumed by the Saxon king that most felt and pressed his temporary power, whether it was an imitation of the British unbeneath, or a constitution of the Saxon custom of electing a war sinning, cannot now be ascertained." To this he adds in a note, "The proper force of this word Bretwalda cannot imply conquest, because Ella the First is not said to have conquered Hengist or Cerdic, nor did the other Bretwaldas conquer the other Saxon kingdoms." Again he returns to the charge in the 8th chapter of the same book. He says, "Perhaps the conjecture on this dignity which would come nearest the truth would be that it was the Walda, or ruler of the Saxon kingdoms, against the Britons, while the latter maintained the struggle for the possession of the country, a species of Agamemnon against the general enemy, not a title of dignity or power against each other. If so, it would be but the war king of the Saxons in Britain against its native chiefs." Lappenberg, adopting this last view, refines upon it in detail. He believes the Bretwalda to have been the elected generalissimo of the Saxons against the Welsh or other Celtic races, and that as the tide of conquest rolled onwards, the dignity shifted to the shoulders of that prince whose position made him the best guardian of the frontiers. But this will scarcely account to us for the Bretwaldadom of Ella in Sussex, Ethelbert in Kent, or Redwald in East Anglia. Yet there are three especially named. Besides, we have a right to require some evidence that there ever was a common action of the Saxons against the Britons, and that they really were in the habit of appointing war kings in England, 2 points on which there exists not a tittle of proof. Indeed, it seems clear to me that a piece of vicious philology lurks at the bottom of this whole theory, and that it rests entirely upon the supposition that Bretwalda means ruler of the Britons, which is entirely erroneous. Yet one would think that on this point there ought to have been no doubt for even a moment, and that it hardly required for its refutation the philological demonstration which will be given. Let us ask, by whom was the name used or applied? By the Saxons. But surely the Saxons could never mean to designate themselves by the name Britain, nor, on the other hand, could a general against the Britons be properly called their Welda, or king, the relation expressed by the word Welda being that of sovereignty over subjects, not opposition to enemies. Moreover, if this British theory were at all sound, how could we account for the title being so rarely given to the kings of Wessex, and never to those of Mercia, both of whom were nevertheless in continual hostile contact with the Welsh, and of whom the former at least exercised sovereign rights over a numerous Welsh population dispersed throughout their dominions? Again, why should it have been given to successive kings of Northumberland, whose contact with the British aborigines, even as Picts, was not of any long continuance or great moment? Above all, why should it not have been given to Ethelfrid, who, as Beda tells us, was the most severe scourge the Celts had ever met with? But there are other serious difficulties arising from the nature of the military force, which on any one of the suppositions we are considering must have been placed at that war king's disposal. Is it, for example, conceivable that people whose military duty did not extend beyond the defence of their own frontiers, and who even then could only be brought into the field under the conduct of their own shire officers, would have marched away from home under a foreign king to form part of a mixed army. Still more, that the comitus of various princes, whose bond and duty were of the most strictly personal character, could have been mustered under the banner of a stranger. Yet all this must be assumed to have been usual and easy, if we admit the received opinions as to the Bretwalda. We should also be entitled to ask how it happened that Wulfhere, Ethelbald, Offa, Genewulf, the preeminently military kings of the Mercians, should have refrained from the use of a title so properly belonging to their preponderating power in England, and so useful in giving a legal and privileged authority to the measures of permanent aggrandizement which their resources enabled them to take. Another supposition that this dignity was in some way connected with the ecclesiastical establishment, the foundation of new bishoprics, or the presidency of the national synods, seems equally untenable. For in the first place there were Bretwaldas before the introduction of Christianity and the intervention of particular princes in the foundation of sees, without the limits of their own dominions, may be explained without having recourse to any such hypothesis. Again, the Church never agreed to any unity till the close of the 7th century under Theodore of Tarsus. And lastly, the presidency of the synods, which were generally held in Mercia, was almost exclusively in the hands of the Mercian princes till the Danes put an end to their kingdom, and yet those princes never bore the title at all. In point of fact, there was no such special title or special office, and the whole theory is constructed upon an insufficient and untenable basis. It will be readily admitted that the fancies of the Norman chroniclers may at once be passed over unnoticed. They are worth no more than the still later doctrines of Rapin and others, and rest upon nothing but their explanation of passages which we are equally at liberty to examine and test for ourselves. I mean the passages already alluded to from Beda and the Saxon Chronicle. Let us see, then, what Beda says upon this subject. He speaks thus of Ethelbert. In the year of our Lord's incarnation, 616, which is the 21st from that wherein Augustine and his comrades were dispatched to preach unto the race of the Angles, Ethelbert, the king of the men of Kent, after a temporal reign which he had held most gloriously for 56 years, entered the eternal joys of the heavenly kingdom, who was indeed but the third among the kings of the Angle race, who ruled over all the southern provinces, which are separated from those of the north by the river Humber and its contiguous boundaries, but the first of all who ascended to the kingdom of heaven. For the first of all who obtained the empire was Eli, king of the South Saxons. The second was Calin, king of the West Saxons, who in their tongue was called Coulin. The third, as I have said, was Ethelbert, king of the men of Kent. The fourth was Redvald, king of the East Anglians, who even during the life of Ethelbert obtained predominance for his nation. The fifth, Edduini, king of the race of Northumbrians, that is, the race which inhabits the northern district of the river Humber, presided with greater power over all the populations which dwell in Britain, Britons and Angles alike, save only the men of Kent. He also subdued to the empire of the Angles the Mervanian Isles, which lie between Ireland and Britain. The sixth, Oswald himself, that most Christian king of the Northumbrians, had rule with the same boundaries. The seventh, Ocu, his brother, having for some time governed his kingdom within nearly the same boundaries, for the most part subdued or reduced to a tributary condition the nations also of the Picts and Scots, who occupy the northern ends of Britain. Certainly it must be admitted that the exception of the men of Kent in the case of Edwini is a serious blow to the Bretwalda theory. I've used the word predominance to express the ducatus, or leadership of Beda, and it is clear that such a leadership is what he means to convey. But in all the cases which he has cited, it is equally clear from every part of his book that the fact was a merely accidental one, fully explained by the peculiar circumstances in every instance. It is invariably connected with conquest and preponderant military power. A successful battle, either against Celt or Saxon, by removing a dangerous neighbour or dissolving a threatening confederacy, placed greater means at the disposal of any one prince than could be turned against him by any other or combination of others. and he naturally assumed a right to dictate to them, iure belli, in all transactions where he chose to consider his own interests concerned. But all the facts in every case show that there was no concert, no regular dignity, and no regular means of obtaining it, that it was a mere fluctuating superiority, such as we may find in Hawaii, Tahiti, or New Zealand, due to success in war, and lost in turn by defeat. On the rout of Llywelyn, the second Bretwalda, by the Welsh, we learned that he was expelled from the throne and succeeded by Ceolwulf, who spent many years in struggles against Angles, Welsh, Scots, and Picts. According to Turner's and Lappenberg's theory, he was the very man to have been made Bretwalda, but we do not find this to have been the case, or that the dignity returned to the intervening Sussex. But Ethelbert of Kent, whose ambition had years before led him to measure his force against Ceolwulf, stepped into the vacant monarchy. The truth is that Ethelbert, who had husbanded his resources and was of all the Saxon kings the least exposed to danger from the Celtic populations, was enabled to impose his authority upon his brother kings and to make his own terms. And in a similar way, at a later period, it is clear that Redwald of East Anglia was enabled to deprive him of it. I therefore again conclude that this so-called Bretwaldedom was a mere accidental predominance. There is no peculiar function, duty, or privilege anywhere mentioned as appertaining to it, and when Beda describes Edwini of Northumberland proceeding with the Roman tufa or banner before him as an ensign of dignity, he does so in terms which show that it was not, as Palgrave seems to imagine, an ensign of imperial authority used by all Bretwaldas, but a peculiar and remarkable affectation of that particular prince. Before I leave this word Ducatus, I may call attention to the fact that Egbert, whom the Saxon Chronicle adds to the list given by Beda, has left some charters in which he also uses it, and that they are the only charters in which it does occur. From these it appears that he dated his reign 10 years earlier than his Ducatus, that is, that he was Rex in 802, but not Dux till 812. Now it is especially observable that in 812 he had not yet commenced that career of successful aggression against the other Saxon kingdoms which justified the chronicler in numbering him among those whom Camden and Rapin call the monarchs and Palgrave the emperors of Britain. He did not attack Mercia and subdue Kent till 825. In the same year he formed his alliance with East Anglia. Only in 829 did he ruin the power of Mercia and received the submission of the Northumbrians. But in the year 812 he did move an army against the Welsh, and remained for several months engaged in military operations within their frontier. There is every reason to think that the Ducatus of Egbert is only a record of those conquests over his British neighbours, which enabled him to turn his hand with such complete success against his Anglo-Saxon rivals, and thus that it has no reference to the expression used by Beda to express the factitious preponderance of one king over another. Let us now inquire to what the passage in the Saxon Chronicle amounts, which has put so many of our historians upon a wrong track by supplying them with the suspicious name Bretwalda. Speaking of Egbert, the chronicler says, "And the same year King Egbert overran the kingdom of the Mercians, and all that was south of the Humber, and he was the 8th king, who was Bretwalda." And then, after naming the 7 mentioned by Beda, and totally omitting all notice of the Mercian kings, he concludes the 8th was Egbert, the king of the West Saxons. Now it is somewhat remarkable that of 6 manuscripts in which this passage occurs, 1 only reads Bretwalda. Of the remaining 5, 4 have Breton Walda or Wielda, and 1 Breton Anwield, which is precisely synonymous with Britain Wilda. All the rules of orderly criticism would therefore compel us to look upon this as the right reading, and we are confirmed in so doing by finding that Ethelstan, in one of his charters, calls himself also Britain Wielda, Els Dices Irlandus, ruler or monarch of all this island. Now the true meaning of this word, which is compounded of Wielda, a ruler, and the adjective Britain, is totally unconnected with Bret or Bretwheel, the name of the British aborigines, the resemblance to which is merely accidental. Britain is derived from briotan, to distribute, to divide, to break into small portions, to disperse. It is a common prefix to words denoting wide or general dispersion, and when coupled with wielda means no more than an extensive, powerful king, a king whose power is widely extended. We must therefore give up the most attractive and seducing part of all this theory, the name which rests upon nothing but the passage in one manuscript of the Chronicle, and that far from equal to the rest in antiquity or correctness of language. And as for anything beyond the name, I again repeat that we are indebted for it to nothing but the ingenuity of modern scholars, deceived by what they fancied the name itself, that there is not the slightest evidence of a king exercising a central authority, and very little at any time of a combined action among the Saxons, and that it is quite as improbable that any Saxon king should ever have had a federal army to command, as it is certainly false that there ever was a general Witena Gemót for him to preside over. I must therefore in conclusion declare my disbelief as well in a college of kings as in an officer elected or otherwise appointed whom they considered as their head. The development of all the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms was of far too independent and fortuitous a character for us to assume any general concert among them, especially as that independence is manifested upon those points particularly where a central and combined action would have been most certain to show itself. But although I cannot admit the growth of an imperial power in any such way, I still believe the royal authority to have been greatly consolidated, and thereby extended before the close of the 6th century. It is impossible for a very long period to look upon the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms otherwise than as camps planted upon an enemy's territory, and not seldom in a state of mutual hostility. All had either originated in, or had at some period fallen into, a state of military organization in which the leaders are permitted to assume powers very inconsistent with the steady advance of popular liberty, and in the progress of their history events were continually recurring which favored the permanent establishment and consolidation of those powers. Upon all their western and northern frontiers lay ever watchful and dangerous Celtic populations, the cooperation of whose more inland brethren was always to be dreaded, and whose attacks were periodically renewed till very long after the preponderance of one crown over the rest was secured. Attacks only too often favored by the civil wars and internal struggles of the Germanic conquerors. Upon all the eastern coasts hovered swarms of daring adventurers, ready to put in practice upon the Saxons themselves the frightful lesson of piracy, which these had given the Roman world in the 3rd and 4th centuries, and ever welcomed by the Celtic inhabitants as the ministers of their own vengeance. The constant state of military preparation which was thus rendered necessary could have no other result than that of giving a vast preponderance to the warlike over the peaceful institutions, of raising the practised and well-armed comitus to a station yearly more and more important, of leading to the multiplication of fortresses with their royal castellans and stationary garrisons, nay, by constantly placing the freeman under martial law, and inuring them to the urgencies of military command, of finally breaking down the innate feeling and guarantees of freedom, and even of materially ruining the cultivator, all whose energy and all whose time were not too much, if a comfortable subsistence was to be wrung from the soil he owned. It is also necessary to bear in mind the power derived from forcible possession of lands from which the public enemy had been expelled, and which we may readily believe turned to the advantage, mostly if not exclusively, of the king and his nobles. No wonder, then, if at a very early period the mark organization, which contained within itself the seeds of its own decay, had begun to give way, and that a systematic commendation, as it was called, to the adjacent lords was beginning to take its place. To the operation of these natural causes we must refer the indisputable predominance established by a few superior kings before the end of the 6th century, not only over the numerous dynastic families which still remained scattered over the face of the country, but also over the freeholders in the Ga or Skier. To these, however, was added one of still greater moment, the introduction of Christianity in a settled form, which finally embraced the whole Saxon portion of the island, dates from the commencement of the 7th century, though not unknown to the various British tribes who had long been in communication with their fellow believers of Gaul, and according to some authorities of Rome. It had made but little progress among the German tribes, although a tendency to give it at least a tolerant hearing had for some time been making way among them. But in 595 Pope Gregory the Great determined upon giving effect to his scheme of a missionary expedition to Britain, which he had long revolved, had at one time determined to undertake in person, and had relinquished only as far as his own journey was concerned, in consequence of the opposition manifested by the inhabitants of Rome to his quitting the city. Having finally matured his plans, he selected a competent number of monks and ecclesiastics and dispatched them under the guidance of Augustine, with directions to found an episcopal church among the heathen Saxons. The progress and success of this missionary effort must not be treated of here. Suffice it to say that one by one the Teutonic kingdoms of the island accepted the new faith, and that before the close of the 1st century from the arrival of Augustine, the whole of German England was united into one church under a metropolitan, who accidentally was also a missionary from Rome. Strange would it have been had the maxims of law or rules of policy which these men brought with them been different from those which prevailed in the place from which they came. Roman feelings, Roman views and modes of judging, the traditions of the empire and the city, the legislation of the emperors and the popes, these were their sources both of opinion and action. The predominance of the kings must have appeared to them natural and salutary. The subordination of all men to their appointed rulers was even one of the doctrines of Christianity itself, as taught by the great apostle of the Gentiles and recommended by the example of the Saviour. But the consolidation and advancement of the royal authority, if they could only form a secure alliance with it, could not but favour their great object of spreading the gospel among populations otherwise dispersed and inaccessible. Hence it seems probable that all their efforts would be directed to the end which circumstances already favoured, and that the whole spiritual and temporal influence of the clergy would be thrown into the scale of monarchy. Moreover, the clergy supplied a new point of approach between our own and foreign courts, to say nothing of Rome, communication with which soon became close and frequent. Very shortly after their establishment here, we find an increased and increasing intercourse between our kings and those of Gaul. And this again offered an opportunity of becoming familiar with the views and opinions which had flowed, as it were, from the imperial city into the richest and happiest of her provinces. The strict Teutonic law of Virgilt they perhaps could not prevail to change, and to the last the king, like every other man, continued to have his price. But the power of the clergy is manifest even in the very first article of Ethelbert's law, and to it we in all probability owe the ultimate affixing of the penalty of death to the crime of high treason, a marvellous departure from the ancient rule. Taking all the facts of the case into account, we cannot but believe that the introduction of Christianity, which not only taught the necessity of obedience to lawful authority, but accustomed men to a more central and combined exercise of authority through the very spectacle of the episcopal system of itself, tended in no slight degree to perpetuate the new order which was gradually undermining and superseding the old mark organization, and thus finally brought England into the royal circle of European families. The chapters of the present book will be devoted to investigation of the institutions proper to this altered condition, to the officers by whom the government of the country was conducted from the 7th to the 11th centuries, and to the general social relations which thus arose. If in the course of our investigation it should appear that a gradual diminishing share of freedom remained to the people, yet must we bear in mind that the old organization was one which could not keep pace with the progress of human society, and that it was becoming daily less suited to the ends for which it first existed, that in this, as in all great changes, a compromise necessarily took place, and mutual sacrifices were required. After all, that we finally retained a great amount of rational and orderly liberty, full of the seeds of future development, and gained many of the advantages of Roman cultivation without paying too high a price for them in the loss of our nationality. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2, Part 1 of Saxons in England by John Mitchell Kemble. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Regalia, or Rights of Royalty. In the strict theory of the Anglo-Saxon constitution, the king was only one of the people, dependent upon their election for his royalty and upon their support for its maintenance. But he was nevertheless the noblest of the people and at the head of the state, as long as his reign was felt to be for the general good, the keystone and completion of the social arch. Accordingly, he was invested with various dignities and privileges, enabling him to exercise public functions necessary to the weal of the whole state, and to fill such a position in society as belonged to its chief magistrate. Although his life, like that of every other man, was assessed at a fixed price, the price of an etheling or person of royal blood, it was further guarded by an equal amount to be levied under the name of Cenobite. The price of his royalty and the true character of these distinctions is clear from the fact of the first sum belonging to the family, the second to the people. His personal rights or royalties consisted in the possession of large domains which went with the crown, which were his own property only while he reigned, and totally distinct from such private estates as he might purchase for himself. In short, his woods and forests, which the crown held under the guarantee and supervision of the Witena Gemót. Also in the right to receive naturalia, or voluntary contributions in kind from the freemen, which gradually became depraved into compulsory payments. Of these, the earliest mention is by Tacitus, who tells us that it was the custom, voluntarily and according to the power of the people, to present their princes with cattle and corn, which was not only a mark of honor, but a substantial means of support. And the annals of the Frankish kings abound with instances of these presentations, which generally took place at the great meetings of the people or Campus Martius. His further privileges consisted in the right to receive a portion of the fines payable for various offences and the confiscation of offenders' estates and chattels, in various distinctions of dress, dwelling, and the like, above all in the maintenance of a standing army of comrades, called at a late period huscarls, or household troops. It was for him to call together the Witena, Gemót, or Great Council of the realm, whenever occasion demanded, and to lay before them propositions touching the general welfare of the state, in concurrence also with them to extend or amend the existing legislation. At the same time, I do not find that he possessed the power of dismissing these councillors when he thought he had had enough of their advice, or of preventing them from meeting without his special summons, in which two rights, when injudiciously exercised, the historian finds the key to the downfall of so many monarchies. As general conservator of the public peace, both against foreign and domestic disturbers, the king could call out the fyrd, an armed levy or militia of the freemen, proclaim his peace upon the high roads, and exact the cumulative fines by which the breach of it was punished. He was also the proper guardian of the coinage, and in some respects the fountain of justice, seeing that he might be resorted to if justice could not be obtained elsewhere. We may also look upon him as, at least to a certain degree, the fountain of honour, since he could promote his comrades, thanes, or ministers to higher rank, or to posts of dignity and power. All these various rights and privileges he possessed and exercised by and with the advice, consent, and license of his Witena, Gemót, or Parliament. It is desirable to consider the various details connected with this subject in succession, and to illustrate them by examples from Anglo-Saxon authorities. Although under a Christian dispensation the king could no longer be considered as appertaining to a family exclusively divine, yet the old national tradition still aided in securing to him the highest personal position in the Commonwealth. He had a virgilt indeed, but it far exceeded that of any other class, nor was it in this alone that his paramount dignity was recognized, but in the comparative amount of the fines levied for offences against himself, his dependents, or his property. And as the principle of all Teutonic law is, that the amount of bote or compensation shall vary directly with the dignity of the party least, the high tariff appointed for royalty is evidence that the king really stood at the summit of the social order, and was the first in rank and honour, whatever he may have been in power. This is equally apparent in the earliest law, that of Ethelbert, as in Edward the Confessor's, the latest. Thus, if he called his lay Oda, Fidelis, or Thanes to him, and they were injured on the way, a compensation double the ordinary amount could be exacted, and in addition a fine of 50 shillings to the king. And so likewise, if he honoured a subject by drinking at his house, all offences then and there committed were punishable by a double fine. Theft from him bore a 9-fold, from a churl or free man only a 3-fold compensation. His manhood or protection was valued at 50 shillings, that of an earl and churl at 12 and 6 respectively. This applied to the cases where a man slew another in the king's ton, the earl's ton, or the churl's eador, and to the dishonour of his maiden serf, which involved a fine of 50 shillings, while the churl's female cupbearer was protected only to the amount of 12, the churl's to that of 6 shillings. His messenger or armourer, if by chance they were guilty of manslaughter, could only be sued for a mitigated virguilt, by which they, though probably unfree, were placed upon a footing of equality with the free man. His word, like that of a bishop, was to be incontrovertible, that is, no oath could be tendered to rebut it. He that fought in the king's hall, if taken in the act, was liable to the punishment of death, or such doom as the king should decree. The king's brice, or violence, done to his dwelling, was valued at 120 shillings, an archbishop's at 90, a bishop's or ealdorman's at 60, a 12-hind man's at 30, a 6-hind at 15, but a churl's or free man's only at 5. And these sums were to be doubled if the militia was on foot. His brice, or breach of surety, and his manhood or protection were raised by Alfred to £5, while the archbishop's was valued at 3, the bishop's or ealdorman's at £2. He could give sanctuary to offenders for 9 days, and peculiar privileges of the same kind were extended to those monasteries which were subject to his farm or pastis. His geniat or comrade, if of the noble class, could swear for 60 hides of land. His horse wheel, the Briton employed in his stables, was placed on an equal footing with the free man at a weirgilt of 200 shillings, and even his godson had a particular protection. Lastly, high treason by compassing the king's death, harbouring of exiles, or of the king's rebellious dependents, was made liable to the punishment of death. The political position of the king at the head of the state was secured by an oath of allegiance taken to him by all subjects of the age of 12 years, the legal period of majority among the Germans. For public purposes, in this capacity, he appointed the Ealdorman in the shires, the Geréfa in the various districts or towns, summoned his Witena, and named the members of their body. In this capacity, he was empowered to inflict fines upon the public officers and even private individuals for such neglect of duty as endangered the public interests. These fines were paid under the title of the king's overherness, literally his disobedience. Thus, if a man, when summoned, refused to attend the Gemót, if a Geréfa refused to do justice when called upon, or to put the law in execution against offenders, and in other similar cases where the whole framework of society requires the existence of a central support, having power to hold its scattered elements together and in their places. The maintenance of the public peace is the first duty of the king, and he is accordingly empowered to levy fines for all illegal breaches of it, by offences against life, property, or honour. In very grave cases of continued guilt, he is even entrusted with the right of banishing and outlawing offenders whose wealth and family connections seem to place them beyond the reach of ordinary jurisdictions. Where the course of private war is to be settled by the legal compensations, it is the king's peace which is established between the contending parties, the relatives and advocates of the slayer and the slain. And in accordance with these principles, we find the king's peace peculiarly proclaimed upon the great roads, which are the highways of commerce and means of internal communication, and the navigable streams by which cities and towns are supplied with the necessary food for their inhabitants. And hence also he was allowed to proclaim his peace over all the land at certain times and seasons, as for 8 days at his coronation, and the same space of time at Christmas, Easter, and Whitsuntide. He might also, either by his hand or writ, give the privileges of his peace to estates which would otherwise not have possessed it, and thus place them upon the same footing of protection as his own private residences. The great divisions of the country, that is, the shires, could only be determined by the central power. It is therefore provided that these shall be in the especial right of the king. And to the end of maintaining peace, it appears to me that the king must also have been the authority to whom, at least in theory, it was left to settle the boundaries even of private estate, which on the conversion of fold-land into boke-land he did, generally by his officers, but sometimes in person. But the great machinery for keeping peace between man and man is the establishment of courts of justice, and a system by which each man can have law by the consent and with the cooperation of his neighbors, without finding it necessary to arm in his own defense. It has been shown in the first book that such means did exist in the Mark and Ga courts, and that for nearly all the purposes of society it is sufficient and advisable that justice should be done within the limits and by the authority of the free men. A centralized system, however, brings modifications with it, even into the administration of justice. If, as I believe, the original king was a judge who superinduced the warlike upon his peaceful functions, we can easily see how, with the growth of the monarchy, the judicial authority of the king should become extended. I cannot doubt that in the historical times of the Anglosaxons the king was the fountain of justice, by which expression I certainly do not mean that every suit must be commenced in one of the superior courts or by an original writ issuing out of the royal chancery, but that the king was looked upon as the authority by whom the judges were supported and upheld, who was to be appealed to if no justice could be got elsewhere, and who had the power to punish malversation in its administration by his officers. We may leave the tale of Alfred's hanging the unjust judges to the same voracious chapter of history as records his invention of trial by jury, but it is obvious from the words of his biographer that he assumed some right to direct them in the exercise of their functions. He there appears not to have waited until complaints were made of their maladministration, but to have adopted the Frankish and Roman custom of dispatching missi or royal commissioners into the provinces subject to his rule, in order to keep a proper check upon the proceedings of the public officers of justice. Asser says, and I record his words with the highest respect and admiration of Alfred's real and great deserts, that he investigated with great sagacity the judgments given throughout almost all his region, which had been delivered when he was not present, as to what had been their character, whether they were just or unjust. And if he detected any injustice in such judgments, he, either in person or by people, in his confidence mildly inquired why the judges had given such unjust decisions, whether through ignorance or through malversation of another kind, as fear or favour or hope of gain. And then, if the judges admitted that they had so decided because they knew no better in the premises, he would gently and moderately correct their ignorance and folly, and say, I marvel at your insolence, who by God's gift and mine have taken upon yourselves the ministry and rank of wise men, but have neglected the study and labour of wisdom. Now it is my command that ye either give up at once the administration of those secular powers which ye enjoy, or pay a much more devoted attention to the studies of wisdom. A certain pedantry is obvious enough in all this story, which, taken literally under the circumstances of the time, is merely childish. Still is Asser, though he may not entirely represent the facts of this period in their true Germanic sense, does very likely represent some of the king's private wishes and opinions. This, among other passages, may serve to show why, in spite of his great merits, Alfred once in his life had not a man to trust in his realm. Let us look at the matter a little more closely. In the many kingdoms and districts which by conquest or inheritance came under the West Saxon rule, various customary laws had prevailed. It is very natural that judgments given in accordance with these customs should often appear inconsistent and discordant to a body of men collected from different parts of the realm. Asser is therefore very probably in the right when he says, the nobles and non-nobles alike were frequently at variance in the meetings of the comites and praepositi, that is, in the Witena Gemóts, so that scarcely any one would admit the decisions of the comites and praepositi, that is, in the shire hundred and Gemót, to be correct. But it is also probable that he misstates or overstates the extent of the royal power when he continues, but Alfred, who for his own part knew that some injustice arose thereby, was not very willing to meddle with the decision of this judge or that, although he was compelled thereunto both by force of law and by stipulation. For in fact the king was the authority to be resorted to in the last instance, not because he could introduce a system of jurisprudence founded upon Roman decretals or Alaric's breviary, which his favourite advisers would probably have liked much better than his ealdormen, prefects, and people, but because he could lend the aid of the state to enforce the judgments of the several courts, or even compel the courts to give judgment by reason of the central power which he wielded as king. As long, however, as the courts themselves were willing to decide causes brought before them, which the people assembled in the Gemóts did, under the presidency and direction of the customary officers, the king had no right to interfere, and even to appeal to the king until justice had been actually denied in the proper quarter was an offence under the Saxon law, punishable by fine. In short, under that law, the people were themselves the judges and helped the Geréfa to find the judgment, be the court what it might be. The king's authority could give no more than power to execute the sentence. It is remarkable enough that while Asser speaks of the instruction and correction which Alfred administered to his judges, he does not even insinuate that their decisions were reversed, a fact perfectly intelligible when we bear in mind that these decisions were not those of judges in our sense of the word, and as the mirror plainly understood them, but of the people in their own courts, finding the judgment according to customary law. It would have been a very different case had the courts been the king's courts, and in those where the class called king's thanes stood to write either before the king himself or the king's Geréfa. It is possible that Alfred may have interfered. This he had full right to do, inasmuch as these thanes were exclusively his own sokemen, and must take such law as he chose to give them. Indeed, the word of Asser seemed irreconcilable with the general state of the law in Alfred's time only, on the supposition that he refers to these royal courts or Feningmanna Gemót, for the king could never have been expected to be present at every shire or 100 mote, and yet Asser says he diligently investigated such judgments as were given when he was not present, almost all over his region. This only becomes probable when confined to the administration of justice in the several counties in his own royal courts, and by his own royal reeves, in whose method of proceeding he was at liberty to introduce much more extensive alterations at pleasure than he could have done in the customary law of the shires or other districts. If, however, justice was entirely denied in the shire or 100, then in Uri imperii the king had the power of interfering, and as it seems clear that such a case could only arise from the influence of some great officer being exerted to prevent the due course of law, it follows that the only remedy would lie in the king's power to repress him, either by removing him from his office, if one derived from the crown, or iuri belli, putting him down as a nuisance to the realm. In the later times of the Anglo-Saxon monarchy, a more immediate interference of the king in the administration of justice is discernible. It consists in what might be called the commendation of suits to the notice of the proper courts, and this, which was done by means of a writ or insigil, probably at first took place only in the case where a sokeman of the king was impleaded in the shire moot touching property subject to its jurisdiction, in fact where one party was a free landowner, the other in the king's service, or saken, where of course the first would not stand to write in the royal courts, but before his peers in the shire or 100. There is no mention in the laws of the insigil or breve, but the charters give some evidence of what has been averred in a very important record of the time of Ethelred, 990 to 995. These words occur: "This writing showeth how Winflade led her witness at Wolfamere before King Ethelred, now that was Sigarek the archbishop, and Ordbright the bishop, and Elfric the ealdorman, and Elfrith the king's mother, and they all bore witness that Elfric gave Winfled the land at Hacca Burnham, and at Bradenfelde in exchange for the land at Decet. Then at once the king sent by the archbishop and them that bore witness with him to Leofwine, and informed him of this. But he would consent to nothing but that the matter should be brought before the shire moot, and this was done. Then the king sent by Elfhere the abbot his insigil to the Gemót at Cowicamelschlaw, and greeted all the Witan who were there assembled, that is, Ethel, Sig the bishop, and Eschwig the bishop, and Elfric the abbot, and all the shire, and bade them arbitrate between Leofwine and Winfled, as to them should seem most just. There can be no mistake about the fact, but it does not amount to a proof that the cause could not have been settled without this formality. Both parties to it were of the highest rank, but if the king's arbitration were refused, the title to the land at Bradfield could legally be tried only in the county of Berkshire in which it lay. Something similar may have been intended by the notice which occurs in the record of another shire, Gemót, held about 1038 at Eglnothus Stan in Herefordshire, where it is said that Tofig Pruda came thither on the king's errand. Pardon. When judgment was pronounced, it appears that in certain cases at least the king possessed the power to stay execution and pardon the offender, an exertion of the royal prerogative which one feels pleasure in thus referring to so ancient a period. The necessary evidence is supplied in many passages of the laws. Escheat and forfeiture. As the royal power became consolidated and the great struggle between centralization and local independence assumed the new form of offences against the state, the nature of punishments became somewhat changed. The old pecuniary fines were found insufficient to repress disorder, and forfeiture to the king was resorted to as a measure of increased severity. The laws proclaimed this in the case of various breaches of the public peace. In treason, Alfred's Witan decreed not only the punishment of death, but also confiscation of all the possessions, in addition to the capital penalty which was incurred by fighting in the king's house. Forfeiture of all the chattels was decreed by Eine. If a lord maintained and abetted a notorious thief, he was to forfeit all he had, and if he neglected the fines provided and would break the public peace either by thieving or supporting thieves, it was provided that the public authorities should ride to him, that is, make war upon him, and despoil him of all he had, whereof half was to go to the king, half to the persons who took part in the expedition. But the charters supplied numerous instances of forfeiture in consequence of crime, where the Boklans as well as the chattels are seized into the king's hand, though in the case of Folkland it is possible that the king could not claim the forfeiture without a positive grant of the Witan. About 900 Helmstan having been guilty of theft, Ian Wolf, the king's Geréfa at Tisbury, seized all his chattels to the king's hand. He held only Lenland, and that could not be forfeited by him, but the words made use of show that had it been his own Bokeland, it would not have escaped. We have an instance of a thane forfeiting lands to the king for adultery, although he only held them on lease from the Bishop of Winchester, and in like manner a lady was deprived of her estate for incontinence. In 966 the Bishop of Worcester, having obtained judgment and damages against a lady for forcibly entering upon his lands, Rhea Flack, the Sheriff of Kent, seized her manors of Falkham and Bromley, all her possessions being forfeited to the king. Lastly, in various instances of theft, treason, and maintenance of ill-doers, we learn that their lands were forfeited to the king. In a case of intestacy, where there were no legal heirs, the king was allowed to enter upon the lands of Burghard, probably because he had been a royal Geréfa. And in the 9th century, Wulfhere, an Ealdorman, having deserted his duchy, his country, and his lord, without license, his lands were adjudged as forfeit to the king. It would seem, however, that the mere neglect to cultivate or inhabit the land involved its confiscation to the king's hand, which may have been confined to Folkland. Fines. It is hardly necessary to enter into any great detail respecting the fines which were imposed for various offences against the state, and which were levied by the public officers to the king's use. The laws abound with examples. It may in general be concluded that the proceeds were nearly absorbed by the cost of collection, and that little remained to the king when the portions of the Ealdorman and Geréfa had been deducted. But still these fines require a particular notice, because they are especially enumerated by Canute among the rights of his crown. He says, these are the rights which the king enjoys over all men in Wessex, that is, Mundbrice and Hamsachna, For, Steel, Flamena, Fermouth, and Fridwhite, unless he will more amply honour any one and concede to him this worship. In Mercia he declares himself entitled to the same rights, and also by the Danish law that is in Northumberland and East Anglia, with the addition of fit white and the fine for harbouring persons out of the frith or public peace. These evidently belonged to him in his character of conservator of that peace. Mund Bryce is breach of his own protection. Hamsaken is an aggravated assault upon a private dwelling. 4 steal here, the maintenance of criminals, and interference to prevent the course of justice. Lymena, Firmith, the comforting and supporting of outlaws or fugitives. Frid White, the penalty for neglecting to attend or for deserting the armed levy when duly proclaimed. Fish White is the penalty for making private war. These regalia he could grant to a subject if such were his pleasure, but they are far from exhausting the catalogue of his rights. He possessed many others which were either honourable or profitable, and were by him alienated in favour of his lay or clerical favourites. Treasure trove. The first of these is treasure trove, which was in all probability of considerable importance and value. It is designated in Anglo-Saxon charters by the words Aela, Hortus, Bufan, etc., and frequently occurs in the grants to monastic houses. In very early and heathen periods, various causes combined to render the burial of treasure common. It was a point of honour to carry as much wealth with one from this world to the next as possible, and it was a recognized duty of the comitus and household of a chief to sacrifice at his funeral whatever valuable chattels they might have gained in his service. We may infer from Beowulf that a portion at least of the treasure he gained by his fatal combat with the fire-drake was to accompany him in the tomb. Some of it was to be burnt with his body, but some, according to the practice of the pagan North, to be buried in the mound raised over his ashes. They put into the mound rings and bright gems. They let earth hold the gains of noble men, gold in the dust, where it doth yet remain, useless to men, even as before it was. When we consider the truly extraordinary number of mounds or heathen burial places which are mentioned in the boundaries of Saxon charters, we cannot doubt that large quantities of the precious metals were thus committed to the earth. To this superstitious cause others of a more practical nature were added. In all countries where, from want of commerce and convenient internal communication, or from general insecurity, there is no profitable investment for capital, hoarding is largely resorted to by those who may chance to become possessed of articles of value. We need go no further than Ireland or France for an example, where one of the most striking signs of the prevalent barbarism is the concealment of specie and plate, often underground. And in case of sudden invasion, especially by enemies who had not the habit of sparing religious houses, the earth may have been resorted to as the safest depository of treasure which it was impossible to transport. William of Malmesbury attributes to the fears of the Britons the accumulations which he says were frequently discovered in his own day, and there can be little doubt that this, even among the Saxons, tended to increase the quantity of gold and silver withdrawn from general use. It may have been partly the conviction of the mischief resulting to society from this habit, by which gold was made, that caused the very frequent and strong expression of blame which we find in Anglo-Saxon works applied to those who bury treasure, and apparently also to treasure hunters. It may be that it was thought impious to violate even the heathen sanctuary of the dead. At all events, the popular belief was encouraged that buried treasure was guarded by spells, watched by dragons, and loaded with a curse which would cleave forever to the discoverer. Hidden gold is in fact always represented as heathen gold, which we may readily suppose could only be purified from its mischievous qualities by passing through the hands of the universal purifiers of such cases, the clergy. Strictly, however, the king was the proper owner of all treasure trove, and where the lord of a manor obtained the right to appropriate it to himself, it could only be by grant from the representative of the whole state. Probably the sovereigns were not quite so superstitious as the bulk of their subjects, and certainly they were much better able to defend their own rights than the simple landowners in the rural districts. Still, in a very great number of cases, they granted away their privilege, probably finding it easier and more profitable to give it up to those who would have used it without a grant than to undergo the trouble of detecting and punishing them for taking it unpermitted into their own hands. Pastus or convenium caningus fiorum. One of the royal duties was to make in person or by deputy periodical journeys through the country, progresses, in the course of which the king visited different districts, proclaimed his peace, confirmed the rights and privileges of the freemen or free communities, and heard complaints against the officers of the executive, if such had arisen during the exercise of their functions. This, which on its first occurrence immediately after his election was known in Germany by the name of the Einritt Insland, or Landbereisung, was probably connected with the principle of the king's being the proper guardian of the boundaries, and in the period when the people had lost the power of electing their king at a general meeting, it may have served the purpose of giving them an opportunity of becoming acquainted with the person of their ruler. It is difficult to say when the system of progresses entirely ceased, but there can be no doubt that it subsisted in one form or another till a very late period in England. Under the Anglo-Saxon law, it was by no means a matter of amusement or caprice, but of positive duty on the part of the king, and royalty in ire was a necessary condition of a state of society which would have rejected as a ludicrous tyranny the pretension of any one city to be the central deposit of all the powers and machinery of government. The kings of the Merovingian race in France, who probably retained something of an old priestly character, made these circuits in the celebrated chariot drawn by oxen, which later and ill-informed writers have imagined was a sign of their degradation instead of their dignity. Of this particular part of the ceremony no trace remains in England, and it is probable that, as occasion served, the king either rode on horseback, circumnavigated, or was towed or rode along the navigable rivers. On these occasions particularly he had a right to claim harbour and refection for himself and a certain number of his suite in various places, principally religious houses. These claims, which answer in many respects to the procuratio of the ecclesiastical law, were gradually extended so as to include the royal commissioners or missi, and in many cases became a fixed charge upon the lands, whether the king actually visited them or not. Very many of the charters granted to monasteries record the exemption from them, purchased at a heavy price by prelates from his avarice or piety, and as the king himself gradually ceased to undertake these distant and fatiguing expeditions, and entrusted to his special messengers the task of seeing and hearing for him, so they in time established a claim to harbourage and reception in the same places. This was extended to all public officers going on the king's affairs, called Anglosaxon, feasting men, reda, fasting, and the like, to all messengers dispatched on the public service from one kingdom to another, while there were several kingdoms, and very probably to those who carried communications from the Ealdorman to the king, when one rule comprehended all the several districts. And not only for those who travelled on important affairs of state, and who were very often persons of high birth and distinguished station, but even for certain servants of the royal household were these claims enforced. The huntsmen, stable-keepers, and falconers of the court could demand bed and board in the monasteries, where they were often unwelcome guests enough, and this royal right, no doubt frequently used by the ealdorman or sheriff as an engine of oppression, was also bought off at very high prices. Palfreys. Somewhat allied to this was the king's right to claim the service of horses or palfreys for the carriage of effects from one royal ville to another, and for the furtherance of his messengers or the public servants. This, which in Hungary still subsists under the name of vorspan, was a heavy burthen, as it tended to withdraw horses from agricultural labour at the moment when they were most wanted, and it is to be feared that they were on this pretext only too often taken from the harvesting of the bishop or abbot, and his tenants to secure that of the ealdorman. This, therefore, is frequently compounded for at a dear rate under the expression of freedom. Regalia, another right which the king claimed, was that of having proper watch set over him when he came into a district. This, called vigilia and custodia in the Latin authorities, is the Heathendom or headword of the Saxons. It extended also to the guard kept for him on his hunting excursions, and coupled with it was his claim to the assistance of a certain number of men in the hunt itself, either as beaters or managers of the nets in which deer were taken. Seaweird or coast guard was also a royal right, performed by the tenants of those landowners whose estates lay contiguous to the sea. The miserable condition to which England was frequently reduced by the systematic incursions of Scandinavian invaders rendered this a very important duty, even in spite of the efforts of successive kings who early comprehended the destinies of this nation and entrusted her defence to maritime armaments. It seems probable that various ports on the coast of Kent and Norfolk may have been particularly charged with this burthen, and that the Batsecarlis or shipmasters were held bound to supply craft on emergencies, or even for a regular system of patrolling. In this may have lain the foundation of the privileges enjoyed by the Cinque Ports and similar coast towns even before the Norman conquest. Edificatio. It was further a royal right to claim the aid even of the freemen towards building and fencing the residence or fortress of the king. A certain amount of personal labor was thus demanded of them, in analogy with the trinota necessitas, from which no estate could possibly be relieved. This kind of corvée was no doubt performed by tenants whom the landowners settled on their estates, but really was due from the landowners themselves, except where their estates of Bokeland had been expressly freed from the royal burthens. Where the royal vill was also a district fortification, not even this general exception relieved the Bokelands, fortifications being especially reserved in every charter, as well as building and repair of bridges. Wreck. Doubts have been started upon the subject of wreck, which do not appear well founded. It is true that circumstances of suspicion attached to the documents upon which the arguments pro and con were based in the time of Selden, but we are now in possession of further evidence of a nature to remove all difficulty. I have no hesitation in including wreck, both jetsam and flotsam, among the regalia, which were granted not only to ecclesiastical corporations, but even to private landowners. The history of Ramsay states that Edward the Confessor, whereby he might show a profitable love to the place, bestowed upon it ringstead with the adjacent liberty, and all that the sea cast up, which is called wreck. We have yet the charter by which this grant is supposed to have been made, and it is very explicit upon the subject. After conveying lands and other possessions in Huntingdonshire, he proceeds to give several places tenements or rents on the coast of Norfolk and the Wash, at Wells and Branchester, etc. Now, although the authenticity of this charter in its present form may be open to question, this fact does not of itself justify us in at once concluding against the privilege claimed under it. On the other hand, the recognized right of the king throughout the Norman times and the total absence of any opposition to its exercise are prima facie evidence of its having resided in the crown before the conquest. Naufragium and algarium maris are distinctly stated to be rights of the crown in the laws of Henry I, and we can give examples from other Saxon charters whose genuineness is beyond dispute. The Saxon Chronicle, under the date 1029, records a grant made by Canute to Christchurch, Canterbury, of the haven of Sandwich. The passage is defective, but enough of it remains to prove that it refers to an original document, of which very early copies are still in our possession. Edward the Confessor furnishes us with still further evidence in a writ addressed by him to Elfwold, Bishop of Sherborne, Earl Harold, and Elfrith, the Sheriff of Dorsetshire. He says, Edward the King greets well Bishop of Elfwold, Earl Harold, Alfred the Sheriff, and all my thanes in Dorsetshire, and I tell you that Irk, my huscarl, is to have his strand over against his own land, freely and well throughout, up from sea and out on sea, and whatsoever may be driven to his strand by my full command. In this, as in many other cases, the principle seems to be that that which has no ostensible owner is the property of the state, or of the king as its representative, and hence in the later construction of the law of wreck, it was necessary that an absolute abandonment should have taken place before wreck could be claimed. If there were life on board, even a dog, cat, or lower animal, there could legally be no wreck, and this provision of the law has very often led to the perpetration of the most savage murders, as a precaution lest any living creature, by reaching the strand, should defeat the avarice of its barbarous owners. From the little evidence we can now recover of the Saxon practice, this limitation does not appear to have existed. Mint, the coinage, has always in every country been numbered among the regalia, and this land appears to make no exception, although the Witena Gemót, in conjunction with the king, exercise a general superintendence over this most important branch of the public affairs, still certain details remain which belong to the king exclusively. The number of moneyers generally in the various localities, the necessity of having one standard over all the realm, the penalties for unfaithful discharge of the moneyer's duty or for fraudulently imitating the money of the state, and similar enactments might be determined by the great council of the realm. But the coin bore the image and superscription of the king. He received a description of seigneurage upon delivery of the dies, and he changed the coin when it seemed to require renovation or improvement. Thus we learned that Edgar called in the old and issued a new coinage in the year 975 because it had become so clipped as to fall far short of the standard weight. And in the Doomsday record, the dues payable to the king on each change of die are noticed. It seems clear that this royal right had been assumed by private individuals or granted to them, like other royalties previous to the time of Ethelred. That prince enacted not only that there should be no moneyers beside the kings, but also that their number should be altogether diminished, by which we may suppose that it was his intention to do away with the mints which the bishops had before possessed legally in various towns, and which from the passages cited out of Doomsday Book evidently continued to subsist in spite of the provisions of the Council of Wantage. But if the coins themselves are to be trusted, we may conclude that on some occasions this right had been granted by the crowns to others than the clergy. One piece still bears the name and head of Kennethryth, probably Offa's queen, and another with the impress of Heribert was probably coined by a Kentish duke. Both these cases, which are in themselves doubtful, are 100 years earlier than Ethelred's law above quoted. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Chapter 2, Part 2 of Saxons in England by John Mitchell Kemble. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Regalia, or Rights of Royalty. Mines and minerals are also among the regalia of a German king, and were so in England. The cases which principally come under our observation in the charters are salt works and lead mines, but in a document of the year 689, which, however, is not totally free from suspicion, Osu Ini of Kent grants to Rochester a ploughland at Lyming in Kent, in which he says there is a mine of iron. In 716, Ethelbald of Mercia granted certain salt works near the river Salwarp at Lutwyck in Worcestershire, in exchange, however, for others to the north of the river. In the same year he granted a hide of land in Saltwick to Evesham. In 732, Ethelbert of Kent gave Abbot Dunn a quarter of a ploughland at Lyming, where there were salt works, that is, evaporating pans, and added to it a grant of 100 loads of wood per annum necessary to the operation. In 738, Edbert of Kent includes salt works in a grant to Rochester, and similarly in 812, 814, Kenilworth in grants to Canterbury. In 833, Egbert gave salt works in Kent and 120 loads of wood from the Weald of Andred to support the fires. 3 years later, Wiglaf of Mercia confirmed the liberties of Hanbury in Worcestershire with all its possessions, including salt wells and lead works. In 863, Ethelbert granted salt works in Kent to Ethelred, with 4 wagons going for 6 weeks into the royal forest. In 938, Ethelstan gave to Tanton 3 hides of land and salt pans. The king, in all these cases, had possessed a right to levy certain dues at the pans or the pit's mouth, upon the wagons as they stood, and upon the load being placed in them. These dues were respectively called the wainskilling and seam pending, literally wains shilling and load penny, and were entirely independent of the rent which might be reserved by the landlord for the use of the ground, whether he were the king or a private person. And immunity from these dues might also be granted by the crown, and was so granted. In 884, Ethelred, Duke of Mercia, who acted as a viceroy in that new portion of Alfred's kingdom, and exercised therein all the royal rights as fully as any king did in his own territories, gave Ethelwulf 5 hides at Humbleton, and license to have 6 salt pans, free from all the dues of king, duke, or public officer, but still reserving the rights of the landlord. But the same prince, about the same period, when conferring various royalties upon the Cathedral of Worcester, retained the king's dues at the pans and salt wick. The peculiar qualities of salt, which make it a necessary of life to man, have always given a special character to the springs and soils which contain it. The pagan Germans considered the salt springs holy, and waged wars of extermination for their possession, and it is not improbable that they may generally have belonged to the exclusive property of the priesthood. If so, we can readily understand how, upon the introduction of Christianity, they would naturally pass into the hands of the king, and this seems to throw light upon the origin of this royalty, which Eichhorn himself looks upon as difficult of explanation. Many of the royal rights were unquestionably inherited from the pagan priesthood. Market. The grant of a market with power to levy tolls and exercise the police therein was also a royalty in the period of the consolidated monarchy, and to this head may be added the right to keep a private beam or steel yard, true tina or trone, yard measure, and bushel. Of these the charters supply examples. The last named rights were purchased in 857 by Bishop Alhun of Worcester from Bugrid, who, as king of Mercia, disposed of them to him with a small plot of land in London. The price paid was 60 shillings or £1 to Kelmund, the owner of the land, a like sum to the king, and an annual rent of 12 shillings to the latter. 32 years later, Alfred and Ethelred of Mercia gave another small plot in the same city to Werfrith, also Bishop of Worcester. He was to have a steel yard and a measure, both for buying and selling, or for his own private use, and if any of his people dealt in the street or on the bank where the sales took place, the king was to have his toll, but if the bargain was struck within the bishop's curtis, he was to have the toll. In 904, Edward gave a market in Taunton to the Bishop of Winchester, with the toll therefrom arising by the name of festoons kipping, and a few years earlier Ethelred of Mercia granted half the market dues and fines at Worcester to the bishop of that city. The Frankish emperors possessed and exercised the same right. The strict law of the Anglosaxons, which treated all strangers with harshness, was unfavourable to the chapmen or pedlars, who in thinly peopled countries are relied upon to bring markets home to every one's door, and it must be admitted that where internal communication is yet imperfect, stringent measures are necessary to guard against the disposal of goods improperly obtained. The details of these measures belong to another part of this work, but it is necessary to call attention here to the endeavour on the part of the authorities to confine all bargaining as much as possible to towns and walled places. The small tolls payable on these occasions to the proper officers were a reasonable sacrifice for the sake of a certificate of fair dealing, and the assured warranty of what the Saxon law calls unlying witnesses. The king, as general conservator of the peace, had this royalty, and as we have seen, granted it in various towns to those who would be able and willing to perform the duties which it implied. Toll. Closely connected with this are tolls, which here, as well as in Germany, the king claimed in harbours and upon transport by roads and by navigable streams, and which he either remitted altogether in favour of certain favoured persons or empowered them to take, thus in the first instance creating for them a commercial monopoly of the greatest value by enabling them to enter the market on terms of advantage. As early as the 8th century we find Ethelbald of Mercia granting to a monastery in Thanet exemption from toll throughout his kingdom for the one ship of burthen, remitting to Milred, Bishop of Worcester, the dues upon 2 ships payable in the port of London, and to the Bishop of Rochester the toll of 1 ship, whether his own or another's, in the same port, and the grant to St. Mildthryth in Thanet was confirmed for himself and increased by Edbert of Kent in 761, and extended to London, Forwick, and Surrey, and if the actual ship to which this privilege was attached should become unseaworthy through age or perish by shipwreck, a new one was to receive the same favour. A common privilege in charters of liberties is toll, but this probably refers rather to a right of taking it upon sails within the jurisdiction than properly to dues levied on transport. Such, however, are occasionally mentioned as matter of grant. Edmund Erencita, conveying lands which had belonged to Sigfirth, whose widow he had married, includes toll upon water carriage among his rights. Canute gave the harbour and tolls of Sandwich to Christchurch, Canterbury, together with a ferry. This right under Harold Haranfote was attempted to be interfered with by the abbot of St. Augustine's, and who even at last went so far as to dig a canal in order to divert the channel of trade. But the monks of Christchurch nevertheless succeeded in retaining their property. These examples, although not very numerous, are sufficient to show that the Anglo-Saxon kings fully possessed the right of levying and granting toll, as well as exemption from its payment, and they are sufficiently confirmed by Doomsday and the laws of the kings themselves. Forest, it may be doubted whether the right of forest was at any time carried among the Saxons to the extent which made it so hateful a means of oppression under the Norman kings, but there can be no question that it was one of the royalties. In every part of Germany the banum foresti, or forest ban, was so, and even to this day is as much an object of popular dislike in some districts as it ever was among our forefathers. In countries which depend much upon the immediate produce of the soil for support, hunting is not a mere amusement to be purchased or rented by the rich as a luxury, but a very necessary means of increasing the supply of food. And where coal mines have not been worked, the forest alone or the turf heap can furnish the means of securing warmth, as indispensable a necessity of life as bread or flesh. We have seen, moreover, that it was essential to the comfort of a Saxon family to possess a right of masting cattle in the neighbouring woods. In the original division of the lands, large tracts of forest may have fallen to the king's share, which he could dispose of as his private property. Much of the folkland also may have been covered with wood, and here and there may have lain sacred groves not included within the limits of any community. It is not unreasonable to suppose that all these were gradually brought under the immediate influence and authority of the king, and that when once the royal power had so far advanced as to reduce the skyr Geréfa to the condition of a crown officer, the shire marks or forests would also become subject to the royal ban. That very considerable forest rights still continue to subsist in the hands of the freemen in their communities may be admitted, and is evidence of the firm foundation for popular liberty which the old mark organization laid. But even in these the possession was not left totally undisturbed, and the public officers, the king, Ealdorman, and Geréfa, appear to have gradually made various usurpations valid. Over his private forest the king naturally exercised all the rights of absolute ownership, and as his ban ultimately implies this, at least in theory, it becomes difficult to distinguish those which he dealt with as dominus fundi from those in which he acted in iure regali. That he reserved the vert and venison in some of them, and preserved with a strictness worthy of more enlightened ages, is clear from the severe provisions of Canute's Constitutionis de Foresta. According to this important document, the forest law was as follows. In every county there were to be 4 thanes, whose business it was, under the title of head foresters, prima rii foresti, to hold plea of all offences touching the forest, and having the ban or power of punishing for such offences. Under them were 16 lesser thanes, but gentlemen whose business it was to look after the vert and venison, and these had nothing to do with the process in the forest court. To each of the 16 were assigned 2 yeomen, who were to keep watch at night over the vert and venison, and do the necessary menial services, but they were freemen, and even employment in the forest gave freedom. All the expenses of these officers were defrayed by the king, and he further supplied the outfit of the several classes. To the head foresters yearly 2 horses, 1 saddle, a sword, 5 lances, a spear, a shield, and 200 shillings of silver. To the second class 1 horse, 1 lance, 1 shield, and 60 shillings. To the yeomen a lance, a crossbow, and 15 shillings. All these persons were quit and free of all summonses, county courts, and military dues, but the 2 secondary classes owed suit and surface to the court of the Primarii Swanmote, which held plea and gave judgment in their suits. In those the Primarii themselves the king was sole judge. The court of the forest was to be held 4 times a year, and was empowered to administer the triple ordeal, and generally to exercise such a jurisdiction as belonged only to the higher and royal courts. The persons of the head foresters were guarded by severe penalties. Violence offered to them was punished in a freeman with loss of liberty, in a serf with loss of the hand, and a second offence entailed the penalty of death. The offences against the forest law were various and of very different degrees. The fori foresti were not nearly so sacred as the feri regalis, and as for the vert, it was of so little regard that the law hardly contemplated it, always excepting the breaking the king's chase. To hunt a beast of the forest, fera foresti, either voluntarily or intentionally till it panted, was punished in a freeman by a fine of 10 shillings, in one of a lower grade by a fine of 20, in a serf by a flogging. But if it were a royal beast, which the English call a stag, the punishments were to be respectively 1 and 2 years' servitude, and for the serf outlawry. If they killed it, the freeman was to lose scutum libertatis, the next man his liberty, and the serf his life. Bishops, abbots, and barons were not to be vexed with prosecutions for hunting, except they killed stags. In that case they were liable to such penalty as the king willed. Besides the beasts of the forest, the roebuck, hare, and rabbit were protected by fines. Wolves and foxes were neither beasts of the forest nor chase, and might be killed with impunity, but not within the bounds of the forest, as that would be a breaking of the chase. Nor was the boar considered a beast of venery. No one was to cut brushwood without permission of the primarius under a penalty, and he that felled a tree which supplied food for the beasts was to pay a fine of 20 shillings over and above that for breaking the chase. Every freeman might have his own vert and venison on his own lands, but without a chase, and no man of the middle class was to keep greyhounds. A gentleman might, but he must first have the knee sinew cut in presence of the head forester. If he lived within 10 miles of the forest, if his dogs came within that distance, he was to be fined 1 shilling a mile. If the dog entered the precincts of the forest, his master was to pay 10 shillings. Other kinds of dogs not considered dangerous might be kept without mutilation, but if they became mad, and by the negligence of their masters went wandering about, heavy fines were incurred. If found within the bounds of the forest, the fine was 200 shillings. If such a rabid dog bit a beast of the forest, the fine rose to 1200. But if a royal beast was bitten, the crime was of the deepest dye. Such is the forest legislation of Canute, and its severity is of itself evidence how much the power of the king had become extended at the commencement of the 11th century. It is clear that he deals with all forests as having certain paramount rights therein, and it seems probable that this organization was intended to be established all over England. Still it is observable that he gives certain rights of hunting to all his nobles, reserving only the stags to himself, and that he allows every freeman to hunt upon his own property, so that he does not interfere with the royal chases. We may, however, infer that at an earlier period the matter was not regarded so strictly. A passage has been already cited where Alfred implies that a dependent living upon Lenland could support himself by hunting and fishing till he got Bokeland of his own. The bishops possessed the right in their forests, whether proprio iure or by royal grant, I will not venture to decide, as early as the 9th century, and still retained it in the 10th. And while the communities were yet free, it is absurd to suppose that they allowed any one to interfere with this pursuit, so attractive to every Teuton, so healthy, so calculated to practice his eye and limbs for the sterner duties of warfare, and so useful to recruit a larder not over well stored with various or delicate viands. However this may have been with the game, it is certain that the most important privileges were those of masting swine and cutting timber or brushwood in the forests. Grants to this effect are common, and it is plain that a considerable quantity of woods were in the hands of corporations and even of private individuals, as well as of the crown. How they came into private hands is not clear, some perhaps by bargain and sale, some by inheritance, some by grant, some no doubt by usurpation. The most powerful markman may at last have contrived to appropriate to himself the ownership of what woodland remained, though he was still compelled to permit the hereditary axe to ring in the forest. And all experience shows that, both here and in Germany, monasteries were often founded in the bosom of woods, granted for religious purposes out of what perhaps at once endowed an earlier religion, and which supplied at once building materials, fuel, and support for cattle. But even in these it seems that the king, the duke, and the Geréfa interfered, claiming a right to pasture certain numbers of their own swine or cattle in them, and to give this privilege to others. In 845 Ethelwulf gave pasture to Bandonoth for his cattle with the king's beasts, apparently in the pastures of the town of Canterbury. In 855 the same king gave his thane Dun a tenement in Rochester, together with 2 wagon loads of wood from the king's forest and common in the marsh. In 839 he licensed for Dutta 2 wagons to the common wood, probably Blean. In 772 Offa granted lands to Abbot Ethelnoth, and added a perpetual right of pasture and masting in the royal wood, together with license for 1 goat to go with the royal flock in the forest of Senling. Numerous other examples are supplied by the charters, which may be classed under the following heads. First, royal forests, as Senling, Blean, Andred, and the like, called Silvi Regalis, in which the king granted timber common of mast and pasture, or estovers. Secondly, forests appertaining to cities and communities, Castor Wara Weald, Bur Wara Weald, Silva Communis, in which the king granted commons. Thirdly, small woods appurtenant to and part of estates, but not named, and the enjoyment of which is conveyed in the general terms of the grant, as terram cum communibus. Lastly, private forests, or commons of forest, specially named as appurtenant to particular estates, or given by favour of the king to the tenant of those estates. His right to deal at pleasure with the Silvi Regalis requires no particular notice, but the grants of pasture and timber in the forests of cities and communities can only be explained by the assumption of a paramount royalty in the crown. And that this was exercised in the private forests of monasteries also appears from exemptions sometimes purchased by them. In 706 Ethelwerd of the Hewicus consented to confine his right to pasture to 1 herd of swine, and that only in years when mast was abundant in the forest belonging to Evesham, and he released them from all claims of princes and officers except this one of his own. Similarly, with regard to timber, Egbert in 835 gave an immunity to Abingdon against the claim of king or prince to take large or small wood for his buildings from the forests of the monastery. This right of the king to timber for public purposes was maintained and claimed till the time of the rebellion, and was a fertile source of malversation and extortion. Stranger, to the king belonged also the protection of all strangers within his realm, and the consequent claim to a portion of their virgilt and their property in case of death, a droit d'aubin. This was a natural deduction from the principles of a period and a state of society in which every man's security was founded upon association either with relatives or guildsmen, and as no one could have these in a foreign mark, the associations being themselves in intimate connection with the territory, it is obvious that the public authorities alone could exercise any functions in behalf of the solitary chapman. As general conservator of the peace, these necessarily fell to the king, but the duties and advantages which he thus assumed became in turn matter of grant, and were conferred by him upon other public persons or corporations. The laws declare the king, earl, and bishop to be the relatives and guardians of the stranger, and the charters show that the consequent gains were alienated by him at his pleasure. In 835 Egbert gave the inheritance of Gauls and Britons and half their virgilt to the monastery at Abingdon. Among these strangers the Jews were especially mentioned. Anglo-Saxon history has not indeed recorded any of those abominable outrages upon this long-suffering people which fill the annals of our own and other countries during the Middle Ages. But there can be no doubt that a false and fanatical view of religion, if not their way of life and their accumulations, must have ever marked them out for persecution. Eichhorn has justly characterized the feeling which prevailed respecting them in all parts of Europe, and has remarked, to the honor of the popes, that they were the first to preach toleration and command the attempt at conversion. But the utility of the Jewish industry, especially in thinly peopled countries, and their importance as gatherers of capital, were ever engaged in a struggle against bigotry. Hence the Jews could generally obtain a qualified protection against all but sudden outbreaks of popular fury. As these latter had mostly other deep-seated causes, the ruling classes may sometimes have seen, without regret, the popular indignation vent itself in a direction which did not immediately endanger themselves. But as a general rule the Jews enjoyed protection, and were made to pay dearly for it. Both parties were gainers by the arrangement. Among the Saxons this could not be otherwise, for it was impossible for a Jew to be in 100 or tithing as a free man, and he would probably have had but little security in the household and following of an ordinary noble. The readiest and most effective plan was to place him wherever he might be, especially under the king's mundbird. Accordingly, the law of Edward the Confessor declares the king to be protector of all Jews, and this right descended to his Norman successors. Similarly, as the clergy relinquished their megascraft, or bond of kin, on entering into orders, the king became their natural mundbora. Bridge. It is probable that no one could build a bridge without the royal license, though I am not aware of any instance in the Saxon times, but I infer this from grants of the Frankish emperors and kings to that effect. It is possible that this may have depended upon the circumstance that toll would be taken by the owner of such a bridge, but we may believe that other reasons concurred with this, and that the bridge originally had something of a holy character and stood in near relation to the priesthood. Castle. In like manner, we may doubt whether the kings did not gradually draw into their own hands the right to have fortified houses or castles, which we find them possessing in the Norman times, and which they extended to their adherents and favourites by special license. In medieval history, the fortification of their houses by the inhabitants of a city is the very first result of the establishment of a commune or free municipality, and the destruction of such fortifications the first care of the victorious count, bishop, or king upon his triumph over the outrequidance of the burghers. The clearest instance of the royal license to a subject is a grant of Ethelred and Ethelfled to the Bishop of Worcester about 880, which recites that they built a burh or a fortress for him in his city, probably to defend his cathedral in those stormy days of Danish ravage. In very early times there may have been fortresses belonging to private persons. This may be inferred from names of places such as Salmons, Burr, Salmon's Castle, and under the later Anglo-Saxon kings various great nobles may have obtained the privilege of fortifying their own residences, as for example we read of Pentecost's Castle and Robert's Castle under Edward the Confessor, an example very likely to have been followed by the powerful chieftains of Godwine's, Sigward's, and Leofric's families, but the cases were probably few. Of course, fortresses built and garrisoned by the king for the public defence are quite another matter. These were imperial, and to their construction, maintenance, and repair, every estate throughout the land, whether of folkland or bokeland, was inevitably bound, not even excepting the demesne lands of the king himself or of the ecclesiastical corporations. Roads and canals. There is no very clear evidence respecting roads and canals licensed to make, which was a subject of grant by the Frankish emperors, but except as regarded the great roads, which were especially the king's, and the crossroads, which were the counties', it is probable that there was no interference on the part of the state. Every landowner must have had the privilege of making private paths, large or small, at his pleasure, by which access could be given to different parts of his own property. We do occasionally find roads mentioned by the name of the owners, and a common service of the settlers on an estate was the liability to assist in making a new road to the farm or mansion. In an instance already cited, we have seen an abbot of St. Augustine's digging a canal with the object of diverting traffic from the haven of Sandwich. It may unhesitatingly be asserted that he claimed this right under his general power as a landlord, and not by any special grant for the purpose. This is evident from the whole tenor of the narrative. Ports. Ports and havens were, however, essentially royalties, and, as we have seen, could be granted to religious houses. They were naturally in the king's hand for this reason. In the early times of which we treat, the stranger is looked upon as an enemy, and every one who does not belong to the Association for the Maintenance of Peace is prima facie out of the peace altogether. This applies to sailors as well as travelling chapmen who wander from mark to mark or county to county, and it applied with peculiar force to England after her coast became exposed to repeated invasions from the north. Still, as England could not subsist without foreign commerce, and early became alive to that great principle of her existence, a system of what we may call navigation laws was established. The bottoms of friendly powers were, of course, received upon terms of reciprocal favour, but even strange ships had the privilege of safety if they made certain harbours designated for that purpose. At the Treaty of Andover in 994, Ethelred and his Witan agreed that every merchant ship that voluntarily came into port should be in the peace, and even if it were driven into port, whether by force or by stress of weather is not specified, and there were a Frithburgh asylum or building in the peace in which the men took refuge, they and their ship and cargo should enjoy the peace. It is hardly to be doubted that the king had the power of declaring what ports should be Gefrithad, or in the peace, and as this privilege would necessarily draw many advantages to any harbour that possessed it, we can reasonably conclude that it was made a source of profit both by the king and those to whom he might think fit to grant it. Wardship and marriage. Wardship and marriage appear to have been royalties. We must, however, believe them to have been confined to the children and widows of the Thanes or Comites, and to be a deduction from the principles of the Comitatus itself. In the secular law of Canute, there is a series of provisions extending from the 70th to the 75th clause, which can only be looked upon in the light of alleviations, and which in the 70th clause the king himself declares so to be. From the nature of the relief thus afforded, we may infer that the royal officers had exercised their powers in a manner oppressive to the subject. Accordingly, the king and his baton proceed to regulate the voluntary nature of the fiorum fultum, the legal amount of heriot, the descent of property in the case of intestacy, and the king's guardianship of the same. They protect the widow and heirs against vexatious suits by providing that they shall not be sued if the lord and father had remained undisturbed, and lastly they regulate what appear to me to be the rights of wardship and marriage. And let every widow remain for a 12-month without a husband, then let her do her pleasure. But if within the year she choose a husband, let her forfeit the morgan gaifu and all the property she had through her first husband, and let her nearest kin take the land and property she had before. And let the husband be liable in his word to the king, or to whomsoever he may have granted it, and even if she have been taken by force, let her forfeit her possessions, unless she is willing to go home again from the man, and never become his again. And let no one compel either woman or maiden to him whom she herself mislikes, nor for money sell her, unless the suitor will give something of his own good will. This of itself does not imply the royal right of marriage, but it becomes much more significant when we learn that estates had been given to influential nobles for their intercession with the king on behalf of profitable alliances. Then the circumstances combined together seem to imply that Canute desired to reform the miserable condition in which he found England, in the hope, no doubt, by such reform to consolidate his own power. The evidence of what may almost be called purchasing a marriage, though not in the truly gross and vulgar sense of such purchases among those whom writers of romances represent as the chivalrous Normans, is supplied by the monk of Ramsey. The instance dates from the middle of the 10th century. In mentioning an estate of 5 hides at Burwell, the chronicler adds, "This is the estate which, as we find in the very ancient English charters referring to it, a certain man named Edwin, the son of Oldthulf, had in old times granted to Archbishop Oda as a reward for his pains and trouble in bringing King Edred to consent, that Edwin might have leave to marry the daughter of a certain Ulf whom he desired. This Ulf does not, I believe, occur among the signatories to any of the charters, unless the name represents some one of the many Wulfgars or Wulflafs of the time. But still we must suppose him to have been a person of consideration, since a large estate was given for his daughter's marriage, in the absence of all details, we cannot form any clear decision as to the royal right in this respect, though the balance of probability seems to me to incline to the view that the king had some right of wardship and marriage over the children and widows of his own thanes or sockmen. This seems to lie in the very nature of their relative position. With the widow or child of a freeman, it is of course not to be imagined that the king could interfere, but in the time of Edred there were probably not many freemen whose wealth rendered interference worth the trouble. Here get we Harriet. The general nature of Harriet has been explained in the first book. It was there shown that it arose from the theory of the comus having been originally armed by the king, to whom upon his death the arms reverted, and in imitation of this, Besthead, or Melius Catullum, distinguished in our law as Harriet custom, was shown to have arisen. But whatever may have been its origin or early amount, and its earliest amount was no doubt unsettled, depending upon the will of the chief, who might take all or some of his thane's chattels at his pleasure. In process of time it became assessed at a fixed amount according to the rank of the person from whose estate it was paid. The law of Canute, which determined this amount, was probably only a reenactment or confirmation of an older custom, and appears to have been introduced to put an end to disputes upon the subject. It declares as follows: Let the Harriets be as fits the degree, and earls as belongs to an earl's rank, viz. 8 horses, 4 saddled, 4 unsaddled, 4 helmets, 4 coats of mail, 8 spears, 8 shields, 4 swords, and 200 mancuses of gold. From a king's thane of those who are nearest to him, 4 horses, 2 saddled, 2 unsaddled, 2 swords, 4 spears, 4 shields, a helmet, a coat of mail, and 50 mancuses of gold. From a medial thane, a horse equipped and his arms, or his Hailsfang in Wessex, and in Mercia and East Anglia, 2 pounds. Among the dames, the Harriet of a king's thane who has his sauchen is 4 pounds. If he stand in near relation to the king, 2 horses, 1 equipped, a sword, 2 spears, 2 shields, and 50 mancuses of gold. And from a thane of the lower order, 2 pounds. The following are examples of Harriets paid both before and after the time of Canute. The estate of Theodred, Bishop of London, and Elmham, about 940, paid 4 horses, the best he had, 2 swords, the best he had, 4 shields, 4 spears, 200 marks of red gold, 2 silver cups in his lands of Ancestworth, Illington, and Ermington. In 946 to 956, the estate of Ethelwald, the Ealdorman, paid 4 horses, 4 spears, 4 swords, 4 shields, 2 rings each worth 120 mancuses, 2 rings each worth 80 mancuses, in all 400 mancuses, and 2 silver vessels. About 958, Elgar gave the king 2 swords with belts, 3 steeds, 3 shields, 3 spears, and 2 rings each worth 50 mancuses of gold. The Harriet of Bjørnsson, about 962, with 4 horses, 2 equipped, 2 swords and belts, a ring worth 80 mancuses of gold, a sword of the same value, 2 falcons, and all his stag hounds. The great Duke Aelhea of Hampshire, 965 to 971, gave to Edgar, who had married his cousin Elfrith, Duke Aurdger's daughter, the following property. It is hard to say how much of it was Harriet. 6 horses with their trappings, 6 swords, 6 spears, 6 shields, 1 sword worth 80 mancuses of gold, 1 dish of 3 pounds, 1 cup of 3 pounds, 300 mancuses of gold, 120 hides of land at Weirth, and his estates at Cockham, Deckham, Cale, Swith, Ingen, Nesham, Egelbrerig, and Windofro. Ethelric in 997 paid 2 horses, 1 sword and belt, 2 shields, 2 spears, and 60 marks of gold. Archbishop Belfric, 996 to 1006, devised to the king, as his Harriet, 60 helmets, 60 coats of mail, and his best ship with all her tackle and stores. Elfhelm paid 4 horses, 2 equipped, 4 shields, 4 spears, 2 swords, and 100 mancuses of gold. Wolf Sig paid 2 horses, 1 helmet, 1 coat of mail, 1 sword, 1 spear twined with gold. The majority of these cases belong to periods previous to Canute's accession, but they seem to imply an assessment very similar to his own. And in this view of the case, where the payment had become a settled amount due from persons of a particular rank, it became possible for women to be charged with it, which we accordingly find. In 1046, Wulfgith commences her will by desiring that her right Harriet may be paid to the king. Ethelgaifu in 945 gave the king 30 mancuses of gold, 2 horses, and all her dogs. Elfled left him by will her lands at Lamburnum, Keosig, and Redingen, 4 rings worth 200 mancuses of gold, 4 palls, 4 cups, 4 drinking horns, and 4 horses. And lastly, Queen Elfgaifu in 1012 left the king 6 horses, 6 shields, 6 spears, 1 cup, 2 rings worth 120 mancuses each, and various lands. Taken in connection with the case of Wulfgith, these bequests appear very like Harriet's. The Harriets mentioned in Doomsday agree with the details given above, and serve to show that the rite had undergone no material alteration till the time of the Confessor. That the best head, or Melius Catellum, was paid to the king by his unfree tenants as well as to other lords, is probable, but we have no instance of it. By the law of Canute, the widow was to have a reasonable time for payment of the Harriet, and it was altogether remitted to the family of him who fell bravely fighting in the field before the presence of his lord. It appears from what has been said in this chapter that the kings were provided very sufficiently with the means of maintaining their dignity. The benefactions which they were enabled to make out of the folkland relieved their private estates from the burthen of supporting the thanes, clerical and lay, who flocked to their service. Still there must have been a constant drain upon their possessions, and many of the regalia became lost to the crown by successive alienations. It is true that they were generally purchased at a high price, but in this case the king who sold them was the only gainer. He secured considerable sums for himself, but he impoverished all his successors to a much greater amount. The loans for which we occasionally find him indebted to his prelates show how completely at times the crown had been pillaged, as well as who were the principal sharers in the plunder. The attempt to draw in lands and privileges which had once been alienated was questionable in policy and harsh to the innocent holders, but it does not always seem to have been viewed impartially, even by those least concerned. We may, however, now express our conviction that in many cases the alienations themselves had been made improperly and without sufficient authority, and that if it was hard upon an abbot or bishop to lose what his predecessor had gained, it was very hard upon a king to be without what his predecessor had unjustly and often illegally squandered. End of Chapter 2, Part 2. Chapter 3 of Saxons in England by John Mitchell Kemble. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The King's Court and Household. The Anglo-Saxon court appears to have been modelled upon the same plan as that of the Frankish emperors. Our documents do not, however, permit us to judge whether this was the case before a sufficient intercourse had taken place to render a positive imitation probable. It is not at all unlikely that from the very first establishment of the comitatus, the possession of those household offices was coveted which brought the holder into closer personal connection with the prince, and more or less of dependence could be of little moment with those who had erected into a system the voluntary sacrifice of the holiest of all possessions, their freedom of action. Hence we can readily account for the assumption by men nobly born of offices about the royal person, which were at first directly and immediately menial. Nor, as the opportunities of personal aggrandizement through favoritism or affection were multiplied, does it seem strange to us that these offices should assume a character of dignity and real power, which, however little in consonance with their original intention, yet made them objects of ambition with the wealthy and the noble. We do not any longer wonder at the struggles of dukes and barons for the offices of royal cupbearer at a coronation, or steward or chamberlain of the household, because time and the attribution of judicial or administrative functions have given those offices a distinction which at the outset they did not possess. And we see without surprise the electors of Germany personally serving at his table the member of their body whom they had invested with imperial rank. And when they fixed the throne hereditarily in him, providing for the succession in their own families of butlers, stewards, marshals, or chancellors of the empire. As the progress of society grew larger and larger numbers of men into the circle of princely influence, and by withdrawing them from the jurisdiction of the free courts, rendered a systematic establishment of the Lord's court more necessary. The officers who were charged with the superintendence of the various royal vassals rose immeasurably in the social scale. Thus the major domus, or mayor, of the palace, at first only a steward who had to regulate the affairs of the household, gradually assumed the management of those of the kingdom, and ended by placing on his own head the crown which he had filched from his masters. So was it with the rest. The four great officers of the court and household in the oldest German kingdoms are the chamberlain, the marshal, the steward, and the butler. The names by which the chamberlain was designated are Regel, Ven, literally thane or servant of the wardrobe, Cubicularius, Camerarius, Bur, Then, perhaps sometimes dispensator, and the Thesaurius or Hordary. It is difficult to ascertain his exact duties in the Anglo-Saxon court, but they probably differ for little from those of the corresponding officer among other German populations, and there is reason to compare those of the Frankish Cubicularius with the functions of the Comitus Sacrarum Largitionum and Rerum Privatarum of the Roman emperors. Hence we may presume that he had the general management of the royal property, as well as the immediate regulation of the household. In this capacity he may have been the recognized chief of the Synninges Geréfen, or king's bailiffs on the several estates, for we find no traces of any districtual or messetic authority to whom these officers could account. At the same time, it appears that this officer was not what we now call the Lord Great Chamberlain, but rather the Lord Chamberlain of the household, and that more than one officer of the same rank existed at the same time. Hence, we can hardly suppose that the dignity of the office was comparable to that of the Lord Chamberlain at present, with the great and various powers and duties which are now committed to that distinguished member of the court. Among the nobles who held this office I find the following named: Alfric Thesaurarius under Alfred, 892; Æthelsig Camerarius, Edgar, 963; Leofric Reg Fen Ethelred, 1006; Ærik Dispensator Regis, Hardacnut, 1040; Hugellinus Camerarius, Edward, 1044; Hugellinus Cubicularius, Edward, 1060; Hugelarius Steward, Edward; Hugelimus Burthen, Edward. The marshal among the Franks, Mariscalcus and Comus Stabili, was, properly speaking, the master of the horse, and had charge of everything connected with the royal equipments in that department. But as he gradually became the head of the active and disposable military force of the palace, he must be looked upon rather as the general of the household troops. It was thus that the high military dignity of constable or grand marshal by degrees developed itself. This office was held by nobles of the highest rank, and frequently by several at once, a sufficient explanation of a fact which otherwise would appear strange, viz., that we never find the royal power endangered by that of this influential minister. The Anglo-Saxon titles are Stialeri and Horsthen, Stabulator and Strater Regis. We have no evidence of the existence of the office before the close of the 9th century, and it might therefore be imagined that it was introduced into England after the establishment of the family of Egbert had familiarized our countrymen with the Frankish court and its customs. Did we not find it as an essential institution in all German courts of all periods? Among the Anglo-Saxon marshals the following names occur: Egwulf Strater Regis, Siningus Horsthen, and 897, Thorid Stellari, about 1020, Esgar Stialeri, 1044 to 1066, Robert Filius Wimark Stialeri, Elf Stam Stialeri, Edgar Stialeri, 1060 to 1066, Ralph Stialeri, 1053 to 1066, Bondig Steelary 1060 to 1066, Bondig Stebu later, Ednath Steelary, Leifing Steelary, Alfred Regis Strater 1052, Osgood Clappa Steelary 1047. The steward, usually called Dapifer or Decipher Regis, answered to the seneschal of the Franks. The truchsess of the German Empire, his especial business was to superintend all that appertained to the service of the royal table, under which we must probably include the arrangements for the general support of the household, both at the ordinary and temporary residences of the king. His Anglo-Saxon name was Disthen, or Thane of the Table, and I find the following nobles recorded as holding this office: Ada Dukes at Regis, Decipher under Ofa 785, Wolfgar, Decipher Idvig 959, Ethelmar, Disthen, Ethelred 1006, Ralph Depefer, Escar Depefer, Edward 1060, Atzer Regis Depefer, Efing Regis Dapifer, Edward 1062. In the year 946, Florence tells us of a Dapifer Regis whom he does not name. The queen and princes of the blood had also a similar officer for the management of their households. In 1060 we read of Godwine, Regine Dapifer, and Ethelred's son, Ethelstan, had a Disthen named Afmer. High as this office was, we yet cannot expect to find in it that overwhelming power wielded in later times by the seneschal or Dapifer Anglii, a power which might easily have converted the Grand Miss Snills and de Montforts into the Ebroans or Pepins of a newly established dynasty, and after their fall was wisely retained in the royal family by our kings. We have now, as is well known, only a Lord High Steward or Major Domus on particular occasions, for which he is especially created, but the Lord Steward of the household is an officer of great power and high dignity in the court of our kings. A Major Domus Regii occurs, as far as I know, but once in our ante-Norman history, and may there probably denote only the Dapifer or Seneschal. He is mentioned by Florence and 1040 as Stir Major Domus, but we hear nothing more of him, or of any such influence as the corresponding high officer exercised in the Frankish court. The title Regii Procurator Auli, borne by the great Esgar, whom we have also seen among the marshals, may very likely only refer to his office of Dapifer, which from the list given above it will be evident that he held. The last great officer is the Pinkerne in Germany, the shank of Buticularius, the butler. What his particular duties were beyond his personal service at the royal board, and no doubt his general superintendence of the royal cellars, we cannot now discover, but the office was one of the highest dignity, and was held by nobles of the loftiest birth and greatest consideration. Oslak, a direct descendant from the royal Judish blood of Stuff and Vitgar, was the Pinkerna of King Edelwulf, and by this prince's daughter. His first wife, Osberg Ethelwulf, became the father of Elfred. The Anglo-Saxon name of this officer may have been Bryreally or Seneca, but I am not aware of its occurrence. The following are among the Pinkerni mentioned: Duda Pinkernus, about 780, Sigewulf Pinkerna, 892, Ethelsig Pinkerna, 959, Wulfgar Pinkerna, 1000, Wigad Regis Pinkerna, 1062. The queen, as she had a Dapifer, had also a Pinkerna. In 1062, her Dingus is reported to have held that office. There can be no doubt that these offices were entirely palatine or domestic, that is, that they were household dignities, and did not appertain to the general administration. Only when the spirit and feeling of the comitatus had completely prevailed over the older free organization did they rise into an importance which, throughout the course of mediaeval history, we find continually on the increase. They were the grades in the comitatus of which Tacitus himself speaks, which depended upon the good pleasure of the prince, and with the power of the prince their power and dignity varied. The functionaries who held them were the heads of different departments, to which belonged all the vassals, ludus or fidelis, of the king. and as by degrees the freedmen perished away, and every one gladly rushed to throw himself into a state of thainship, the trusted and familiar friends of the prince became the most powerful agents of his administration, till the feudal system, having seized on everything, converted these court functions also into hereditary fiefs, and rendered their holders often powerful enough to make head against the authority of the crown itself. As long as a vestige of the free constitution remained, we hear but little of the court offices. What they became upon its downfall is known to every reader of history. It seems to me improbable that Godwine, or Harold, or Leofric, or Sigward should ever have filled them. These men were ealdormen, or dukes, Geréfa, civil and military administrators, but not officers of the royal household, powerful and dignified as these might be. It is probable that the first and most important of their duties was the administration of justice to the king's sockmen in their various departments, from which in later times were clearly derived the extensive powers and attributions of the several royal courts. But as the intimate friends and cherished counsellors of the king, they must have possessed an influence whose natural tendency was to complete that great change in the social state which causes of a more general nature, increasing population, commerce, and the disturbance of foreign and civil discord, were hurrying relentlessly onward. In various situations of trust and authority, either by the side of these officers or subordinated to them, we find a number of other persons under different titles. Among these are the clergymen who acted as clerks or notaries in the imperial chancery. The Frankish court numbered among its members a functionary of the highest rank, and always a clergyman from the very necessity of the case, who went by the name of Apocrisiarius, Capellanus, or at an earlier period of Referendarius, at a later again of Archicancellarius, because he had a subordinate officer or deputy commonly called the Cancellarius. He was the head of those whose business it was to prepare writs and other legal instruments, and who went by the general names of notarii or tabelones, in a state which admitted of what are now called personal laws, that is, where each man might be judged not according to the law of the place in which he was settled, but that of his parents, that under which he was born, where Frank, Burgundian, Aleman, and Roman might claim each to be tried and judged by Frankish, Burgundian, Alemannic, or Roman law, respectively, whatever might be the prevalent character of the territory in which he was domiciled. Such an officer was indispensable. The administration of the customary unwritten law of the Teutonic tribes might have been left to Teutonic officers, but what was to be done when a provincial claimed the application to his case of the maxims and provisions of Roman jurisprudence? What was to be done when a collision of principles and a conflict of laws took place, and must be provided for? A clergyman whose own nation, whatever it might be, merged in the Roman per clericulum honorum, must necessarily become a principal officer of a state which numbered both Romans and clergymen among its subjects, and hence the Apocrisiarius had a seat in the Carolingian parliament, as well as in the council of the household, and ultimately became the principal minister for the affairs of the clergy. But no such necessity existed in England, where there was no system of conflicting laws, and where the use of professional notaries was unknown, and I therefore see no a priori probability of there having been any such officer as the Referendarius or Apocrisiarius in our courts. Nor till the reign of Edward the Confessor is there the slightest historical evidence in favour of such an office. Under this prince, however, whose predilection for Norman customs is notorious, it is not improbable that some change may have taken place in this respect, and that a gradual approximation to the continental usage may have been found. The occurrence, therefore, of a cancellarius, sigillarius, and notarius among his household does not appear matter of great surprise, and may be admitted as genuine, if we are only careful not to confound the first officer with that great functionary whom we now call the Lord High Chancellor of the realm. We are told that among his innovations Edward attempted to introduce the use of seals. The uniform tenor of his writs certainly renders it not improbable that he had also notaries or professional clerks, and I can therefore admit the probability of his having appointed some faithful chaplain to act as his chancellor, that is, to keep his seal, though not yet used for public instruments, and to manage the royal notarial establishment. There are many persons named as royal chaplains, some whose successive appointments to bishoprics appeared to our simple forefathers to encroach too much upon the proper and canonical mode of election. Among them are the following: Id Sig Capellanus, 1038, Sticandus Capellanus, 1044, Hieromanus Capellanus, 1045, Wulfvig Cancellarius, Edward, 1045, Regiboldus Sigillarius, Regiboldus Cancellarius, Edward, 1045, Alfgate Notarius, Petrus Capellanus, Baldwinus Capellanus, Osbernus Capellanus, Rodbertus Capellanus, Hecker Capellanus, 1047, Ulf Capellanus, 1049, Sein Sig Capellanus, 1051, Wilhelmus Capellanus, 1051, Godmanus Capellanus, 1053, Giza Capellanus, 1060. Edward's queen, Edgifu, and her brother, Harold, had also their chaplains, Walther, afterwards Bishop of Hereford, and Leofgard, who preceded him in the same see, and who, being probably of the same mind as his noble and warlike lord, was no sooner a bishop than he forsook his chrism and rued his spiritual weapons, and took to his spear and sword, and so going to the field against Griffin, the Welsh king, was slain, and many of his priests with him. The establishment of chaplains in the royal household is, of course, of the highest antiquity. It is probable that they were preceded there by pagan priests and formed a necessary part of the royal comitatus in all ages. Among the royal officers was also the pedissequus, or as he is sometimes called, predecessor, whose functions I cannot nearer define, unless he were a king's messenger. The following instances occur: Athelhia, predecessor, who appears to have been a duke; Bola predecessus, Alfred predecessus, Estman predecessus, in Beowulf; Hunferth, the orator, is said to sit at the king's feet. In the year 1040, Harducnut's Carnifex, or executioner, is described as a person of great dignity. Other titles are also enumerated, some of which appear to denote offices in the royal household. Thus we find Radulfus Aulicus, Bundinus Palatinus, Deomode Calerarius, Wifirth Claviger, Leof Signifer, Alfwine Sticary, Ethelric Begenda. It is uncertain whether the following are to be considered as regular members of the court, or whether their presence was merely accidental on a particular occasion: Brithtric and Elfgar, Conciliarii, Elfwig and Kenneweird, Prepositi, Godricus, Tribunus, Aldred the Loniarius. Nor is it absolutely demonstrable that those who claimed consanguinity with the king formed part of his household, although they probably made their connection valid as a recommendation to royal favour. The king's poor cousin seems at all events to have taken care that his light should shine before men, as we learn from the signatures Elfhere ex parentela. But no such doubt applies to the household troops or immediate bodyguard of the king. These are commonly called huscarls by the Anglo-Saxon writers, and continued to exist under that name after the Norman conquest. Lappenberg has very justly looked upon them as a kind of military guild or association of which the king was the master. I doubt whether they were organized as a separate force before the time of Canute, but it is certain that under that prince and his Danish successors they attained a definite and settled position. It is probable that this resulted from the circumstances under which he obtained the crown of England, and that the institution was not known to his Saxon predecessors. As an invader, not at all secure of his tenure, and surrounded by nobles whose previous conduct offered but slight guarantee of their fidelity, it became absolutely necessary to his safety to organize his own peculiar force in such a way as to secure the readiest service if occasion demanded it. This was the object of the Witherlagsret, by which the privileges and duties of the Huscarls were settled. Of this law Lappenberg observes: with greater probability may be reckoned among the earlier labours of Canute the composition of the Witherlagsret, a court or guild law, framed for his standing army, as well as for the bodyguards of his jarls. As the greater part of his army remained in England, the Witherlagsret was there first established, and as the introduction of strict discipline among such a military community must precede all other ameliorations in the condition of the country, the mention of this law in its history ought not to be omitted. The immediate military attendants of a conqueror always exercise vast influence, and these originally Danish soldiers, Thingamana, Lith, by the English called Huscarls, have at a later period, both as bodyguards of the king and of the great vassals, acted no unimportant part in the country. They were armed with axes, halberds, and swords inlaid with gold, and in purpose, descent, and equipment corresponded to the Varangian guard, Weranger, in which the throne of the Byzantine emperors found its best security. In Canute's time the number of these mercenaries was not very great, being by some reckoned at 3,000, by others at 6,000, but they were gathered under his banner from various nations, and consequently required the stricter discipline. Even a valiant Wendish prince, Gottschalk, the son of Udo, stayed long with Canute in England and gained the hand of a daughter of the royal house. Canute himself appears rather as a sort of grand master of this military guild than as its commander, and it is said that, having in his anger slain one of the brotherhood in England, he submitted himself to its judgment in their assembly, Stephen, and paid a ninefold compensation. The degrading epithet of nithing, applied to an expelled member of the guild, is an Anglo-Saxon word, which at a later period occurs in a way to render it extremely probable that the guild law of the royal house Carls was in existence after the Norman conquest. The details of this law are of the most stringent description, regulating even the minutest points of social intercourse. Its extreme punishment was expulsion, but expulsion was nearly equivalent to death, situated as the scholars were expected to be among a hostile population, and though the offending brother had his election whether he would retire from the guild by sea or land, yet the circumstances which attended his ejection were not those of mercy or alleviation. To the seashore the whole body of his ancient comrades were to accompany him. Then, launching him in a boat, with oars or sails, they were to commit him to his fortune. Henceforth he was not only a stranger, but an enemy, an outlaw. If stress of weather or other accident brought him back to the shore, he might be fallen upon and slain without remorse or retribution. Or if he chose to retire by land, he was to be led to the nearest wood, and there to be watched till his form was lost in the darkness of the thickets. 3 successive shouts were then to be raised to warn him of the direction in which his guild brothers lay in wait. If then through the devious error of the forest he returned into their presence, his life was forfeit. To insult, injure, or dishonour a brother was an offence punished with the utmost severity, and if 3 of the Huscarls concurred in accusing one of the body, there was neither denial nor exculpation allowed. The penalty followed inevitably. Such severe regulations as these fully explained their object, and it seems to have been successfully attained, for we are told that, at least during the life of Canute, the penalties were never once incurred or enforced. From the collocation of names among the witnesses to a very important charter of 1052 to 1054, we may infer that the stellares, or marshals, were the commanding officers of the Huscarls. We cannot doubt that they did really exercise an important personal influence in England, although they filled no recognized position under the law. It is probable that they were reckoned as thanes or ministers, as far as their Virgilt and their Harriet were concerned, but we have no evidence of this. And I should not dispute the assertion that from first to last they had a law of their own, a personal right, that they were not generally or originally landowners, and that their institution was a modified revival of the system of the comitatus in its strictest form. But upon these points we cannot decide. It is very rarely that we find the Huscarls acting as witnesses to charters, which perhaps may lead to the inference that they were not members of the Witena Gemót, but in 1041 we are told that Hardaknut sent 2 of his Huscarls, Feodor and Tursten to collect an unpopular tax, and that a sedition was raised against them in Worcester, which was not suppressed till the force of several counties, under the most celebrated leaders of the day, was brought against the city. In a charter of the confessor we find the word huscarl, translated by Perfectus Palatinus, a title which scarcely seems applicable to all the members of a body numbering 6 or even 3,000 men. But however this may be, we must not confound these Perfecti Palatini with the other earlier Praefecti who occur in Anglo-Saxon history. These are clearly only Geréfan or reeves, and have nothing to do with the especial body of household troops. It remains only to add that in imitation of the king, the great nobles surrounded themselves with a bodyguard of huscarls, who probably stood in the same relation to their lord as he did to the king. In short, the institution is only a revival of the comitatus described in the first book, and must have gone through a similar course of development. Nay, the details which have reached us of the later establishment may possibly throw light upon the earlier, and serve to explain some of the peculiarities which strike us in the account of Tacitus. This difference indeed there is, that in the later form the king and the comitus unite in a definite bond with respective stipulated rights. In the earlier form the comitus attach themselves to the king without stipulation or reserve, although no doubt under the protection of a customary and recognized although unwritten law. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Saxons in England by John Mitchell Kemble. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ealdorman or Duke. It is of much less importance to a people what its constitution is than what is its administration. Nothing can be easier than to make what are called charters, and it is a rhetorical commonplace to talk of resting under a constitution the growth of ages, but no nation rests or ever did rest under the one or the other. The source of a nation's comfort, of its success in realizing the great principle of the mutual guarantee of peace, lies in the administration of what is called its constitution, in the skill with which it has devised its machinery of government, in the balance of power which it represents in the election of its instruments. We shall therefore pass now to the members of the Anglo-Saxon administration. The dignity next in importance to the royal is that of the Ealdorman or Duke. The proper Anglo-Saxon name for this officer as ruler and leader of an army is Heretoga, in Old German Heritzoho, and in Modern German Herzog, a word compounded of Heer, an army, and Toga, a leader. It is in this sense only that Tacitus appears to understand the word dux, when he tells us that dukes, that is, generals, are chosen for their valor, in contradistinction to kings who are recommended by their birth. But inasmuch as the ducal functions in the Anglo-Saxon polity were by no means confined to service in the field, the peculiar title of Heretoga is very rarely met with, being for the most part replaced by Ealdorman or Alderman, which denotes civil as well as military preeminence. The word Heretoga, accordingly, is nowhere found in the Saxon Chronicle or in the Laws, except in one late passage interpolated into the collection called the Laws of Edward the Confessor, and to the best of my remembrance it is found but once in the Charters. From a very extensive and careful comparison between the titles used in different documents, it appears that Latin writers of various periods as Beda, the several compilers of annals, and the writers of charters have used the words dux, princeps, and comus in a very arbitrary manner to denote the holders of one and the same office. It is indeed just possible that the grant of peculiar and additional privileges may have been supposed to make a distinction between the Duke and the Prince, as the charters appear to show something like a system of promotion, at least among the Mercian nobility, the same person being found assigned for some time as dukes, and afterwards as princeps. In consequence of this confusion, it is necessary to proceed with very great caution the moment we leave contemporaneous history and become dependent upon the expressions of annalists long subsequent to the events described. For strictly and legally speaking, the words count, duke, and prince express very different ranks and functions. The pure Anglo-Saxon authorities, however, are incapable of making any such blunder or falling into any such confusion. Where Simeon of Durham, Florence of Worcester, Ethelweard, Henry of Huntingdon, nay, even Beda himself, use consul, princeps, dukes, and comus, the Saxon Chronicle and the charters composed in Saxon have invariably ealdorman. A few instances down to the time of Canute, when a new organization and with it a new title was adopted, will make this clear. Bort, ealdorman, Cron, and 684, 699, dukes, Ethelhan, 750, dukes, Beorfrith, 710, perfectus, Cumbra, 755, dukes, Osric, 755, dukes, Baron, 780, particularissime, consul et justiciarius, Ethelherd, 794, War, 800, Ethelmund, 800, dukes, Wheelstan, 800, dukes, Heabert, 805, comus, Edbert, 819, Burghart, 822, dukes, Muka, 822, dukes, Wulfherd, 823, dukes, Ealdorman, 825, Ducas, Duda, 833, Osmond, 833. The word elder or alder in Anglo-Saxon denotes princely dignity without any definition of function whatever. In Beowulf it is used as a synonym for kinning, theoden, and other words applied to royal personages. Like many other titles of rank in the various Teutonic tongues, it is derived from an adjective implying age, though practically this idea does not by any means survive in it, any more than it does in the word senior, the origin of the feudal term seigneur, and similarly the words tha, id, estan, witan, literally the eldest counselors, are used to express merely the most dignified. If we compare the position and powers of the ealdorman with those of the duke on the continent, we shall find several points of difference which deserve notice. In the imperial constitution of the German states, as it was modified and settled by Charlemagne, the duke was a superior officer to the comus, count, or graf, and a duchy for the most part comprehended several counties over which the duke exercised an immediate jurisdiction. Occasionally, no doubt, there were counties without duchies, and duchies without counties, that is where the duke and count were the same person. Sometimes the dukes were hereditary dynasts, representing sovereign families which had become subject to the empire of the Franks, and who continued to govern as imperial officers the populations which either by conquest or alliance had become incorporated with it. Such were the dukes of Bavaria and Swabia. In other cases they were generals, exercising supreme military power over extensive districts committed to their charge, and immediately entrusted with the defence and government of the markgraviats, or border counties, which were established for the security of the frontiers. The variable and very frequently exceptional position of these nobles or ministerials, while it renders it difficult to give an accurate description of their powers which shall be applicable to all cases, often accounts for the events by which we are led to recognize modern kingdoms in the ancient duchies, and to trace the derived and mediate authority down to its establishment as independent royalty. But this state of things, which was possible in an empire comprising a vast extent of lands held by tribes of different descent, language, and laws, and often hostile to one another, was not to be expected in a country like England. Neither were the districts here sufficiently large, nor in general was the national feeling in those districts sufficiently strong to produce similar results. Strictly speaking, during what has been loosely termed the Heptarchy, the various kingdoms, or rather principal kingdoms, bore a much greater resemblance to the Frankish duchies and the small subordinate principalities to the counties, and could we admit the existence of a central authority, or Bret Wal de Dun, we should find a considerable resemblance between the two forms, but this is in fact impossible. The kings, such as they were, continued to enjoy all the royal rights in their limited districts, and the dukes remained merely ministerial officers of great dignity indeed, but with well-defined and not very extensive powers. The rebellion of a duke in English seems nearly as rare as it is frequent in German history. We may therefore conclude that the Anglo-Saxon ealdorman in reality represented the Graf or Count of the Germans, before the powers of the latter had been seriously abridged by the imperial constitution of the Karlovings, by the growing authority of the duke, the missus or royal messenger, and the bishop. And this will tend to explain the comparatively subordinate position of the Geréfa, who answers in little more than name to the Grafio or Graf. In the Anglo-Saxon laws we find many provisions respecting the powers and dignity of the ealdorman, which it will be necessary to examine in detail. It is highly probable that different races and kingdoms adopted a somewhat different course with respect to them, a course rendered inevitable by the connection of the ealdorman with territorial government. The laws of the Kentish kings do not make any mention of such an officer. The churl, earl, and king are the only free classes whose proportionable value they notice, and if there were ealdormen at all, they were comprised in the great caste of earls or nobles by birth, even as Ethelbert's law uses earlkund, that is, the earl's rank, as a synonym for best, that is, the best or highest rank. In the law of Ærik and Hlothere, though various judicial proceedings are referred to, we hear nothing of the ealdorman. Suit is to be prosecuted at the King's Hall before the Sturmmelde or the Wikgeräffe, but no other officer is mentioned, probably because at this period the little kingdoms into which Kent itself was divided supplied ample machinery for doing justice without the establishment of ealdormen for that or any other purpose. The law of Witred has no provision of the sort, and it is remarkable that in the proem to his dooms, which a king always declares to be made with the counsel, consent, and license of his nobles, the word Eadgan, the wealthy or powerful, twice occurs, but not the word ealdorman. I therefore think it probable that Kent had no such officers at the commencement of the 8th century. In general, Beda uses the words tribunus or praefectus to express the authority of a royal officer, either in the field or the city. With him, comus represents the old and proper sense of the king's comrade, as we find it in Tacitus, and dux is applied in the Roman sense to the leader or captain of a corps d'armée. But it is possible that in one passage he may have had something more in view, where he states that after the death of Peda, that is, in 661, the dukes of the Mercians, Iman, Aba, and Edbert, rebelled against Osu-Iu of Northumberland and raised Wulfhere to his father's throne. And he goes on to say that having expelled the princes, principibus ejectus, whom the foreign king had imposed upon them, they recovered both their boundaries and their liberty. It is every way probable both that the Mercian dukes and the Northumbrian princes mentioned in this passage were physical and administrative, not merely military officers. Not much later than this we find dukes in Wessex and Sussex, and from this period we can follow the dukes with little intermission till the close of the genuine Anglo-Saxon rule with Edmund and Irenside. From the time of Ine of Wessex we have the means of tracing the institution with some certainty, and we may thus commence our inquiry with the first years of the 8th century, nearly 100 years before Charlemagne modified and recast the German Empire. At first the ealdormen are few in number, but increase as the circuit of the kingdom extends. We can thus follow them in connection with the political advance of the several countries, till we find at one time no less than 3 dukes at once in Kent and 16 in Mercia. This number attended a Witena Gemót held by Kenwulf in the year 814. The reason of this was that the ealdorman was inseparable from a shire or ga. The territorial and political divisions went together, and as conquest increased or defeat diminished the number of shires comprised in a kingdom, we find a corresponding increase or diminution in the number of dukes attendant upon the king. Alfred decides that if a man wish to leave one lord and seek another, Hala for Sakun, a right possessed by all freemen, he is to do so with the witness of the ealdorman, whom he before followed in his shire, that is, whose court and military muster he had been bound to attend. And Ærik declares that the ealdorman who shall be privy to the escape of a thief shall forfeit his shire unless he can obtain the king's pardon. The proportionally great severity of this punishment arises, and most justly so, from the circumstance of the ealdorman being the principal judicial officer in the county, as the Graf was among the Franks. The 50th law of Ærik provides for the case where a man compounds for offences committed by any of his household, where suit has been either made before the king himself or the king's ealdorman. He was commanded to hold a shire moot or general county court twice in the year, where in company of the bishop he was to superintend the administration of civil, criminal, and ecclesiastical law. Edgar enacts twice in the year be a shire moot held, and let both the bishop of the shire and the ealdorman be present, and there expound both the law of God and of the world. Which enactment is repeated in nearly the same words by Canute, and this is consistent with the regulation of Alfred, by which a heavy fine is inflicted upon him who shall break the public peace by fighting or even drawing his weapon in the folk moot before the king's ealdorman. In the year 780 we learn from the Saxon Chronicle that the high reeves, or noble Geréfa of Northumberland, burned Baron the ealdorman to death at Selaton, but Henry of Huntingdon records the same fact with more detail. He says, the year after this, the princes and chief officers of Northumberland burned to death a certain consul and justiciary of theirs, because he was more severe than was right. From which it would appear not only that this ealdorman had been guilty of cruelty and oppression in the exercise of his judicial functions, but from the hint of Simeon also that the king acquiesced in his punishment. We have occasional records in the Saxon charters which show that the shire moot for judicial purposes was presided over by the ealdorman of the shire. In 825 there was an interesting trial touching the rights of pasture belonging to Worcester Cathedral, which the public officers had encroached upon. It was arranged in a synod held at Cloves Shoe that the bishop should give security to the ealdorman and Witena of the county to make good his claim on oath, which was done within a month at Worcester, in the presence of Hama, the woodreeve, who attended on behalf of Edwulf the ealdorman. Another very important document records a trial which took place about 1038 in Herefordshire. The shire moot sat at Anglosaxon, and was held by Athelstan the bishop and Ranig the ealdorman in the presence of the county thanes. Another but undated record of a shire moot held at Worcester again presents us with the presidency of an ealdorman, Leo Wine. It is thus clear that the ealdorman really stood at the head of the justice of the county, and for this purpose there can be no doubt that he possessed full power of holding plea and proceeding to execution both in civil and criminal cases. The Skurgeriffen, or sheriffs, were his officers and acted by his authority, a point to which I shall return hereafter. That the executive as well as the judicial authority resided in the ealdorman and his officers seems to me unquestionable. Alfred directs that no private feud shall be permitted except in certain grave cases, but that if a man beleaguers his foe in his own house, he shall summon him to surrender his weapons and stand a trial. If the complainant be not powerful enough to enforce this, he is to apply to the ealdorman, a mode of expression which implies the presence of one in every shire, and on his refusal to assist, resort may be had to the king. For this there was also good reason. The ealdorman in the shire, like the Frankish Graf, was the military leader of the Herebon, posse comitatus, or levy en masse of the freemen, and as such could command their services to repel invasion or to exercise the functions of the higher police. As a noble of the first rank, he had armed retainers, thanes, or comitus of his own, but his most important functions were as leader of the armed force of the shire. Throughout the Saxon times we read of ealdormen at the head of particular counties doing service in the field. Thus in 800 we hear of a battle between the Mercian ealdorman Ethelmund with the Awiccas and the West Saxon Wittgenstein with the men of Wiltshire. In 837, Ethelhelm led the men of Dorset against the Danes. In 845, Eanwulf with the men of Somerset and Osric with the men of Dorset obtained a bloody victory over the same adversaries. In 853, a similar fortune attended Ealhir with the men of Kent, and Huda with them of Surrey, the latter of whom had marched from their own county into Thanet in pursuit of the enemy. In 860, Osric with his men of Hampshire and Ealdorman Ethelwulf with the power of Berkshire gave the Danes an overthrow in the neighbourhood of Winchester. In 905, the men of Kent with Sigewulf and Sigehelm, their ealdormen, were defeated on the banks of the Ouse. Lastly, in 1016, we find Eadric, the ealdorman, deserting Edmund Irenside in battle with the Majestan, or people of Herefordshire, a treason which ultimately led to the division of England between Edmund and Canute, and later to the monarchy of the latter. Everywhere the ealdorman is identified with the military force of his shire or county, as we have already seen that he was with the administration of justice. The internal regulation of the shire, as well as its political relation to the whole kingdom, were under the immediate guidance and supervision of the ealdorman. The Skur Geréfa, or sheriff, was little more than his deputy. It is not to be doubted that the Seringas Geréfan, Vic Geréfan, and Tungur Fan were under his superintendence and command, and it would almost appear as if he possessed the right to appoint as well as control these officers. At all events, we find some of them intended by the expression "Thes Ealdormonis Kingrim," literally the ealdorman's subordinate officers. Alfred, having affixed a severe punishment to the offence of breaking the peace of the folkmote in the ealdorman's presence, continues, "If anything of this sort happen before a king's ealdorman's subordinate officer or a king's priest, let the fine be 30 shillings." In the year 995, certain brothers, apparently persons of some consideration, having been involved in an accusation of theft, a tumultuary affray took place, in which, amongst others, they were slain. The kings Wick Geréfan in Oxford and Buckingham permitted their bodies to be laid in consecrated ground, but the ealdorman of the district, on being apprised of the facts, attempted to reverse the judgment of the Wick Reeves. It would therefore appear that these officers were subordinated to his authority. The analogy which we everywhere trace between the ealdorman and the Graf induces the conclusion that the former was the head fiscal officer of the shire, and that in this, as in all other cases, the Skur Geréfa was his officer and accounted to him. The means by which his dignity was supported were, strictly speaking, supplied by the state. They consisted in the first place of lands within his district, which appear to have passed with the office, and consequently to have been inalienable by any particular holder, but he also derived a considerable income from the fines and other moneys levied to the king's use, his share of which probably amounted to 1/3. But as it invariably happened that the ealdorman was appointed from among the class of hired nobles, it is certain that he always possessed large landed estates of his own, either by inheritance or royal grant. Moreover, it is probable that among a people in that stage of society in which we find the Saxons, voluntary offerings to no small amount would find their way into the spence or treasury of so powerful an officer. No one ever approaches a pasha without a present. One form of such gratuities we can trace in the charters. I mean the grant of estates, either for lives or perpetuity, made by the clergy in consideration of support and protection. Thus, in 855, we find that Earl Hun, Bishop of Worcester, and his chapter gave 11 hides of land to Duke Ethelwulf and Wulfthryth, his duchess, for their lives, on condition that he would be a good and true friend to the monastery and protector of its liberties. 50 years later, in 904, Wulfthryth and the same chapter granted to Duke Ethelred, his duchess, and their daughters, a vill in Worcester and about 132 acres of arable and meadow land, for 3 lives, with reversion to the sea, on condition that they would be good friends and protectors to the chapter. It is likewise probable that even if no settled legal share of the plunder were his of right, still his opportunities of enriching himself in his capacity of general were not inconsiderable. He must, for instance, have had the ransom of all prisoners of any distinction, or the price of their sale. And lastly, in his public capacity, he must always have had a sufficient supply of convict as well as voluntary labor at command to ensure the profitable cultivation of his land and the safekeeping of his flocks and herds. There cannot be the slightest doubt that he also possessed all the regalia in his own lands, whether public or private, and that thus wreck, treasure trove, fines for harboring of outlaws, and many other boats or legal amerciaments passed into his hands. There are even slight indications that he, like many of the bishops, possessed the right to coin money, and in every case he must have had the superintendence of the royal mint, and therefore probably the forfeiture of all unlicensed moneyers. In addition to all this, we cannot doubt that his power and influence pointed him out as the lord who could best be relied upon for protection and favor, and we may therefore conclude that commendation of estates to him was not unusual, from all which estates he would receive not only recognatory services and yearly gayful, or rent in labor and produce, but in all probability also fines on demise or alienation. Thus the position which his nobility, his power, and his wealth secured to the ealdorman was a brilliant one. In fact, the whole executive government may be considered as a great aristocratical association of which the ealdormen were the constituent members, and the king little more than the president. They were in nearly every respect his equals, and possessed the right of intermarriage with him. It was solely with their consent that he could be elected or appointed to the crown, and by their support, cooperation, and alliance that he was maintained there. Without their concurrence and assent, their license and permission, he could not make, abrogate, or alter laws. They were the principal witan, or councillors, the leaders of the great Gemót, or national inquest, the guardians, upholders, and regulators of that aristocratical power of which he was the ultimate representative and head. The weregild and oath of an ealdorman were in proportion to this lofty position. At first, no doubt, he ranked only with the general class of nobles in this respect, and the Kentish law does not distinguish him from them. But at a later period, when the aristocratical hierarchy had somewhat better developed itself, we find him rated on the same level with the bishop, and above the ordinary nobles. From the chapter concerning weregilds, we find that the Northumbrian law rated the ealdorman at something more than 30 times the value of the churl, while in Mercia we hear only of thanes, or 12 hind men, worth 6 times the churl, or 2 hind man, and in Kent the earl seems to have exceeded the churl by 3 times only. But the value of the weregild was not the only measure of the ealdorman's dignity. His oath bore the same proportion to that of the churl, and I think we may assume that this relative proportion was maintained throughout all ranks. The law respecting oaths declares that the oath of a 12 hind shall be equal to those of 6 churles, because if one would avenge a 12 hind, it can be fully done upon 6 churles, and his weregild is equal to their 6. His house was in some sort of a sanctuary, and any wrongdoer who fled to it had 3 days' respite. If any one broke the peace therein, he was liable to a heavy fine. His bur price, or the mulct for violation of his castle, was 80 shillings, which, however, the law of Alfred reduces to 60. For a breach of his bor, or surety, and his mundbird, or protection, a fine of £2 was imposed. His fit white, or the penalty imposed upon the man who drew sword and fought in his presence, was 100 shillings, which was increased to 120 if the offence was committed in the open court of justice. The only person who enjoys a higher state beside the king is the archbishop, and this preeminence may probably have once been due to the heathen high priest, just as indeed the equality of the bishop and ealdorman may have been traditionally handed down from a period when the priesthood and the highest nobility formed one body. There is no very distinct intimation of any peculiar dress or decoration by which the ealdorman was distinguished, but he probably wore a bia, or ring, upon his head, the feudal or embroidered belt, and the golden hilt, which seems to have been peculiar to the noble class. The staff and sword were probably borne by him as symbols of his civil and criminal jurisdiction. The method, then, by which this rank was attained becomes of some interest, and first it is necessary to inquire whether it was hereditary or not, whether it was for life or only durante bene placito. or benemerito. That it was not strictly hereditary appears in the clearest manner from the general fact that the appointments recorded in the Chronicle and elsewhere are given to nobles unconnected by blood with the last ealdorman. There are very few instances of an ealdorman's rank being held in the same county by a father and son in succession. This occurred indeed in Mercia, where in 983 Ælfric succeeded his father Ælfhere. Harold followed Godwine in his duchy, and at the same period Leofric and Sigweard succeeded in establishing a sort of succession in their families. But when this did take place, it must be looked upon as a departure from the old principle, and as a thing which in practice would have been carefully avoided during the better period of Anglo-Saxon history, for which the feeble reign of Ethelred offers no fair pattern. Under his weak and miserable rule, the more powerful nobles might venture upon usurpations which would have been impossible under his father. And Canute's system of administration was favourable to the growth of an hereditary order of dukes. A further examination of our history shows that in general the dignity was held for life. We very rarely, if ever, hear of an ealdorman removed or promoted from one shire to another, and the entries in the Chronicle as well as the signatures to the charters attest that many of their number enjoyed their dignity for a very large number of years, in spite of the chances of an active military life. But we do find, and not unfrequently, that ealdormen have been expelled from their offices for treason and other grave offences. In the latter times of Ethelred, when traitorous dealings with the Danish enemy offered the means of serving private or family hostility, the outlawry of the ealdormen who led the different conflicting parties in the state was common, and similar events accompanied the struggles of Godwine's party against the family of Mercia for the conduct of public affairs in England. But at a much earlier period we hear of ealdormen losing their offices and lands. In 901 Edward gave to Winchester 10 hides at Wiley, which Duke Wulfhere had forfeited by leaving his king and country without license. But if the dignity of ealdormen did not descend by regular succession, are we to conclude that it was attained by popular election? Such is the doctrine of the laws commonly attributed to Edward the Confessor. In these we are thus told: there were also other authorities and dignities established throughout all the provinces and countries and separate counties of the whole realm aforesaid, which among the Angles were called heretoches, being, to wit, barons, noble, of distinguished wisdom, fidelity, and courage. But in Latin these were called ductores exercitus, leaders of the army, and among the Gauls, capital constables, or marshals of the army. They had the ordering of numerous armies in battle, and placed the wings as was most fitting, and to them seemed most conducive to the honour of the crown and the utility of the realm. Now these men were elected by common council for the general weal throughout all the provinces and countries, and the several counties in full folkmote, as the sheriffs of the provinces and counties ought also to be elected, so that in every county there was one heretoge elected to lead the array of his county, according to the precept of our Lord the King, to the honour and advantage of the crown of the realm aforesaid, whenever need should be in the realm. To this doctrine I deeply regret that I cannot subscribe. Whatever remembrance of the earliest periods and their traditions may have lurked in the mind of the writer, I am compelled to say that his description is not applicable to any period comprehended in authoritative history. A real election of a duke or ealdorman by the folkmote may have been known to the Germans of Tacitus, but I fear not to those who 2 centuries later established themselves in England. There cannot, I imagine, be the slightest doubt that the ealdormen of the several districts were appointed by the crown with the assent of the higher nobles, if not of the whole Witena Gemót. But it is also probable that in the strict theory of their appointment the consent of the county was assumed to be necessary, and it is possible that on the return of the newly appointed ealdorman to his shire he was regularly received, installed, and inaugurated by acclamation of the shire thanes, and the oath of office administered in the shire moot, whose cooperation and assent in his election was thus represented. Whatever may have been his original character, it seems certain that at no time later than the 5th century could the ealdorman have been the people's officer, but on the contrary that he was always the officer of that aristocratical association of which the king was the head. Still, I do not think that in general the choice of the Witan could be a capricious or an unconditional one. There must have been in every shire certain powerful families from whose members alone the selection could be made. The instincts of all aristocracies, as well as the analogy of other great Anglo-Saxon dignities, render it certain that the Ealdormanic families, as a general rule, retained this office among themselves, although the particular one from which the officers should at any given time be taken were left undecided for the determination of the Witan. It was almost necessary policy to place at the head of the county one of the most highly connected, trustworthy, powerful, and wealthy of its nobles, less necessary, however, usual now than then when the functions of the Lord Lieutenant and the High Sheriff were united in the same person. It even appears probable, although the difficulty of tracing the Anglo-Saxon pedigrees prevents our asserting it as a positive fact, that the ducal families were in direct descent from the old regal families, which became mediatized, to use a modern term, upon the rise of their more fortunate compeers. We know this to have been the case with Ethelred, Duke and Viceroy of Mercia, under Alfred and Edward. In the 9th century we find Oswulf Ealdorman of East Kent calling himself Dei Gratia Dukes, and Sigewulf and Sigehelm, who appear in the 10th also among the Dukes of Kent, were very probably descendants of Sigered, a king of that province. The new constitution introduced by Canute reduced the ealdorman to a subordinate position. Over several counties was now placed one earl, in the northern sense a jarl, with power analogous to that of the Frankish dukes. The word ealdorman itself was used by the Danes to denote a class, gentle indeed, but very inferior to the princely officers who had previously borne that title. It is under Canute and the following Danish kings that we gradually lose sight of the old ealdorman. The king rules by his earls and his huscarls, and the ealdormen banished from the counties. From this time the king's writs are directed to the earl, the bishop, and the sheriff of the county, but in no one of them does the title of the ealdorman any longer occur, while those sent to the towns are directed to the bishop and the poet Geréfa, or prefect of the city. Gradually the old title ceases altogether, except in the cities, where it denotes an inferior judicature, much as it does among ourselves at the present day. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Saxons in England by John Mitchell Kemble. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Geréfa. The most general name for the fiscal, administrative, and executive officer among the Anglo-Saxons was Geréfa, or, as it is written in very early documents, Gerofa. But the peculiar functions of the individuals comprehended under it were further defined by a prefix compounded with it, as Skur Geréfa, the reeve of the shire or sheriff, Dungerefa, the reeve of the farm or bailiff. The exact meaning and etymology of this name have hitherto eluded the researches of our best scholars, and yet perhaps few words have been more zealously investigated. If I add another to the number of attempts to solve the riddle, it is only because I believe the force of the word will become much more evident when we have settled its genuine derivation, and that philology has yet a part to play in history which has not been duly recognized. One of the oldest and most popular opinions was that which connected the name with words denoting seniority, thus with the German adjective grau, Anglo-Saxon greg, grey. There was, however, little resemblance between Geréfa and Greg, the Anglo-Saxon forms, and the whole of this theory was applicable only to the Latino-Frankish form Grafio or Gravio. The frequent use of words denoting advanced age as titles of honour, among which elder, princeps, senior, senior, fa, eelstan, primates, and many others will readily occur to the reader, favoured this opinion, which was long maintained, but especially in Germany it has been entirely exploded by Grimm in his Rex Alterthumer, and proof adduced that there cannot be the slightest connection between Graf and Grau. More plausibility lay in the etymology of Geréfa, adopted by Spellman. This rested upon the assumption that Geréfa was equivalent to Gereafa, and that it was derived from reofan, to plunder. This view was strengthened by the circumstance of the word being frequently translated by exactor, the levying of fines, and the like being a characteristic part of the reeve's duties. But this view is unquestionably erroneous. In the first place, Geréfa could not have been universally substituted for the more accurate Geréfa, which last word never occurs any more than, on the other hand, does refan for reofan. Secondly, in Anglo-Saxon Geréfa, if for Geréfa would necessarily imply a High Dutch Geraupo, a word which we not only do not find, but which bears no sort of resemblance to quavo and gravo, which we do find. Lombard's derivation of Geréfa from Gerakan, Regeri, may be consigned to the same storehouse of blunders as Lipsius's graph from the Greek. Again, as words compounded with ge and ending in a often denote a person who participates with others in something expressed by the root, Geréfa has been explained to be one who shares in the roof, that is, the king's roof, and this has been supported by the fact that graph is equivalent to comus, and that in an early period the comitus are found occupying the places of Geréfan. But a fatal objection to this etymon lies in the omission of the h from Geréfa, which would not have been the case had Hrof really been the root. Grimm says, I will venture another supposition. In Old High Dutch, ravo meant tignum, tectum, Old Norse, refer, tectum, perhaps also domus aula, giravjo, giravjo, giravo, would thus mean comus socius, the gistaller and gisaljo, gisel. There is, however, a serious objection to this hypothesis. Were it admitted, the Anglo-Saxon word must have been Geréfa, not Geréfa, for Gerofa, that is, the vowel in the root, must have been a long ae, not a long e, springing out of and representing a long o. I am naturally very diffident of my own opinion in a case of so much obscurity, and where many profound thinkers have failed to success. Still, it seems to me that Geréfa may possibly be referable to the word rof, clamour, rof, celeber, famosus, and a verb rofan or refan, to call aloud. If this be so, the name would denote banitor, the summoning or proclaiming officer, him by whose summons or proclamation the court and the levy of the freemen were called together. And this suggestion answers more nearly than any other to the nature of the original office. In this sense, too, a reeve's district is called his manung banum. In this comprehensive generality lay the possibility of so many different degrees of authority being designated by one term, so that in the revolutions of society we have seen the German Markgraf and Burggraf assuming the rank of sovereign princes, while the English borough reeve has remained the chief magistrate of a petty corporation, or the pinder of a village has been designated by the title of a hog reeve. Whatever were the original signification of the word, I cannot doubt that it is of the highest antiquity, as well as the office which it denotes. In all probability it was borne by those elected chiefs who presided over the freemen of the Ga in their meetings, and delivered the law to them in their districts. Throughout the Germanic constitutions, and especially in this country, the Geréfa always appears in connection with judicial functions. He is always the holder of a court of justice. Thus, Edward the King commandeth all the reeves that ye judge such just dooms as ye know to be most righteous, and in the doom book standeth, fear not on any account to pronounce folk right, and let every suit have a term when it may be fulfilled, that ye may then pronounce. Again, I will that each reeve have a Gemót once in every 4 weeks, and so act that every man may have his right by law, and every suit have an end and a term when it shall be brought forward. Upon this point it is unnecessary to multiply evidence, and I shall content myself with saying that wherever there was a court there was a reeve, and wherever there was a reeve he held some sort of court for the guidance and management of persons for whose peaceful demeanour he was responsible. From this it is to be inferred that the Geréfan were of very different qualities, possessed very different degrees of power, and had very different functions to perform, from the Geréfa, who gave law to the shire, down to the Geréfa, who managed some private landowner's estate. It would be convenient to take the different classes of Geréfan, Siratem, and collect under each head such information as we can now obtain from our legal or historical monuments. Geréfa. In general, the word coupled with Geréfa enables us to judge of the particular functions of the officer, but this is not the case with the Geréfa, or high reeve, a name of very indefinite signification, though not very rare occurrence. It is obvious that it really denotes only a reeve of high rank, I believe always a royal officer, but it is impossible to say whether the rank is personal or official, whether there existed an office called the Geréfa, high reevedom, having certain duties, or whether the circumstance of the shire or other reeve, being a nobleman in the king's confidence, gave to him this exceptional title. I am inclined to believe that they are exceptional, and perhaps in some degree similar to the missi of the Franks, officers dispatched under occasional commissions to perform functions of supervision, hold courts of appeal, and discharge other duties, as the necessity of the case demanded, but that they are not established officers, found in all the districts of the kingdom, and forming a settled part of machinery of government. In this particular sense, our judges going down upon their several circuits under a commission of jail delivery are the Geréfan of our day. We are told in the Saxon Chronicle that in the year 778, Ethelbald and Herdbert of Northumberland slew 3 Geréfan, namely Heolwulf, the son of Bosa, Kenilwulf, and Ecga, and the immediate consequence of this appears to have been the expulsion of Ethelred and the succession of Ethvold to the throne of Northumberland. These high reeves were therefore probably military officers of Ethelred, and Simeon of Durham, in recording the events of the same year, calls them ducus. Again, in 780, Simeon mentions Osbald and Ethelherd as dukes, but the chronicle calls them Geréfan. In a preceding chapter, I've shown that the dukes is properly equivalent to the ealdorman, but this can hardly have been the case with the Geréfa. Again, in 1001, the chronicle mentions 3 high reeves, Ethelwerd, Leofwine, and Cola, and apparently draws a distinction by immediately naming Eadsid, the king's reeve, not his high reeve. In 1002, the chronicle again mentions Elfric, a high reeve, and though a great favourite of the king, certainly never attained the rank of a duke or ealdorman, or as far as we know ever performed any public administrative functions. He was a minion of Ethelred's, but not an officer of the Anglo-Saxon state. Geréfa, or sheriff. The Geréfa is, as his name denotes, the person who stands at the head of the shire, pagus, or county. He is also called Skirman or Skirgman. He is, properly speaking, the holder of the county court, Skirgemót or Folkmote, and probably at first was its elected chief. But as this Geréfa was at first the people's officer, he seems to have shared the fate of the people, and to have sunk in the scale as the royal authority gradually rose. During the whole of our historical period, we find him exercising only a concurrent jurisdiction, shared in and controlled by the ealdorman on the one hand and the bishop on the other. The latter interruption may very probably have existed from the very earliest periods, and the heathen priests have enjoyed the rights which the Christian prelate maintained, but the intervention of the ealdorman appears to be consistent only with the establishment of a central power, exercised in different districts by means of resident superintendents or occasional commissioners, especially charged with the defence of the royal interests. In the Anglo-Saxon legislation, even of the 8th century, the ealdorman is certainly head of the shire, but there is, as far as I could know, no evidence of his sitting in judgment in the Folkmote without the sheriff, while there is evidence that the sheriff sat without the ealdorman. Usually the court was held under the presidency of the ealdorman and bishop and of the Geréfa, who, from his later title of Vice Dominus, was probably looked upon as the ealdorman's deputy, a strange revolution of ideas. The shire moot at Anglosaxon in the days of Canute was attended by Æthelstan, Bishop of Hereford, Ranig the Ealdorman, Eadwine his son, Leofwine, and Thurkydle the White, Tofig the king's missus or messenger, and Brining the Geréfa, but in a celebrated trial of title to land at Woldham in Kent, where Archbishop Dunstan himself was a party concerned, the case seems to have been disposed of by Wulfsig, the shireman or sheriff alone. The Bishop of Rochester, being in some sort a party to the suit, could probably not take his place as a judge, and the Ealdorman is not mentioned at all. Again, in an important trial of title to land at Snodland in Kent, there is no mention whatever of the Ealdorman. The king's writ was sent to the Archbishop, and the Sheriff Leofric and the Thanes of East and West Kent met to try the cause at Canterbury. It may then be concluded that the presence of the sheriff was necessary in any case, while that of the Ealdorman might be dispensed with. By the provisions of our later kings, it appears that the Gemót, or sheriff's court, for the county was to be holden twice in the year, and before this were brought all the most important causes and such as exceeded the competence of the 100. But the judicial functions of the Geréfa were by no means all that he had to attend to. It is clear that the execution of the law was also committed to his hands. The provisions of the Council of Great Tenlia conclude with these words: "But if any of my reeves will not do this, and care less about it than we have commanded, let him pay the fine for disobeying me, and I will find another reeve who will do it." Where reference is generally made to all the enactments of the council, and the same king requires his bishops, ealdormen, and reeves, the principal shire officer, to maintain the peace upon the basis laid down in the Judicia Civitatis Londonii, that is, to put in force the enactments therein contained on pain of fines and forfeiture. In pursuance also of this part of their duty, they were commanded to protect the abbots on all secular occasions, and to see the church dues regularly paid, viz., the tithes, church shots, soul shots, and plough alms. And Edgar, Ethelred, and Canute arm them with the power to levy for tithe, and inflict a heavy forfeiture upon those who withhold it. It is also very clear from several passages in the laws that the sheriff might be called upon to witness bargains and sales so as to warrant them afterwards if necessary. Æthelstan enacts, "Let no man exchange any property without the witness of the reeve, or the mass priest, or the landlord, or the treasurer, or some other credible man." And though the Geréfa is not particularly mentioned here, it is obvious that he is meant, for a subsequent law of Edmund following this enactment of Æthelstan directs that no one shall bargain or receive strange cattle without the witness of the highest reeve, summi praepositi, the priest, the treasurer, or the port reeve. He was further to exercise a supreme police in his county. It is declared by Ethelred, "If there be any man who is untrue to all the people, let the king's reeve go and bring him under surety, that he may be held to justice to them that accused him. But if he have no surety, let him be slain and laid in the foul," that is, I presume, not buried in consecrated ground. From this also it appears probable that the Geréfa was the officer to conduct the execution of criminals in capital cases, as he remains to this day. But as far as I remember, there is no instance of this duty recorded. The regulations respecting mints and coinage seem also to show that this part of the public service was under the superintendence of the Geréfa. As the principal political officer and chief of the freemen in the shire, it was further his duty to promulgate the laws enacted by the king and his Witena Gemót, and take a pledge from the members of the county to observe these, and it is to be concluded that this was solemnly done in the county court. The Geréfa was also the principal fiscal officer in the county. It was undoubtedly his duty to levy all fines that accrued to the king from offenders, and to collect such taxes as the land paid for public purposes. We have unhappily no pipe rolls of the Anglo-Saxon period which would have thrown the greatest light upon the social condition of England, but we have a precept of Canute addressed to Ethelric, the sheriff of Kent, and the other principal officers and thanes of the county, commanding that Archbishop Ethelnoth shall account only as far as he had done before Ethelric, became sheriff, and ordering that in future no sheriff shall demand more of him. From this it appears that even the lands of the archbishop himself were not exempt from the sheriff's authority in fiscal matters, although there can be little doubt that at this period the prelate had a grant of saku or sakun, or complete immunity from the sheriff's power in judicial questions. And we shall have little difficulty in admitting that if he possessed this authority in the case of the archbishop, he exercised it in that of other less distinguished landowners. It has been already shown that the king possessed certain profitable rights in, and received contributions from, the estates of Folkland in private hands. These were exercised and collected by the Geréfa. It is probable that the zeal of this officer had sometimes overstepped the bounds of the law, and induced him to burthen the free landowner for the benefit of the crown, for we find Canute enacting, "This is the alleviation which it is my pleasure to secure to all the people of that which hath heretofore too much oppressed them. First I command all my reeves that they justly provide for me on my own, and maintain me therewith, and that no man need give them anything as farm aid unless he choose, and if after this any one demand a fine, let him be liable in his virgil to the king." The law then goes on to regulate the king's rights in case of intestacy, the amount of heriot payable by different classes, the freedom of succession in the wife and children, and the freedom of marriage both for widow and maiden. And as all these laws, numbered respectively from 70 to 75, appear to be dependent upon one another, and to form a chapter of alleviations by themselves, I conclude that the sheriffs had been guilty of exaction and confiscating the estates of intestates, demanding extravagant herits and reliefs, and imposing fines for license to marry, extortions familiar enough under the Norman rule. It was moreover the sheriff's duty to seize into the king's hands all lands and chattels belonging to felons, which would, in the event of a conviction, become forfeit to the crown. Of this we have instances. About AD 901, Helmstan was guilty of theft. Eanwulf Penherding, who was then sheriff, immediately seized all the property he had at Tisbury, except the land which Helmstan could not forfeit, as it was only Ordlaf's lien or beneficium. At the close of the 10th century, Escwin, a widow, had become implicated in the theft of some title deeds by her own son. Judgment was given against her in one of the royal courts, whereby all her property became forfeited to the king. Wulfstan, the sheriff of Kent, accordingly seized Bromley and Falcombe. Her manors. There is, of course, every probability that the sheriff was charged with certain disbursements required by the public service, and that he rendered a periodical account both of receipts and expenditure to the officers who then represented the royal exchequer. But upon this part of the subject we are unhappily without any evidence. The sheriff was naturally the leader of the militia posse comitatus, or levy of the freemen who served under his banner, as the different lords with their dependents served under the royal officers, the church vassals under the bishop's or abbot's officer, and all together under the chief command of the ealdorman or duke. It was his business to summon them and to command them in the field during the period of their service, and he thus formed the connecting link between the military power of the king and the military power of the people, for purposes both of offence and defence. In the earliest periods the office was doubtless elective, and possibly even to the last the people may have enjoyed, theoretically at least, a sort of concurrent choice. But I cannot hesitate for a moment in asserting that under the consolidated monarchy the Geréfa was nominated by the king with or without the acceptance of the county court, though this in all probability was never refused. The language of the laws which continually adopt the words "our reeves," where none but the sheriffs are intended, clearly shows in what relation these officers stood to the king, and as the latter indisputably possessed the power of removing, he probably did not want that of appointing them. On the one occasion, indeed, Æthelstan distinctly declares that if his sheriffs neglect their duty, he, the king, will find others to do it. The means by which the dignity of the sheriff was supported and are similar to those noticed in the case of the Ealdorman. He received a proportion of the fines payable to the king. He was, we may presume, always a considerable landowner in the shire. Indeed, several of those whom we know to have held the office were amongst the greatest landowners in their respective districts. It is even possible that there may have been some provision in land attached to the office, for I meet occasionally with such words as Geréf land, Geréf mead, where the form of the composition denotes not the land or meadow or of some particular sheriff, but of the sheriff generally. As leader of the shire fyrd or armed force, the Geréfa would have a share of the booty, and it is not unreasonable to suppose that his influence and goodwill were secured at times by the voluntary offerings of neighbours and dependents. The writs of the kings touching judicial processes and other matters connected with the public service were directed to the ealdorman, bishop, and sheriff of the district as a general rule. From these writs, which are numerous in the 11th century, we learn some of the names of the gentlemen who filled the office at that period, and as these names are not without interest, I have collected from such documents as we possess a list of sheriffs for different counties. Berks, Kenilworth, Godric, Devonshire, Hugh the Norman, Dorsetshire, Alfred, Essex, Leofkild, Rodbeard, Stilari, Hampshire, Edsig, Ednoth, Steele, Larry, Herefordshire, Elfnoth, Burning, Osborne, Ulf, Keitel, Hertfordshire, Elfstan, Escar, Steele, Larry, Huntingdonshire, Alfric, Keneric, Kent, Ethelric, Ethelwine, Esgar, Steele, Larry, Leofric, Osweird, Kent, Wulfsig, Briost, Wulfstan, Lincolnshire, Osgod, Middlesex, Elfgiat, Escar, Stia, Larry, Ulf, Norfolk, Eadric, Norfolk and Suffolk, Tolig, Northampton, Marlis, Wegan, Northman, Somersetshire, Godwine, Tofig, Towid, or Tuid, Suffolk, Ilfric, Tolig, Warwickshire, Ewa, Wiltshire, Ianwulf, Penn, Herding, Worcestershire, Leofric. It is possible that increased research may extend this list of sheriffs, and much to be regretted that our information is so scanty as it is. We have no means of deciding whether the office was an annual one, or how its duration was limited. The Kentish list shows that the clergy were neither exempt nor excluded from its toils or advantages, and the position of Wulfsig, the priest and sheriff, recalls to us the earlier times when priest and judge may have been synonymous terms among the nations of the north. I now proceed to a third class, the Caningus Geréfa, or royal reeve. There is some difficulty with regard to this officer, because in many cases where the Caningus Geréfa is mentioned, it is plain that the Skur Geréfa is meant. For example, Alfred twice mentions the Caningus Geréfa as sitting in the Folkmote and administering justice there, which is hardly to be understood of any but the sheriff. However, it is consistent with the general principles of Teutonic society that as there was a Skur Geréfa to do justice between freemen and freemen, so also there should be a Caningus Geréfa before whom the king's tenants should ultimately stand to right, and who more particularly administered the king's saku and saken in his own private lands. To this officer under the ealdorman would belong the investigation of those causes which the king's manorial courts could not decide. Perhaps he might possess some sort of appellate jurisdiction, and it cannot be doubted that it was his duty to superintend the management of the king's private domains, and to lead the array of the king's private tenants in the general levy. It is therefore not unlikely that this officer may be identical with the heel Geréfa already noticed. But in many cases where a king's reeve is mentioned, and where we cannot understand the term of the Skur Geréfa, it is clear that a wick Geréfa, or burr, or a tongue Geréfa are intended, and that they are called royal officers merely because the wick, burr, or ton happen to be royal property. The chronicle under the year 787 mentions a Geréfa who was slain by the Northmen. This year King Beathric took to wife Edbur, King Offa's daughter, and in his time first came 3 ships of Northmen from Heretha land. And then the Geréfa rode to the place, and would have driven them to the king's ton, for he knew not who they were, and there on the spot they slew him. These were the first Danish ships that ever sought the land of the English. Now Florence of Worcester, under the same date, tells us that this officer was Regus Praepositus, that is, a king's reeve, and Henry of Huntingdon improves him into a sheriff, praepositus regus Ilius Provincii. Ethelwerd, however, who is obviously much better acquainted with the details of the story than his Norman successors, records that this officer's name was Bedoherd, and that he was the royal burgrave in Dorchester. In 897, again, we hear of the death of Lucuman in battle against the Danes. The chronicle calls him Faesceningus Geréfa, but Henry of Huntingdon praepositus regalis exercitus, which may merely mean the officer appointed to lead the royal force, that is, a king's reeve in the sense which I have attempted to establish on a preceding page. Other king's reeves mentioned are Elfweard and Elfgar. It may admit of doubt whether in the parts of England which were subject to Danish rule, and only re-annexed to the West Saxon crown by conquest, the same institutions prevailed as in the rest of the country. In the laws of Ethelred we hear of a king's reeve in the Wapentake and in the community of the Five Burgs. These are not sheriffs, the former rather resembling the 100-man, the latter a burgerefa, but with extended powers, perhaps approaching those of a sheriff or the Northumbrian Geréfa already alluded to in this chapter. The burgerefa in a fortified town, which I take to be the strict meaning of burh. There was an officer under this title. We know but little of his peculiar powers, but there is every reason to conclude that they were similar to those of other Geréfen, according to the circumstances in which he was placed. If the town were free, it is possible that he may have been the popular officer, a sort of sheriff where the town is itself a county. But this is improbable, and it is much more likely that the burgerefa was essentially a royal officer charged with the maintenance and defence of a fortress. Such a one I take Badoherd to have been in Dorchester. Similarly, we hear of Godwine praepositus Civitatis Oxnafordi, Ethelwig praepositus in Buckingham, and Winsig also praepositus in Oxnaforda, Osolf and Elcaethon both praepositi in Padstow, and finally Alfred the Reeve of Bath. It was this officer's duty to preside in the Gemót, which was appointed to be held thrice in the year, and he was most likely the representative of the townspeople, so far as these were unfree in the higher courts. It is also probable that he was their military leader, and that he was expected to be present at sales and exchanges in order to be able to warrant transactions if impeached. Lastly, he was to see that tithes were duly rendered from his fellow citizens. From a very interesting document just now cited, it may be inferred that he possessed considerable power in his district, and that persons of rank and wealth were clothed with the office. We there find the reeves of Buckingham and Oxford granting the rights of Christian burial to some Saxon gentlemen who had perished in a brawl brought on by an attempt at theft, and the intervention of the king himself seems to have been necessary to prevent the execution of their decree. The burgerefa may perhaps be said to have had some of the rights of the aedile and praetor urbanus under the old, or those of the duumvir under the later provincial constitution of Rome. Still, he seems to have been in some degree subject to the supervision of the Ealdorman. I have sometimes thought that he might be compared in part with the burggraf, in part with the vote of the German towns under the Empire. But unfortunately we know too little of our ancient municipal constitution to enable us to carry out this inquiry. We have no means now of ascertaining the duration of his office, the nature of his appointment, or the actual extent of his powers. Port Geréfa. The Port Geréfa is in many respects similar to the burgerefa, but as it appears that port is applied rather to a commercial than a fortified town, there are differences between the two offices. In some degree these will have depended upon the comparative power, freedom, and organization of the citizens themselves, and I can readily believe that the port reeves of London were much more important personages than the burh reeves of Oxford or Bath. In the smaller towns it is probable that the court of the port reeve was a sort of pie-powder court, but in the larger it must have had cognizance of offences against the customs laws, the laws affecting the mint, and the general police of the district. As a general rule, I imagine the Port Geréfa to have been an elective officer. Perhaps in the large and important towns he required at least the assent of the king. In London he holds the place of the sheriff, and the king's writs are directed to the earl, the bishop, and the port reeve. There are two cities in which we hear of port reeves, viz., London and Canterbury. In the former we have Swetman, Elfsig, Ulf, Leofstan, and the great officer of the royal household, Escar the Stellari, which alone would be sufficient evidence of the importance attached to the post. In Canterbury we read of Ethelred, Leofstan, and Godric occupying the same station. Again we have Elfsig, Port Geréfa in Bodmin, and Leof killed Port Geréfa in Bath. It is worthy of remark that the two, Elfsig and Leofstan, serve the office together in London, and that Ulf also occurs as sheriff of Middlesex. In the smaller towns especially, it must have been a principal part of the port reeve's duty to witness all transactions by bargain and sale. A portion of his subsistence, at least, was probably derived from the proceeds of tolls and fines levied within his district. Wick Geréfa. The Wick Geréfa was a similar officer in villages, or in such towns as had grown out of villages without losing the name of a village. I presume that he was not concerned with the freemen, but was a kind of steward of the manor, and that his dignity varied with the rank of his employer and the extent of his jurisdiction. However, there is so much difficulty making a clear distinction between port and wick that we find Wick Geréfa applied to officers who ruled in large and royal cities. Thus the Saxon Chronicle mentions Beornwulf under the title of Wick Geréfa in Winchester, whom Florence in the same year calls Praepositus Wintoniensium. And in the laws of Helothere and Ærik, the same title is given to the king's officer in London, Canningus Wick Geréfa. In general, I should be disposed to construe the word strictly as a village reeve, and especially in any case where the village was not royal, but ducal or episcopal property. Many places may indeed have once been called by the name of Wick, which afterwards assumed a much more dignified appellation, together with a much more important social condition. Tun Geréfa. The Tun Geréfa is literally the reeve of a tun, enclosure, farm, vill, or manor, and his authority also must have fluctuated with that of his lord. He is the villicus, or bailiff of the estate, and on the royal farms was bound to superintend the cultivation and keep the peace among the cultivators. In London he appears to have been subordinate to the Port Geréfa, and was probably his officer. It was his business to see that the tolls were paid. Alfred commands, in case a man is committed to prison in the king's tun, that the reeve shall feed him if necessary. This I suppose to be the Tun Geréfa, the officer on the spot, who would be responsible for his security. So Edgar forbids his reeves to do any wrong to the other men of the tun in respect to the tracking of strange cattle. Here the Tun Geréfa represents the king among the class that would in earlier times have formed a court of free markmen. That the Tun Geréfa was the manager of a royal estate appears plainly from an ordinance of Ethelstan respecting the doles or charities which were to issue from the various farms' domain. I, Ethelstan, with the consent of Wulfhelm my archbishop, and all my other bishops and God's servants, command all you, my reeves, within my realm, for the forgiveness of my sins, that ye entirely feed one poor Englishman, if ye have him, or that ye find another. From every 2 of my farms be there given him monthly 1 amber of meal, and 1 shank of bacon or ram worth 4 pence, and clothing for 12 months every year, and ye shall redeem 1 white thial. And let all this be done for the Lord's mercy, and for my sake, under witness of the bishop in whose diocese it may be. And if the reeve neglect this, let him make compensation with 30 shillings, and let the money be distributed to the poor in the tun, where this remains unfulfilled by witness of the bishop. Lastly, in the law of Ethelred, I find the tun gravius, decamalus hominis, and presbyter charged with the care of seeing certain alms bestowed and fasts observed, which seems to denote a special authority exercised by the Tun Geréfa, together with the heads of the tithings. The Geréfa in a royal vill may easily have been a person of consideration, if the Ethelnoth, who in 830 was reeve at Eastry in Kent, were such a one. We find from his will that he had no mean amount of property to dispose of. Swan Geréfa, the Swan Geréfa, as his name denotes, was reeve of that forest court which till a late period was known in England as the Swain Moot. It was his business to superintend the swannis, or swains, the herdsmen and foresters, to watch over the rights of pasture and regulate the use which might be made of the forests. It is probably one of the oldest constitutional offices, and may have existed by the same name at a time when the organization in marks was common all over England. From a trial which took place in 825, we find that he had the supervision of the pastures in the shirewood, or public forest, and from this also it appears that he was under the immediate superintendence and control of the Ealdorman. The extended organization which the Swana Gemót attained under Canute may be seen in that prince's Constitutions de Foresta. It is probable that there were Holt Geréfan and Wood Geréfan, Holt reeves and wood reeves among the Saxons, having similar duties to those of the Swan Geréfa, but I have not yet met with these names. They are, I believe, by no means extinct in many parts of England, any more than the land reeve, a designation still current in Devonshire and probably elsewhere. Wheel Geréfa, the last officer whom I shall treat of particularly, is the Wheel Geréfa, or Welsh reeve. This singular title occurs in an entry of the Saxon Chronicle, anno 897. The same year died Wulfric, the king's horse-thane, who was also Wheel Geréfa. There can be no dispute as to the meaning of the word, but the functions of the officer designated by it are far from clear. It denotes a reeve who had the superintendence of the Welsh, but the question where this superintendence was exercised is a very important one. If in the king's palace Wulfric was set over a certain number of unfree Britons, laetae, or even serfs, as their judge and regulator, or he may have had the superintendence of property belonging to Alfred in Wales, which is somewhat less probable, or lastly, he may have been a margrave whose mission it was to watch the Welsh border and defend the Saxon frontier against sudden incursions. This I think the least probable of all, inasmuch as I find no traces of margraves me are Geréfan in Anglosaxon history. On the contrary, the marches in this country seem to have been always committed to the care of a duke or ealdorman, not a Geréfa. Wulfric's rank, however, which was that of a maris calcus, or marshal, is not inconsistent with so great and distant a command. On the whole, therefore, I am disposed to believe that he was a royal reeve, to whose care Alfred's Welsh serfs were committed, and who exercised a superintendence over them in some one or in all of the royal domains. The Geréfa was not necessarily a royal officer. On the contrary, we find bishops, ealdormen, nay, simple nobles with them upon their establishment. Of course, the moment an immunity of Sacu or Sacon existed upon any estate, the lord appointed a Geréfa to hold his court and do right among his men, as the Sker Geréfa hold court for the freemen in the shire. And if any proof of this were necessary, we might find it in the title Sac na Reeve, Sac na Geréfa, which occurs at page 12 of the valuable book known as Liber de Antiquis Legibus, but which would have been much more justly entitled Annals of the Corporation of London. We may be assured that in every villa belonging to a bishop or a lay lord, in every city where there was a cathedral or a castle, there was found a bis Cheops, or an ealdorman's Geréfa, as the case might be, performing such functions for the prelate or the noble as the king's Geréfa exercised for him, and if there were an immunity, performing every function that the royal officer performed. Thus in some towns I can conceive it very possible that the king's ealdormans and bishops' reeves may have met side by side and exercised a concurrent jurisdiction, and as the bishop's Geréfa must have led his armed retainers, at least whenever it pleased the prelate to remember the canons of his church, this officer may be compared to the vote advocatus, vice dominus, or vidami, who fulfill that duty on the continent. The bishop's reeve is empowered by the king to aid the sheriff in the forcible levy of tithe. He is recognized in the law of Witena as an intermediary between a dependent of the bishop and the public courts of justice. The thane's or nobleman's reeve was allowed on various occasions to act as his attorney. The great landowner was admonished to appoint reeves over his dependents, to preserve the peace and represent them before the law. And lastly, so necessary a part of a nobleman's establishment is the Geréfa considered to be that Eine enacts, whithersoever a noble journeys, thither may his reeve accompany him. Of course, in many cases these Geréfen would be merely stewards, but in nearly all we must consider them to have been judges in various courts of greater or less importance, public or private, as it might chance to be. This one original character distinguishes all alike, whether it be the Sker Geréfa of a county court, the Burg Geréfa of a corporation, the Swan Geréfa of a woodland moot, the Mott Geréfa of any court in which plea could be holden, or the Tun Geréfa of a vill or dependent settlement, the ancient steward of a manorial court. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6, Part 1 of Saxons in England by John Mitchell Kemble. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Witena, Gemót. The conquest of the Roman provinces in Europe was accomplished by successive bands of adventurers ranged under the banners of various leaders, whom ambition, restlessness, or want of means had driven from their homes. But the conquest once achieved, the strangers settled down upon the territory they had won and became the nucleus of nations. In their new settlements they adopted the rules and forms of institutions to which they had been accustomed in their ancient home, subject indeed to such modifications as necessarily resulted from the mode of the conquest and their new position among vanquished populations, generally superior to themselves in the arts of civilized life. If we carefully examine the nature of these ventures, we shall, I think, come to the conclusion that they were carried on upon what may be familiarly termed the joint stock principle. The owner of a ship, the supplier of the weapons or food necessary to set the business on foot, is the great capitalist of the company. The man of skill and judgment and experience is listened to with respect and cheerfully obeyed. The strong arms and unflinching courage of the multitude complete the work, and when the prize is won, the profits are justly divided among the winners according to the value of each man's contribution to the general utility. But in such voluntary associations as these, it is clear that every man retains a certain amount of free will, that he has a right to consult, discuss, and advise, to assent to or dissent from the measures proposed to be adopted. Even the council of war of such a band must differ very much from what in our day goes by that name, where a few officers of high rank decide, and the mass of the army blindly execute their plans. It cannot then surprise us that in such cases everything should be done with the counsel, consent, and leave of the associated adventurers. The bands were then not too numerous for general consultation. There was no fear lest treachery or weakness should betray the plans to an enemy. The necessities of self-preservation guaranteed the faith of every individual, for camped among hostile and exasperated populations, ignorant of their tongue and remote from them in manners, the German straggler, captive, or deserter could look forward to nothing save a violent death or a life of weary slavery. Mutual participation in danger must have given rise to mutual trust. Again, the principle upon which the settlement of the land was effected was that of associations for common benefits and a mutual guarantee of peaceful possession. Each man stood engaged to his neighbor, both as to what he would himself avoid and as to what he would maintain. The public weal was the immediate interest of every individual member of the estate. It came home to him at every instant of his life, directly pressing him either in his property, his freedom, or his peace, not through a long and accidental chain of distant causes and results. Moreover, in an association based upon the individual freedom of the associates, each man had a right to guard the integrity of the compact to which he was himself a party, and not only a right, but a strong interest in exercising it, for in proportion to the smallness of the state is the effect which the conduct of any single member may produce upon its welfare. But wherever free men meet on equal terms of alliance, the will of the majority is the law of the state. If the minority be small, it must submit. or suffer for rebellion. If large and capable of independent action and subsistence, it may peaceably separate from the majority, renounce its intimate alliance, and emigrate to new settlements, where it may at its own leisure and in its own way develop its peculiar views of polity, leaving to fortune or to the gods to decide the abstract question of right between itself and its opponents. How then is the will of the majority to be ascertained? Where the number of citizens is small, the question is readily answered by the decision of a public meeting at which all may be present. Now such public meetings or councils we find in existence among the Germans from their very first appearance in history. The graphic pen of Tacitus has left us a lively description of their nature and powers, and in some degree their forms of business. He says, in matters of minor import, the chiefs take counsel together; in weightier affairs, the whole body of the state, but in such wise that the chiefs have the power of discussing and recommending even those measures which the will of the people ultimately decides. They meet, except some sudden and fortuitous event occur, on fixed days, either at new or full moon. This inconvenience arises from their liberty, that they do not assemble at once or at the time for which they are summoned, but a second or even a third day is wasted by the delay of those who are to meet. They sit down in arms just as it suits the convenience of the crowd. Silence is enjoined by the priests, who on these occasions have even the power of coercion. Then the king or the prince, or any one whom his age, nobility, his honours won in war, or his eloquence may authorize to speak, is listened to more through the influence of persuasion than the power of command. If his opinion do not please them, they reject it with murmurs. If it do, they dash their lances together. The most honourable form of assent is adoption by clashing of arms. It is lawful also to bring accusations and prosecute capitally before the council. The punishment varies with the crime. Traitors and deserters they hang on trees. Cowards, the unwarlike and infamous of body, they bury alive in mud and marsh, with a hurdle cast over them. The difference of the penalty has this intention, as it were, that crimes should be made public, but infamous vices hidden while being punished. In the same councils also princes are elected to give law in the shires and villages. Each has 100 comrades from among the people, both to advise him and add to his authority. They transact no business, either of a public or private nature, without their weapons. But it is not the custom for any one to begin wearing them before the state has approved of him as likely to be an efficient citizen. Then in the public meeting itself, either one of the chiefs or his father or kinsman decorates the youth with a shield and javelin. This is their toga. This is the first dignity of their youth. Before this they appear part of a household, after it of a state. Such then was the nature of a Teutonic parliament, as Tacitus had learnt that it existed in his time, nor is there the least doubt that he has described it most truly. And such were all the popular meetings of later periods, whether shiremoots, markmoots, or the great placata of kingdoms, folkmoots in the most extended sense of the term. Such, at least in theory, and to a great extent in practice, were the meetings of the Franks under the Merovingian kings, and even under the Carolings. It will not be uninteresting or without advantage to compare with this account the description which Hincmar, Archbishop of Rheims, gives of the institution as recognized and organized by Charlemagne, a prince by nature not over well disposed to popular freedom, and by circumstances placed in a situation to be very dangerous to it. Charlemagne held Reichstag, or parliaments, twice a year, in May and again in the autumn, for the general arrangement of the public business. The earlier of these was attended by the principal officers of state, the ministers as we should call them, both lay and clerical, the administrators of the public affairs in the provinces, and other persons engaged in the business of government. These, who are comprehended under the titles of Maioris, Seniores, Optimates, may possibly have led the real conduct of the deliberations, but there is no doubt that the freemen were also present, first because the general armed muster, or Haraban, took place at the same time, the well-known Campus Martius, or Champ de Mai, and partly because we know that all new capitularies added to the existing law were subjected to their approval. We may therefore conclude that they were still possessed of a share in the business of legislation, although it may have only amounted to a right of accepting or rejecting the propositions of others. The king had his particular curia, court, or council, the members of which were chosen eleganter, though how or by whom we know not, from the laity and the clergy. Probably both the king and the people had their share in the election. The seniores, according to Hincmar, were called prompter concilium, or denondum, to lead the business; the minores, prompter idem concilium suscipiendum, to accept the same, but also interdem parviter tractandum, sometimes to take a part also in the discussions, and to confirm them, not indeed by any inherent power of their own, but by the moral influence of their judgment and opinion. The second great meeting comprised only the seniores and the king's immediate councillors. It appears to have been concerned with questions of revenue as well as general policy, but its main object was to prepare the business and anticipate the necessities of the coming year. It was a deliberative assembly in which questions afterwards to be submitted to the general meeting were discussed and agreed upon. The members of this council were bound to secrecy. When the public business had been concluded, they formed a court of justice and of appeal for the settlement of litigation in cases which transcended the powers or skill of the ordinary tribunals. The general councils were held in fine weather in the open air, or if occasion required in houses devoted to the purpose. The ecclesiastics and the magnates, for so we may call them, sat apart from the multitude, but even they had separate chambers in which the clergy could deliberate upon matters purely ecclesiastical, and magnates upon matters purely civil. But when the object of their inquiry was of a mixed character, they were called together. Before these chambers the questions were brought which had been prepared at the preceding meeting, or arose from altered circumstances. The opinion of the members was taken upon them, and when agreed to they were presented to the king, who agreed or disagreed in turn, as the case might be. While the new laws or administrative regulations were under discussion, the king, unless especially invited to be present at the deliberations, occupied himself in mixing with the remaining multitude, receiving their presents, welcoming their leaders, conversing with the new comers, sympathizing with the old, congratulating the young, and in similar employments, both in spirituals and temporals, says Hincmar. When the prepared business had been disposed of, the king propounded detailed interrogatories to the chambers respecting the state of the country in the different districts, or what was known of the intentions and actions of neighboring countries. And these having been answered or reserved for consideration, the assembly broke up. When any new chapters, hence called capitula, had been added to the ancient law or folk rite, special messengers missi were dispatched into the provinces to obtain the assent and signatures of the freemen, and the chapters thus ratified became thenceforth the law of the land. Is it unreasonable to suppose that the proposals of the princes were also presented to the assembled freemen, the reliqua multitudo, in arms upon the spot, and then in the old German fashion they carried them by acclamation? While the district whose members attend the folkmoot is still small, there is no great inconvenience in this method of proceeding. In the empire of Charlemagne, attendance upon the campus Medius, whether as soldier or councillor, must have been a heavy burthen. Nor can we conceive it to have been otherwise here. As soon as counties became consolidated into kingdoms, and kingdoms into an empire, in a country overrun with forests, intersected with deep streams or extensive marshes, and but ill provided with the means of internal communication, suit in service, even at the county court, must have been a hardship to the cultivator, a duty performed not without danger, and often vexatiously interfering with agricultural processes on which the hopes of the year might depend. Much more keenly would this have been felt had every freeman been called upon to attend beyond the limits of his own shire, in places distant from and totally unknown to him. How, for example, would a cultivator from Essex have been likely to look upon a journey into Gloucestershire at the severe season of Christmas, or the, to him, important farming period of Easter? What, moreover, could he care for general laws affecting many districts beside the one in which he lived, or for regulations applying to fractions of society in which he had no interest? For the Saxon cultivator was not then a politician, nor were general rules, which embraced a whole kingdom, of the same moment to him as those which might concern the little locality in which his allode lay. or what benefit could be expected from his attendance at deliberations which concerned parts of the country with whose mode of life and necessities he was totally unacquainted. Lastly, what evil must not have resulted to the Republic by the withdrawal of whole populations from their usual places of employment, and the congregating them in a distant and unknown locality. If we consider these facts, we shall find little difficulty in imagining that any scheme which relieved him from this burthen and threw it upon stronger shoulders would be a welcome one, and the foundation of a representative system seems laid a priori, and in the nature of things itself. To the rich and powerful neighbour whose absence from his farms was immaterial, while his bailiffs remained on the spot to superintend their cultivation, to the Sker Geréfa, the Ealdorman, the royal reeve, or royal thane, familiar with the public business and having influence and interest with the king, to the bishop or abbot, distinguished for his wisdom as well as his station, to any or all of these he would be ready to commit the defence of his small private interests, satisfied to be virtually represented if he were not compelled to leave the business and the enjoyments of his daily life. On the other hand, to whom could the king look with greater security than to the men whose sympathies were all those of the ruling caste, many of whom were his own kinsmen by blood or marriage, more of whom were his own officers, men too accustomed to business and practically acquainted with the wants of their several localities? Or how, when the customs and condition of wildly different social aggregations were to be considered and reconciled, could he do better than advise with those who were most able to point out and meet the difficulties of the task? Thus it appears to me by a natural process did the folk mote or meeting of the nation become converted into a Witena, Gemót, or meeting of councillors. Nor let it be imagined by this that I mean the king's councillors only. By no means. They were the Witan, or councillors of the nation, members of the great council or inquest, who sought what was for the general good, certainly not men who accidentally formed part of what we in later days called the king's council, and who might have been more or less the creatures of his will. They were Leod Witan, Theod Witan, general, popular, universal councillors. Only when they chanced to be met for the purpose of advising him could they bear the title of the Caningus Theateres, or Caningus Witan. Then no doubt the Leod Witan became Thais Caningus Witan, the king's, not king's councillors, because without their assistance he could not have enacted, nor without their assistance executed his laws. Let it be borne in mind throughout that the king was only the head of an aristocracy which acted with him and by whose support he reigned, that this aristocracy again was only a higher order of the freemen to whose class it belonged, and with many of whose interests it was identified, that the clergy, learned, active, and powerful, were there to mediate between the rulers and the ruled. And I think we shall conclude that the system which I have faintly sketched was not incapable of securing to a great degree the well-being of a state in such an early stage of development as the Saxon Commonwealth. At what exact period the change I have attempted to describe was effected is neither very easy to determine nor very material. It was probably very gradual and very partial. Indeed, it may never have been formally recognized, for here and there we find evident traces of the people's being present at and ratifying the decisions of the Witan. Much more important is it to consider certain details respecting the composition, powers, and functions of the Witena Gemót, as we find it in periods of ascertained history. The documents contained in the Codex Diplomaticus Aevi Saxonici enable us to do this in some degree. In that collection there are several grants which are distinctly stated to have been made in such meetings of the Witan by and with their consent, and the signatures to which may be assumed to be those of members present on the occasion. Among these we find the king, frequently the ethelings, or princes of the blood, generally the archbishops, and all or some of the bishops and abbots. All or some of the dukes or ealdormen, sometimes priests and deacons, and generally a large attendance of militis, ministry, or thanes, many of whom must unhesitatingly be asserted to be royal officers, Geréfa, and the like, in the shires. From one document it is evident that the sheriffs of all the counties were present, and in a few cases we meet with names accompanied by no special designation. Now it appears that a body so constituted would have been very competent to advise for the general good, and I do not scruple to express my opinion that under such a system the interests of the country were very fairly represented, especially as there were then no parliamentary struggles to make the duration of ministries dependent upon the counting up of single votes, and contests for the representation of counties or boroughs would have been as much without an object in those days as they are important in our own, above all since there was then no systematic voting of money for the public service. Among the charters from which we derive our information as to the constituent members of the Gemót, one or two appear to be signed by the Queen and other ladies, always, I believe, ecclesiastics of rank and wealth. I do not, however, on this account, argue that such women form parts of the regular body. In many cases it is clear that when a grant had been made by the King and his Witan, the document was drawn up and offered for attestation to the principal persons present or easily accessible. When the Queen had accompanied her consort to the place where the Gemót was held, or when, as was usual, the Gemót attended the King at one of his own residences to assist in the hospitalities of Christmas and Easter, it was natural that the First Lady of the land should be asked to witness grants of land and other favours conferred upon individuals. It was a compliment to herself not less than to him whom she honoured with her signature, but I know no instance where the record of any solemn public business is so corroborated. Nor does it follow that the document which was drawn up in accordance with the resolution of a Gemót should necessarily be signed in the Gemót itself. It may have been executed subsequently at the King's festal board, and in presence of the members of his court and household. The case of abbesses, if not disposed of by the arguments just advanced, must be understood of Gemóts in which the interests of the monastic bodies were concerned. Here it is possible that ladies of high rank at the head of nunneries may have attended to watch the proceedings of the synod and attest its acts. Again, where the Gemót acted as a high court of justice, which often was the case, a lady who had been party to a cause might naturally be called upon to sign the record of the judgment. The instances, however, in which the signatures of women occur are very rare. Although the members of the Gemót are called in Saxon generally by the name of Witan, they are decorated with very various titles in the Latin documents. Among these the most common are Maioris, Natu, Sapientis, Principis, Senatores, Primitus, Optimistus, Magnates, and in 3 or 4 charters they are designated Procuratoris Patrii, which last title, however, seems confined to the Thanes, Geréfa, or other members below the rank of an Ealdorman. In the prologue to the laws of Whittrade they are called Tha Edigan, for which I know no better translation than the Spanish ricos hombres, where the wealth of the parties is certainly not the leading idea. But whatever be their titles, they are unquestionably looked upon as representing the whole body of the people, and consequently the national will, and indeed in one charter of Ethelstan and 931 the act is said to have been confirmed tota plebis generalitate ovante, with the approbation of all the people, and the act of a similar meeting at Winchester in 934, which was attended by the King, 4 Welsh princes, 2 archbishops, 17 bishops, 4 abbots, 12 dukes, and 52 thanes, making a total of 92 persons, is described to have been executed tota populi generalitate. On one occasion a Gemót is mentioned, of which the members are called the King's Hiat Witan, or High Councillors. It is impossible to say whether this is intended to mark a difference in their rank. If it were, it might be referred to the analogy of the autumnal meetings in Charlemagne's constitution, but nothing has yet been met with to confirm this hypothesis, which in itself is not very probable. The largest amount of signatures which I have yet observed is 106, but numbers varying from 90 to 100 are not uncommon, especially after the consolidation of the monarchy. In earlier times and smaller kingdoms the numbers must have been much less. The Gemót, which decided upon the reception of Christianity in Northumberland, was held in a room, and Dunstan met the Witan of England in the upper room of the house at Caen. Other meetings, which were rather in the nature of conventions and were held in the presence of armies, may have been much more numerous and tumultuary, much more like the ancient armed folkmoot, or the famous day which put an end to the Merovingian dynasty among the Franks. That the members of the Witena Gemót were not elected in any sense which we now attach to the word, I hold to be indisputable. elective Witens ceased together with elective Geréfa or Ealdorman. But in a system so elastic as the Saxon, it is conceivable that an Ealdorman, bishop, or other great Wita may have occasionally carried with him to the Gemót some friend or dependent whose wisdom he thought might aid in the discussions, or whom the opinion of the neighbourhood designated as a person well calculated to advise for the general good, a slight trace, but still a trace, of the ancient popular right to be present at the settlement of public business. To this I attribute the frequent appearance of priests and deacons, who probably attended in the suite of prelates and would be useful assessors when clerical business was brought before the council. Generally, I imagine, the Witan, after having once been called by writ or summons, met like our own peers, as a matter of course, whenever a parliament was proclaimed, and that they were summoned by the king either proc hoc vice, or generally can be clearly shown. Athelstan, speaking of the Gemóts at Grantonley, Exeter, Feversham, and Thundersfield, says that the consultations were made before the archbishop, the bishops, and the Witan present, whom the king himself had named. How these appointments took place is not very material, but as the Witan were collected from various parts of England, it is not unreasonable to suppose that it was by the easy means of a writ and token, gerit and insigil. The meeting was proclaimed some time in advance at some one of the royal residences. The proper Saxon name for these assemblies was Witena Gemót, literally the meeting of the Witan, but we also find Mikkel Gemót, the great meeting, Synothle Gemót, the synodal meeting, Anoth, the synod. The Latin names are Concilium, Conventus, Synodus, Synodali, Conciliabulum, and the like, although Synodus and Seonath might more properly be confined to ecclesiastical conventions. The Saxons do not appear to have made any distinction, probably because ecclesiastical and secular regulations were made by the same body and at the same time. But it is very probable that the Frankish system of separate houses for the clergy and laity prevailed here also, and that merely ecclesiastical affairs were decided by the king and clergy alone. There are some acts in which the signatures are those of clergymen only, others in which the clerical signatures are followed and, as it were, confirmed by those of the laity. And in one remarkable case of this kind, the king signs at the head of each list, as if he had in fact affixed his mark successively in the two houses as president of each. A more important question for us is, what were the powers of the Witena Gemót? It must be answered by examples in detail. 1. First, and in general, they possessed a consultative voice and right to consider every public act which could be authorized by the king. This has been attempted to be denied, but without sufficient reason. Rund, who is one of the upholders of the erroneous doctrine on this subject, appeals to the introduction of Christianity into Kent, which he perhaps justly declares to have been made without the assent of the Witan. But it does not at all follow that the first reception of Augustine by Ethelbert is to be considered a public act, or that it had any immediate consequences for the public law. Nor is it certain that at a later period a meeting of the Witan may not have ratified the private proceeding of the king. Ethelbert, who had some experience of Christianity from the doctrine and practice of his Frankish consort Bjørta, may have chosen to trust to the silent, gradual working of the missionaries, without courting the opposition of the heathen Witena Gemót, still assured of success. His corps were already accustomed to the sight of a Christian bishop and clergy in Berta's suite, and Augustine, with his company, might easily pass for a mere addition to that department of the royal household. Indeed, Augustine himself does not appear to have been at all ambitious of martyrdom, and probably preferred trying the chances of a gradual progress to a stormy and perhaps fatal collision with a body of barbarians led by a pagan and rival priesthood. The words of Beda, therefore, can prove nothing in the matter, except indeed what is most important for us, viz. That Ethelbert at first refused to interfere as king, that is, would not make a public question of Augustine's mission. But Rund seems to have forgotten that Ethelbert's laws, which must be dated between 596 and 605, do most emphatically recognize Christianity and the Christian priesthood, and as Beda declares him to have enacted these laws, cum concilio sapientem, we shall hardly be saying too much if we affirm that the introduction of Christianity was at least ratified by a solemn act of the Witan. Run's further remarks upon the conversion of Northumberland seem to prove that he really never read through the passages he himself cites, so completely do they refute his own arguments. 2. The Witan deliberated upon the making of new laws which were to be added to the existing folk writ, and which were then promulgated by their own and the king's authority. Beta, in a passage just cited, says of Ethelbert, among other benefits which, consulting, he bestowed upon his nation, he gave her also, with the advice of his Witan, decrees of judgments after the example of the Romans, which, written in the English tongue, are yet possessed and observed by her. And these laws were enacted by their authority, jointly with the king's. The prologue to the law of Whitred declares, "These are the dooms of Whitred, king of the men of Kent, in the reign of the most clement king of the men of Kent, Whitred, in the 5th year of his reign, the 9th indiction, the 6th day of the month, Rugern, in the place which is called Berghamsted, where was assembled a deliberative convention of the great men. There was Britwald, the high bishop of Britain, and the aforenamed king, also the bishop of Rochester, the same was called Gibmund, he was present, and every degree of the church in that tribe spake in unison with the obedient people. There the great men decreed with the suffrages of all these dooms, and added them to the lawful customs of the men of Kent, as hereafter is said and declared." The prologue to the laws of Ine establishes the same fact for Wessex. He says, "Ine, by the grace of God, king of the West Saxons, with the advice and by the teaching of Kenred, my father, and of Hedda, my bishop, and Erkenwald, my bishop, with all my ealdormen and the most eminent Witan of my people, and also with the great assemblage of God's servants, have been considering respecting our soul's heal and the stability of our realm, so that right law and right royal judgments might be settled and confirmed among our people, so that none of our ealdormen nor of those who are subject unto us should ever hereafter turn aside these our dooms." And this is confirmed in more detail by Alfred. This prince, after giving some extracts from the Levitical legislation and deducing their authority through the apostolical teaching, proceeds to engraft upon the latter the peculiar principle of bote, or compensation, which is the characteristic of Teutonic legislation. He says, after this, it happened that many nations received the faith of Christ, and then were many synods assembled throughout all the earth, and among the English race also, after they had received the faith of Christ, of holy bishops, and also of their exalted Witan. They then ordained, out of that mercy which Christ had taught, that secular lords, with their leave, might without sin take for almost every misdeed for the first offence the bote in money which they then ordained, except in cases of treason against the Lord, to which they dared not to assign any mercy, because Almighty God adjudged none to them that despised him, nor did Christ the Son of God adjudge any to him that sold him unto death. And he commanded that a lord should be loved like oneself. They then in many synods decreed a bote for many human misdeeds, and in many synod books they wrote, here one doom, there another. Then I, Alfred the king, gathered these together, and commanded many of those which our forefathers held, and which seemed good to me to be written down, and many which did not seem good to me I rejected by the counsel of my Witan, and commanded them in otherwise to be holden. But much of my own I did not venture to set down in writing, for I knew not how much of it might please our successors, but what I met with, either of the time of Ine, my kinsman, or of Offa, king of the Mercians, or Ethelbert, who first of the English race received baptism, the best I have here collected, and the rest rejected. I then, Alfred, king of the West Saxons, showed these to all my Witan, and they then said that it liked them well so to hold them. The laws of Edward, like those of Halofair and Ærik, had no proem. Next in order of time are those of Ethelstan. The Council of Greatly opens with an ordinance which the king says was framed by the advice of Wulfhelm, Archbishop of Canterbury, and his other bishops. No other Witan are mentioned. Now it is remarkable enough that this ordinance refers exclusively to tithes and other ecclesiastical dues and works of charity. But the secular ordinances which followed conclude with these words, "All this was established in the great synod at Great Tenley, in which was Archbishop Wulfhelm, with all the noblemen and Witan, whom Ethelstan the king commanded to gather together." The Witan at Exeter under the same king are much more explicit as to their powers. In the preamble to their laws they say, "These are the dooms which the Witan at Exeter decreed with the council of Athelstan the king, and again at Feversham, and a third time at Thundersfield, where the whole was settled and confirmed together." The concurrence of these Witan is continually appealed to in the Saxon laws which follow, and which are supplementary to the 3 Gemóts mentioned. But in a chapter concerning ordeals, the regulation is said to be by command of God. The archbishop and all the bishops and the other Witan are not mentioned, probably because the administration of the ordeal was a special ecclesiastical function. Again, in the Judicia Civitatis Londonii, the joint legislative authority of the king and the Witan is repeatedly alluded to. Edmund commences his laws by stating that he had assembled a great synod in London at Easter, at which the 2 archbishops, Oda and Wulfstam, were present, together with many bishops and persons of ecclesiastical as well as secular condition. And having thus given the authority by which he acted, he proceeds to the details of his law, which he again declares to have been promulgated after deliberation with the council of his Witan, ecclesiastical and lay. The council of Colinton, held under the same prince, commences thus: "This is the decree which Edmund the king and his bishops with his Witan established at Colinton concerning the maintenance of peace and taking the oaths of fidelity." Next comes Edgar, whose law commences in these words: "This is the ordinance which Edgar the king with the council of his Witan ordained to the praise of God, his own honour, and the benefit of all his people." In like manner, Ethelred informs us that his law was ordained for the better maintenance of the public peace by himself and his Witan at Woodstock in the land of the Mercians, according to the laws of the Angles. In precisely similar terms he speaks of new laws made by himself and his Witan at Wantage. In a collection of laws passed in 1008 under the same prince we find the following preamble: "This is the ordinance which the king of the English, with his Witan, both clerical and lay, have chosen and advised." And every one of the first 5 paragraphs commences with the same solemn words, viz., "This is the ordinance of our Lord and of his Witan," etc. But far more strongly is this marked in the provisions of the Council of Enam under the same miserable prince. There are not only entitled ordinances of the Witan, but throughout the king is never mentioned at all, and many of the chapters commence, "It is the ordinance of the Witan," etc. If it were not for 1 or 2 enactments referring to the safety of the royal person and the dignity of the crown, we might be almost tempted to imagine that the great councillors of state had met during Ethelred's flight from England and passed these laws upon their own authority without the king. The laws of 1014 commence again with the words so often repeated in this chapter, and such also usher in the very elaborate collection which Canute and his Witan compiled at Winchester. Now I think that any impartial person will be satisfied with these examples, and admit that whoever the Witan may have been, they possessed a legislative authority, and at least conjointly with the king. Indeed, of 2 hypothetical cases, I should be far more inclined to assert that they possessed it without him, than that he possessed it without them. At least I can find no instance of the latter, while I have shown that there was at least a probability of the former. And even Ethelred himself says twice, "Wise in former days were those secular Witan, who first added secular laws to the just divine laws, for bishops and consecrated bodies, and reverence for love of God, holiness, and holy orders, and God's houses and his servants firmly protected." Again, wise were those secular Witan, who to the divine laws of justice added secular laws for the government of the people, and decreed both to Christ and the king that many should thus of necessity be compelled to write. Is it not manifest that he, like Alfred, really felt the legislative power to reside in the Witan rather than in the king? 3. The Witan had the power of making alliances and treaties of peace, and of settling their terms. The defeat of the Danes by Alfred in 878 was followed, as is well known, by the baptism of Guthorm Aethelstan, and the peaceful establishment of his forces in portions of the ancient kingdoms of Mercia, Essex, East Anglia, and Northumberland. The terms of this treaty and the boundaries of the new states thus constituted were solemnly ratified, perhaps, at Wedmore. The first article of this important public act, by which Alfred obtained a considerable accession of territory, runs thus: "This is the peace that Alfred the king and Gaithrum, the king, and the Witan of all the English nation, and all the people that are in East Anglia, have all ordained and confirmed with oaths for themselves and for their descendants, born and unborn, who desire God's favour or ours. First, concerning our land boundaries, etc., in like manner the treaty which Edward entered into with the same Danes is said to have been frequently, oft, and unseldom renewed and ratified by the Witan. We still have the terms of the shameful peace which Ethelred bought of Olaf for Turgvason and his comrades in 994. The document, which was probably signed at Andover, commences with the following words: "These are the articles of peace and the agreement which Ethelred the king and all his Witan have made with the army which accompanied Anlaf and Justin and Guthmund, the son of Stegida." Many other instances might be cited, as, for example, the entry in the Chronicle anno 947, where it is stated that Edred made a treaty of peace with the Witan of Northumberland at Thadden's, skill which was broken and renewed in the following year, but further evidence upon this point seems unnecessary. For the Witan had the power of electing the king. The kingly dignity among the Anglo-Saxons was partly hereditary, partly elective, that is to say, the kings were usually taken from certain qualified families, but the Witan claimed the right of choosing the person whom they would have to reign. Their history is filled with instances of occasions when the sons or direct descendants of the last king have been set aside in favour of his brother or some other prince whom the nation believed more capable of ruling. And the very rare occurrence of discontent on such occasions both proves the authority which the decision of the Witan carried with it and the great discretion with which their power was exercised. Only here and there, when the Witan were themselves not unanimous, do we find any traces of dissensions arising out of a disputed succession. On every fresh accession, the great compact between the king and the people was literally as well as symbolically renewed, and the technical expression for ascending the throne is being Gefcorum and Hefen to Seninga, elected and raised to be king, where the Ahafen refers to the old Teutonic custom of what we still at election times call chairing the successful candidate, and the Gekoran denotes the positive and foregone conclusion of a real election. Alfred's own accession is a familiar instance of this fact. He was chosen to the prejudice of his elder brother's children, but the nation required a prince capable of coping with dangers and difficulty, and Asser tells us that he was not only received as king by the unanimous assent of the people, but that, had he so pleased, he might have dethroned his brother. His brother Ethelred and reigned in his place. His words are, in the same year, 871, "The aforesaid Alfred, who hitherto during the life of his brother had held a secondary place immediately upon Ethelred's death, by the grace of God, assumed the government of the whole realm, with the greatest goodwill of all the inhabitants of the kingdom, which indeed even during his aforesaid brother's life he might, had he chosen, have done with the greatest ease, and by the universal consent. Truly, because both in wisdom and in all good qualities he much excelled all his brothers, and moreover because he was particularly warlike and successful in nearly all his battles." Not one word have we here about his nephews, or any rights they might possess, and Asser seems to think royalty itself a matter entirely dependent upon the popular will and the good opinion entertained by the nation of its king. I shall conclude this head by citing a few instances from Saxon documents of the intervention of the Witan in a king's election and inauguration. In 924, the Chronicle says, "This year died Edward the king of Ferndon among the Mercians, and Ethelstan was chosen king by the Mercians and consecrated at Kingston." Florence of Worcester and 959 distinctly asserts that Edgar was elected by all the people of England, ab omni Anglorum populo electus regnum secepit. In 979 the Chronicle again says, "This year Ethelred took to the kingdom, and he was soon after consecrated king at Kingston with great rejoicing of the English Witan." In 1016 the election of Edmund Erencide is thus related: "Then befell it that King Ethelred died, and then after his death all the Witan who were in London and the townsmen chose Edmund to be king." Again in 1017 "This year was Canute elected king." In 1036 again we have these words: "This year died Canute the king at Salisbury, and soon after his decease there was a Gemót of all the Witan at Oxford, and Leofric the earl, and almost all the thanes north of the Thames, and the Lidsmen in London chose Harold to be chief of all England. To him and his brother Hardicanute, who was in Denmark, this selection was opposed unsuccessfully by Godwine and the men of Wessex. The chronicle contains a very important entry under the date 1014. Upon the death of Sveggin, we are told that his army elected Canute king, but all the Witan, who were in England, both clerical and lay, decided to send after King Ethelred, and they declared that no lord could be dearer to them than their natural lord, if he would rule them more justly than he had done before. Then the king sent his son Edward hither with his messengers, and commanded them to greet all his people. And he said that he would be a loving lord to them, and demand all those things which they all abhorred, and that everything which had been said or done against him should be forgiven, on condition that they all, with one consent and without deceit, would be obedient to him. Then they established full friendship by word and pledge on either side, and declared every Danish king an outlaw from England for ever. Canute nevertheless succeeded, but after the extinction of his short-lived dynasty, we are told that all the people elected Edward the Confessor king. 1041. This year died Hardicanute, and before he was buried, all the people elected Edward king at London. Another manuscript reads 1042. This year died Hardicanute, as he stood at his drink, and all the people then received Edward for their king, as was his true natural right. One more quotation from a manuscript of the Saxon Chronicle shall conclude this head. 1066. In this year was hallowed the minister at Westminster on Childermas Day, December 28th, and King Edward died on the eve of 12th day, and he was buried on 12th day in the newly consecrated church at Westminster. And Harold the Earl succeeded to the kingdom of England, even as the king had granted it unto him, and men also had elected him thereto, and he was consecrated king on 12th day. The Witan of England had met to aid in the consecration of Westminster Abbey, and as was their full right, proceeded to elect a king on Edward's decease. 5. The Witan had the power to depose the king if his government was not conducted for the benefit of the people. It is obvious that the very existence of this power would render its exercise an event of very rare occurrence. Anglo-Saxon history does, however, furnish one clear example. In 755, the Witan of Wessex, exasperated by the illegal conduct of King Sigebert, deposed him from the royal dignity and elected his relative Kenilworth in his stead. The fact is thus related by different authorities. The Chronicle says very shortly, this year Kenilworth and the Witan of the West Saxons deprived his kinsman Sigebert of his kingdom, except Hampshire, for his unjust deeds. Florence tells the same story, but in other words. Kenilworth, a scion of the royal race of Cerdic, with the council of the West Saxon primates, removed their king Sigebert from his realm on account of the multitude of his iniquities, and reigned in his place. However, he granted to him one province, which is called Hampshire. Ethelwerd, whose royal descent and usual pedantry conspired to make his account of the matter somewhat hazy, says, so after the lapse of a year from the time when Sigebert began to reign, Kenilworth invaded his realm and took it from him, and he drew the Sapientis of all the western country after him, apparently on account of the irregular acts of the said king, etc. The fullest account, however, of the whole transaction is given by Henry of Huntingdon, who very frequently shows a remarkable acquaintance with Saxon authorities, which are now lost, but from which he translates and quotes at considerable length. These are his words. Sigebert, the kinsman of the aforesaid king, succeeded him, but he held the kingdom for a short time only, for being swelled up and insolent through the successes of his predecessor, he became intolerable even unto his own people. But when he continued to ill-use them in every way, and either twisted the laws to his own advantage, or turned them aside for his advantage, Cumbre, the noblest of his ealdormen, at the petition of the whole people, brought their complaints before the savage king, whom, for attempting to persuade him to rule his people more mercifully, and setting his inhumanity aside to show himself an object of love to God and man, he shortly after commanded to be put to an impious death, and becoming still more fierce and intolerable to his people, he aggravated his tyranny. In the beginning of the 2nd year of his reign, Sigebert the king, continuing incorrigible in his pride and iniquity, the princes and people of the whole realm collected together, and by provident deliberation and unanimous consent of all, he was expelled from the throne. But Kenilworth, an excellent young prince of the royal race, was elected to be king. I have little doubt that an equally formal, though hardly equally justifiable, proceeding severed Mercia from Eadwig's kingdom and reconstituted it as a separate state under Edgar. And lastly, from Simeon of Durham, we learn that the Northumbrian Alcred was deposed and exiled with the council and consent of all his people. 6. The king and the Witan had power to appoint prelates to vacant sees. As many of the Witan were the most eminent of the clergy, and the people might be fairly considered to be represented by the secular members of the body, these elections were perhaps more canonical than the Frankish, and assuredly more so than those which take place under our system by Conquest de Lear. The necessary examples will be found in the Saxon Chronicle and 971, 995, 1050, but one may be mentioned at length. In 959, Dunstan was elected Archbishop of Canterbury, concilio sapientem. 7. They had also power to regulate ecclesiastical matters, appoint fasts and festivals, and decide upon the levy and expenditure of ecclesiastical revenue. The great question of monachism, which convulsed the church and kingdom in the 10th century, was several times brought before the consideration of the Witan, who, both clerical and lay, were very much divided upon the subject. This perhaps is a sufficient reason why no formal act of the Gemót was ever passed on the subject, and the solution of the problem was left to the bishops in their several cathedrals. But no reader of Saxon history can be ignorant that it was frequently brought before the Gemót, and that it was the cause of deep and frequent dissensions among the Witan. The festival days of St. Edward and St. Dunstan were fixed by the authority of the Witan on the 15th Cal, April, and 14th Cal, June, respectively, and the laws contained many provisions for the due keeping of the Sabbath and the strict celebration of fasts and festivals. The levying of church shots, soul shots, light alms, plough alms, tithes, and a variety of other church imposts, the payment of which could not be otherwise legally binding upon the laity, was made law by frequently repeated chapters in the Acts of the Witan. These are much too numerous to need specification. They direct the amount to be paid, the time of payment, and the penalties to be inflicted on defaulters. Nay, they actually direct the mode in which such payments, when received, should be distributed and applied by the receivers. They establish as law of the land the prohibitions to marry within certain degrees of relationship. And lastly, they adopt the sanction many regulations of the fathers and bishops respecting the life and conversation of priests and deacons, canons, monks, and religious women. On all these points it is sufficient to give a general reference to the laws, which are full of regulations even to the minutest details. 8. The king and the Witan had power to levy taxes for the public service. I have observed in an earlier chapter of this work that the estates of the freeman were bound to make certain settled payments. These may at some time or other have been voluntary, but there can be no doubt that they did ultimately become compulsory payments. They are the Caningus Gaefol payable on the hide, and may possibly be the Caningus Utware and Caningus Gaban of the laws, the contributions directus, by which a man's station in society was often measured. Now, in the time of Eine, we find the Witan regulating the amount of this tax or gaefol in barley at 6 pounds weight upon the hide. Again, under the extraordinary circumstances of the Danish war under Ethelred, when it became almost customary to buy off the invaders, we find them authorizing the levy of large sums for that purpose, and also for the maintenance of fleets. These payments, once known by the name of Danegeld, and which in 1018 amounted to the enormous sum of 82,500 pounds, were after 39 years' continuance finally abolished by Edward. 9. The king and his Witan had power to raise land and sea forces when occasion demanded. The king always possessed of himself the right to call out the band or armed militia of the freemen. He also possessed the right of commanding at all times the service of his comites and their vassals, but the armed force of the freemen could only be kept on foot for a definite period, and probably within definite limits. It seems, therefore, that when the pressure of extraordinary circumstances called for more than common efforts, and the nation was to be urged to unusual exertions, the authority of the Witan was added to that of the king, and that much more extensive levies were made than by merely calling out the Hereban or Landsturm. and this particularly applies to naval armaments, which were hardly a part of the constitutional force, at all events not to any great extent. Accordingly, we find in the Chronicle that the king and the Witan commanded armaments to be made against the Danes in 999, and at the same time directed a particular service to be sung in the churches. We learn distinctly from another event that the disposal of this force depended upon the popular will, for when Svein, king of the Danes, made application to Edward the Confessor for a naval force in aid of his war against Magnus of Norway, and Godwine recommended compliance, we find that it was refused because Earl Leofric of Coventry and all the people with one voice opposed it. 10. The Witan possessed the power of recommending, assenting to, and guaranteeing grants of lands and of permitting the conversion of folkland into bokeland and vice versa. With regard to the first part of this assertion, it will be sufficient to refer to any page of the Codex Diplomaticus Evae Saxonicae. It is impossible almost to find a single grant in that collection which does not openly profess to have been made by the king, cum concilio consensu et licentia procerum, or similar expressions, and the necessity for such consent will appear intelligible when we consider that these grants must be understood either to be direct conversions of folkland, fiscal or public property, into bokeland, private estates, beneficiary into hereditary tenure, or that they contain licenses to free particular lands from the ancient customary dues to the state. In both cases, the public revenue of which king and Witan were fiduciary administrators was concerned, inasmuch as nearly every estate transferred from folkland to bokeland became just so much withdrawn from the general stock of ways and means. Only in the case where lands were literally exchanged from one category into the other did the state sustain no loss. Of this we have evidence in a charter of the year 858. The king and Wulfat his thane exchanged lands in Kent, Ethelbert receiving an estate of 5 ploughlands at Mersham, and giving 5 ploughlands at Wassingwell. The king then freed the land at Wassingwell in as ample degree as that at Mersham had been freed, that is, from every description of service or impost except the 3 inevitable burthens of military service and repair of fortifications and bridges. And having done so, he made the land at Mersham folkland, that is, imposed the burthens upon it. That this is a just view of the powers of the Witan in respect to the folkland further appears from instances where the king and the Witan, on one part as representatives of the nation for that purpose, make grants to the king in his individual capacity. In 847 a case of this kind occurred. Ethelwulf of Wessex obtained 20 hides of land at Ham as an estate of inheritance from his Witan. The words used are very explicit. I, Ethelwulf, by God's aid, king of the West Saxons, with the consent and license of my bishops and my princes, have caused a certain small portion of land, consisting of 20 hides, to be described by its boundaries to me as an estate of inheritance. And again, these are the boundaries of those 20 hides which Ethelwulf's senators granted to him at Ham. We learn that Offa, king of the Mercians, had in a similar manner caused 110 hides in Kent to be given to him and his heirs as an estate of bokeland, which he had afterwards left to the monastery at Bedford. And this is a peculiarly valuable record, because it was only by conquest that Offa and his Witan could have obtained a right to dispose of lands beyond the limits of his own kingdom. Between 901 and 909, the Witan of the West Saxons booked a very small portion of land to Alfred's son Edward for the site of his monastery at Winchester. In 963 we have another instance. Edgar caused 5 hides to be given him at Petenage as an estate of inheritance. The terms of the document are unusual. He says, I have a portion of land, etc., but he frees it from all burthens but the 3, and renders it heritable. The rubric says, this is the charter of 5 hides at Petenig, which are Edgar's the king's during his day and after his day, to have or to give to whom it pleaseth him best. Again, in 964, the same prince gave to his wife Ethrith 10 hides at Ashton in Berkshire as an estate of inheritance, concilio satellitum pontificum commum militum. It is obvious that in all these cases the grants were made out of public land and were not the private estates of the king. 11. The Witan possessed the power of adjudging the lands of offenders and intestates to be forfeit to the king. This power applied to Bokeland as well as Folkland, and was exercised in cases which are by no means confined to the few enumerated in the laws. Indeed, the latter may very probably refer to nothing but the chattels or personal property of the offender, while the real estate might be transferred to the king by the solemn act of the Witan. A few examples will make this clear. Alfred, condemned for treason or rebellion against Athelstan, lost his lands by the judgment of the Witan, who bestowed them upon the king. In 1002, a lady forfeited her lands for her incontinence. The king became seized of them, obviously by the act of the Gemót, for he calls it vulgaris traditio. Again, the lands of certain people which had been forfeited for theft are described as having been granted to the king. Iusto valdi iudicio totius populi signorum et primatum. The case of intestacy is proved by a charter of Ecgbert in 825. He gave 15 hides at Alton to Winchester, and made title in these words: "Now this land a very faithful reeve of mine called Burgart, formerly possessed by my grant, but he afterwards dying childless, left the land without a will, and he had no survivors, and so the land with all its boundaries was restored to me, its former possessor, by judicial decree of my optimatus." Other examples may be found in the quotations given in page 52 of this volume, to which I may add a case of forfeiture for suicide. 12. Lastly, the Witan acted as a supreme court of justice, both in civil and criminal causes. The fact of important trials being decided by the Witena Gemót is obvious from a very numerous list of charters recording the results of such trials, and printed in the Codex Diplomaticus. It is perfectly unnecessary to give examples. They occur continually in the pages of that work. The documents are in great detail, giving the names of the parties, the heads of the case, sometimes the various steps in the trial, and always recording the place and date of the Gemót, and the names of those who presided therein. The proceedings of the Witan as a court of criminal jurisprudence are well exemplified in the case of Earl Godwine and his family during their patriotic struggle for power with the foreign minions of Edward and the northern earls, the hereditary enemies of their house. Eustace, the Count of Boulogne, then on a visit to Edward, having with a small armed retinue attempted violence against some of the inhabitants of Dover, was set upon by the townsmen, and after a severe loss hardly succeeded in making his escape. He hastened to Gloucester, where Edward then held his court, and laid his complaint before the king. Godwine, as Earl of Kent, was commanded to set out with his forces and inflict summary punishment upon the burghers who had dared to maltreat a relative of the king. But the stern old statesman saw matters in a very different light. He probably found no reason to punish the inhabitants of one of his best towns for an act of self-defence, especially one which had read a severe lesson to the foreign adventurers who abused the weakness of an incapable prince and domineered over the land. He therefore flatly refused, and withdrew from Gloucester to join his sons Harold and Sweyn, who lay at Beverston and Langtree with a considerable power. The king being reinforced by a well-appointed contingent from the northern earldoms, affairs threatened to be brought to a bloody termination. The conduct of Godwine and his family had been represented to Edward in the most unfavourable colours, and the demand they made that the obnoxious stranger should be given up to them only aggravated his deep resentment. However, for a time peace was maintained, hostages were given on either side, and a Witena Gemót was proclaimed to meet in London at the end of a fortnight, September 21st, 1048. On the arrival of the earls in Southwark, they found that a greatly superior force from the commands of Leofric, Sigurd, and Ralph awaited them. Desertion thinned their numbers, and when the king demanded back his hostages, they were compelled to comply. Godwine and Harold were now summoned to appear before the Gemót and make answer to what should be brought against them. They demanded, though probably with little expectation of obtaining, a safe conduct to and from the Gemót, which was refused, and as they very properly declined under such circumstances to appear, 5 days were allowed them to leave England altogether. It is probable that the strictly legal forms were followed on this occasion, although The composition of the Gemót was such that justice could not have been done. The same observation will apply to another Witena Gemót holden in London after Godwine's triumphant return to England, though with a very different result. Before this assembly the Earl appeared, easily cleared himself of all offences laid to his charge, and obtained the outlawry and banishment from England of all the Frenchmen whose pernicious counsels had put dissension between the king and his people. Other examples might be given of outlawry, and even heavier sentences as blinding, if not death, pronounced by the High Court of the Witan. But as these are all the result of internal dissensions, they resemble rather the violence of impeachments by an irresistible majority than the calm, impassive judgments of a judicial assembly. Such were the powers of the Witena Gemót, and it must be confessed that they were extensive. Of the manner of the deliberations or the forms of business we know little, but it is not likely that they were very complicated. We may conclude that the general outline of the proceedings was something of the following order. On common occasions the king summoned his Witan to attend him at some royal ville, at Christmas or at Easter, for festive and ceremonial as well as business purposes. On extraordinary occasions he issued summonses according to the nature of the exigency, appointing the time and place of meeting. When assembled, the Witan commenced their session by attending divine service and formally professing their adherence to the Catholic faith. The king then brought his propositions before them in the Frankish manner, and after due deliberation they were accepted, modified, or rejected. The reeves, and perhaps on occasion officers specially designated for that service, carried the chapters down into the several counties, and there took a wed or pledge from the freemen that they would abide by what had been enacted. This last fact, important to us in more respects than one, is substantiated by the following evidence. Toward the close of the Judicia Vitatus Londonii, passed in the reign of Æthelstan, and subsidiary to the acts of various Gemóts held by him, we find, all the Witan gave their pledges together to the Archbishop at Thundersfield. When Alfhea, Stib, and Britnoth, Oda's son, came to meet the Gemót by the king's command that each reeve should take the pledge in his own shire, that they would all hold the frith, as King Æthelstan and the Witan had counselled it, first at Great Tunley, and again at Exeter, and afterwards at Feversham, and the fourth time at Thundersfield, etc. We have also a very remarkable document addressed to the same king, apparently upon receipt of the acts of the council at Feversham by the men of Kent, denoting their acceptance of the same. They commence by saying, "Dearest, thy bishops of Kent, and all the thanes of Kentshire, earls and churls, return thanks to thee, their dearest Lord, for what thou hast been pleased to ordain respecting our peace, and to inquire and consult concerning our advantage, since great was the need thereof for us all, both rich and poor. And this we have taken in hand with all the diligence we could by the aid of those Witan, whom thou didst send unto us." It is plain from the preceding passage that the Witan gave their wed to observe and cause to be observed the laws they had enacted. Edgar says, "I command my Geréfa upon my friendship and by all they possess to punish every one that will not perform this, and who by any neglect shall break the wed of my Witan." This seems to imply that the people were generally bound by the acts of the Witan and their pledge or wed, and if it were so, it would naturally involve the theory of representation, but this deduction will not stand. The whole principle of Teutonic legislation is, and always was, that the law is made by the constitution of the king and the consent of the people, and we have seen one way in which that consent was obtained, viz. By sending the capitula down into the provinces or shires and taking the wed in the shire moot. The passage in the text seems to presuppose an interchange of oaths and pledges between the king and Witan themselves, and even those who had no standing of their own in the folk mote or skurg mote were required to be bound by personal consent. The Lord was just as much commanded to take oath and pledge of his several dependents, the hired men, familiaris, or people of his household, as the sheriff was required to take them of the free shire thanes. Of course, this excludes all idea of representation in our modern sense of the word, because with us promulgation by the Parliament is sufficient, and the constituent is bound without any further ceremony by the act of him whom he has sent in his own place. But the Teutons certainly did not elect their representatives as we elect ours, with full power to judge, decide for, and bind us, and therefore it was right and necessary that the laws, when made, should be duly ratified and accepted by all the people. Although the dignified clergy, the Ealdorman and Geréfa, and the Thegnas, both in counties and boroughs, appear to have constituted the Witena Gemót, properly so called, there is still reason to suppose that the people themselves, or some of them, were very often present. In fact, a system gradually framed, as I suppose that of our forefathers to have been, and indebted very greatly to accident for its form, must have possessed a very considerable elasticity. The people who were in the neighbourhood, who happened to be collected in arms during a sitting of the Witan, or who thought it worth while to attend their meeting, were very probably allowed to do so, and to exercise at least a right of conclamation, a right which must daily become rarer as the freemen gradually disappeared and the number of landowners dependent upon and represented by lords has rapidly increased. In conclusion, a few passages may be cited which seem to render it probable that the people, when on the spot, did take some part in the business, as I have already mentioned, with respect to the Frankish levies in the Campus Medius of Charlemagne. But it must also be borne in mind that such a case ought to be looked upon as accidental rather than necessary, and that a meeting of the Witan did not require the formality of an acceptance by the people on the spot to render its acts obligatory. It was enough that the Thanes of the Gemót should pass and the Thanes of the Sker accept the law. Indeed, it could not be otherwise, for as the heads of all the more important social aggregations of the free, and the lords whose men were represented by them, even in courts of justice, were the members of the Gemót, their decisions must have been, strictly considered, the real decisions of the populace or franchise-bearing people. Beta, relating the discussion which took place respecting the celebration of Easter, which was held in the presence of Oswiu and Alfrith at Northumberland, and Wilfrith's successful defence of the Roman custom, adds, when the king had said these words, all who sat or stood around assented, and abandoning the less perfect institution, they hastened to adopt what they recognized as a better one. Again, the deposition of Sigibert is stated to have taken place in an assembly of the procurus and populace, the princes and people of the whole realm. A doubtful charter of Aine, A.D. 725, is said to be consented to cum presentia populationis, by which words are meant either the Witan or the people of Wessex. In 804, Ethelric's title deeds were confirmed before a Gemót at Clofeshow. The charter recites that Archbishop Ethelherd gave judgment with the witness of King Kenilwulf and his optimates before all the synod or meeting, whence it is clear that others were present besides the optimates or Witan, strictly so called. On the 28th of May, 924, a Gemót was held at Winchester, tota populi generalitata, as the charter witnesses, and in 931 another war vig tota plembis generalitata. Ethelstan, in 938, declares that certain lands had been forfeited for theft by the just judgment of all the people, and the seniores and primates, and that the original charters were cancelled by a decree of all the people. But whether expressions of this kind were intended to denote the actual presence of the people on the spot, or whether populace is used in a strict and technical sense, that sense which is confined to those who enjoy the full franchise, or finally whether the assembly of the Witan making laws is considered to represent in our modern form an assembly of the whole people, it is clear that the power of self-government is recognized in the latter. In order to facilitate reference to the important facts with which this chapter deals, I have added to it a list of Witena Gemóts, with here and there a few remarks upon the business transacted in them. They do not nearly exhaust the number that must have been held, but still they form a respectable body of evidence, and we may perhaps be justly surprised, not that so little, but that so much has survived. We do not lament that the present forms and powers of our Parliament are not those which existed 1,000 years ago, as long as we recognize in them only the mature development of an old and useful principle. We shall not appeal to Anglo-Saxon custom to justify the various points of the Charter, but we may still be proud to find in their practice the germ of institutions which we have, throughout all vicissitudes, been taught to cherish as the most valuable safeguards of our peace as well as our freedom. Truly there are few nations whose parliamentary history has so ample a foundation as our own. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of Saxons in England by John Mitchell Kemble. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Witena Gemóts of the Saxons. Ethelbert of Kent, A.D. 596 to 605. The promulgation of the laws of Ethelbert took place during the life of Augustine. This fixes their date between 596, when he arrived in England, and 605, when he died. Beda tells us that these laws were enacted by the advice of the Witan. We may therefore conclude that a Gemót was held in Kent for the purpose, and from the contents of the laws themselves it is obvious that the Roman clergy filled an important place therein. They had probably stepped into the position of the pagan priesthood and improved it. E. du Ini of Northumberland, A.D. 627. The first Witena Gemót of which we have any detailed record was holden in 627 near the city of York, wherein no less important business was discussed than the desertion of paganism and reception of Christianity by the people of Northumberland. From Beda we learn that this step was not ventured without the gravest deliberation, and that Ini had taken good care to sound the most influential of his nobles before he called a public meeting to decide upon the question. Indeed, the parts in this great drama appear to have been arranged beforehand. The interesting account given by Beda is to this effect: Ini had determined to embrace Christianity, but still he was not contented, or would not venture to do this alone. He wished to extend the blessings of the new faith to his subjects, perhaps also to avoid the difficulties which might result from his conversion, while the rest of the people remained pagans. The chief of his priests, Coefi, immediately commenced an attack upon the ancient religion, and was followed by other nobles, one of whose speeches, the earliest specimen of English parliamentary eloquence, is yet on record. Paulinus was now invited to expound at greater length the doctrines which he recommended. At the close of his address, Coefi declared himself a convert, and proposed the destruction of the ancient fanes. Ealdorman now professed himself a Christian, and in turn demanded whose duty it was to profane the pagan altars. This Coefi at once assumed to himself, in taking the most conspicuous means to demonstrate to the people, who the historian says thought him mad, his apostasy from the old creed, hurled his lance into the sacred enclosure, and commanded its immediate destruction. The scene of this daring act was Godmundingham, not far from the British Delgovisia, and now Godmundum or Goodmandum. The king then, as speedily as possible, built a wooden basilica in the city of York, in which he was solemnly baptized on the 12th of April, being Easter Day. And thus, says the historian, Ealdorman became a Christian. Wulfari of Mercia, A.D. 657. In this year a Witena Gemót was probably held for the endowment and consecration of Sackwulf's monastery at Peterborough. This the king is stated to have done by the advice and with the consent of all the Witan of his kingdom, both clerical and lay. The charter in the Saxon Chronicle is a late forgery, but throws no well-grounded doubt upon the fact. O Su Eu of Northumberland, A.D. 662. A meeting was held this year at Stren-on-Shall to bring about uniformity of paschal observance, tonsure, and other ecclesiastical details. It was presided over by O Su Eu and Alfrith. Ecgbert of Kent, A.D. 667, a Gemót was probably held in Kent, and Wigard was elected Archbishop of Canterbury. Archbishop Theodore, A.D. 673, and this year was held the Synod or Gemót of Hartford. Beda has preserved its ecclesiastical acts. The seventh provision is an important one, viz., that similar meetings should be held twice in every year. But this appearing inconvenient, it was agreed that there should be one on the 1st of August yearly at Clofus Hoas. Archbishop Theodore, A.D. 680, in this year was held the Gemót at Hethfeld, in the presence of the kings of Northumberland, Mercia, East Anglia, and Kent. Its ecclesiastical acts were preserved. They are particularly directed against the heresy of Eutyches. But there was a Witena Gemót at the same time, probably to sanction the decision of the clergy. Egfrith of Northumberland, A.D. 684. There was a Gemót at Twyford on the river Alney, and Cuthbert was elected Bishop of Hexham. Ethelred of Mercia, A.D. 685. A Gemót was held on the 30th of July at Burford, now Burford in Gloucestershire. Bertwald, the subregulus, and Ethelred were probably both present. Witrade of Kent, A.D. 696. Immediately upon Witrade's accession he held a great council, or Gemót of his Witena, to settle the ecclesiastical and secular difficulties which had arisen during the civil wars of his predecessors and his own struggle for the throne. The Gemót was held at Bjørnsson, now Berstead in Kent. Its acts are extant in the laws which yet go under Witrade's name. Another Gemót of Witrade, said by the chronicle to have been held in 694 at Beaconsfield, now Bapchild in Kent, confirmed the liberties of the Kentish clergy. Eine of Wessex, A.D. 704. A Witena Gemót was held by Eine at Eberlia, in which, with the consent of his Witena, he gave certain privileges to the monasteries of Wessex. Its acts were signed by the Principes, Senatores, Indices, and Patricii present. We learn also from a charter of Heathendom that before 705 a council had been held upon the banks of the river Woder, which is possibly mentioned by Beda. Osred of Northumberland, A.D. 705. Upon the death of Aldfrith in 705, a Gemót was held upon the banks of the Nid, and after long debates, Bishop Wilfrith was restored to his see and possessions. A.D. 710. In this year a Gemót appears to have been held, in which Sussex was erected into a separate see and severed from the diocese of Winchester. Archbishop Nothelm, A.D. 734 to 737. Difficulties having arisen about the possession and patronage of certain monasteries, the case was referred to and decided by a synod, which must have met between 734 to 737. It seems to have been purely ecclesiastical, and its acts are signed only by the bishops who were present. Yes, that its judgment involved a question of property and title to lands. I presume that the case was laid before a mixed Gemót, setting very possibly in different chambers. If so, the record we have is that of the clerical house only. Ethelbald of Mercia, A.D. 742. In this year a great council was held at Closhoas under Ethelbald and Cuthbert, Archbishop of Canterbury. It took into consideration the state of the church, but it was clearly a Witena Gemót, and its acts are signed by clerks and laymen indifferently. Ethelbald of Mercia, A.D. 749. A Witena Gemót was held at Godmundus Lea. In this year ecclesiastical liberties were again provided for. A.D. 755, a Witena Gemót in Wessex must have been held in this year for the deposing of Sigebert and election of Skinnerwulf to the throne. Offa of Mercia, A.D. 780, a Gemót was held this year at Brentford. It transacted various business of a secular character. A.D. 782, a Gemót was held at Acklea, now Ackley in Surrey. Offa of Mercia, A.D. 785, in this year was held the stormy synod Keokith, in which the province of Canterbury was partitioned and the archbishopric of Lichfield founded. It was clearly a Witena Gemót, as Offa caused his son Ecgfrith to be elected king by the meeting. A.D. 787, in this year there was another Gemót at Ackley. Offa of Mercia, A.D. 788, a Gemót was held at Keokith, and in the same year, according to the Chronicle, in Florence. But 1 year sooner, according to Simeon Dunelmensis, was held the Synod of Pinkenhill in Northumberland. Offa of Mercia, A.D. 789. In this year another Gemót was held at Keokith, where a good deal of secular business was transacted, and this charter is signed only by the king and the bishops. Another Gemót is also said to have been held at Ackley, but the known error of 2 years in the dates of the Chronicle may make us suspect that this really met in 791. Offa of Mercia, A.D. 790, a great Gemót was held this year in London on Whitsunday. Offa of Mercia, A.D. 793, Gemót at Keelcahythe. Also about this time a Gemót at Werulum. Offa of Mercia, A.D. 794, Gemót at Closhoas. Ecgfrith of Mercia, A.D. 796, a Gemót at Keokith, called probably in consequence of Offa's death and for reformation of affairs in the church. Kenwulf of Mercia, A.D. 798, a Gemót called Synodus, the place of which is not known. The business recorded is merely secular. The signatures comprise the names of several lakes, a plain proof that the word Synodus is not confined to ecclesiastical meetings. Another, or perhaps the same, at Kemble, Bapchild in Kent, where the clergy made a declaration of liberties. Another, and very solemn one, at Clofes Hoas. Kenwulf of Mercia, A.D. 799. A Gemót of the Witena was held this year at Colesshire, probably Coles Hill in Berkshire. Kenwulf of Mercia, A.D. 799 to 802. Between these 2 years there was a Gemót at Geelkith, in which secular business was transacted. The signature of the king to one of its acts is double, first at the head of the clergy and then again at the head of the lay nobles. Kenwulf of Mercia, A.D. 803. In the year 803 was held a memorable synod at Clofes Hoas, which lasted from the 9th till the 12th of October. Affairs of great importance were discussed. The principal object of the meeting was to restore the ancient splendor of Canterbury by the abrogation of the archiepiscopal see at Lichfield, and further to secure the liberties of the Church. We have 2 solemn acts dated on the 12th of October. The signatures are exclusively those of clerics. The second of those documents deserves the highest attention, as the signatures may be taken to represent the members of a full convocation of the clergy, called for a most important purpose. But it is nevertheless certain that a general meeting of the Witena took place at the same time, for on the 6th of October they heard and determined causes relating to landed property, and various laymen signed the acts. Moreover, an archbishopric established by a Witena Gemót could only be abrogated by another, not by a mere assemblage of clergymen, however dignified and influential they might be. Kenwulf of Mercia, A.D. 804. There was a synodus in this year at Clofes Hoas. Ethelmundus and Ethelherdus were present. The latter had been regularly summoned to appear before the synodus as a court of justice. Kenwulf of Mercia, A.D. 805, a Witena Gemót was held at Ockley, a favourite locality. Kenwulf of Mercia, A.D. 810, another Gemót, sat at Ockley and decided a lawsuit between Ethelhelm and Beor Thrith, the widow of Oswulf, Duke of Kent. Kenwulf of Mercia, A.D. 811, a great Gemót was held this year in London. In the same year a great Gemót was collected at Winkelcombe in Gloucestershire, for the dedication of Kenwulf's new abbey there. Kenwulf of Mercia, A.D. 815, and this year a Gemót assembled at Geelkith. Beowulf of Mercia, A.D. 824, at a meeting held this year at Clofes Hoas. There attended a considerable number of laymen, as well as prelates. In 824 there was also a Gemót of Wessex at Ockley in Surrey. Egbert gave Meon to Wulfward his Praefectus or Geréfa. The act is signed by 4 Geréfan. Beowulf of Mercia, A.D. 825, a Gemót was held also at Clofes Hoas in 825. The acts of this council are signed by no less than 121 persons, of whom 95 are clerical, embracing all ranks from bishops to deacons. But one reason for this large attendance is that at some cases of disputed title were to be decided by the Gemót. These monks and clerks attended in order to make oath to the property in dispute. Egbert of Wessex, A.D. 826. In 825, Egbert had taken the field against the Welsh. He seems to have made various grants while in host. These were afterwards confirmed and reduced to writing by a Gemót held in 826 at Southampton. Egbert of Wessex and Ethelwulf of Kent, A.D. 838. In this year there was a council at Kingston under these kings, Ceolnoth, the archbishop, and the prelates of his province. Secular affairs of great importance were settled on this occasion, and a regular treaty of peace and alliance agreed between the Kentish clergy and the kings. At first this was signed only by Ceolnoth and the clergy, but for further confirmation it was taken to King Ethelwulf at the royal Ville of Wilton, and there executed by the king, his dukes and thanes. Another document exists in which the clergy of Winchester enter into similar engagements with the kings. Ethelwulf of Wessex, A.D. 839. The treaty mentioned in the last article was read in a council of all the southern bishops held at Ostra. Ethelwulf of Wessex, Ethelstan of Kent, A.D. 844. A Gemót of Kent at Canterbury, attended by the kings, the archbishop, the bishop-elect of Rochester. Ethelwulf of Wessex, A.D. 851. The very questionable authority of Ingolf mentions the Witena Gemót this year at Kinningus-Byrig. Burrid of Mercia, A.D. 853. This year, the chronicle says, a formal application was made by the Mercian king Burred and his Witan for military aid in order to the subjugation of the northern Britons. This seems to imply a regular meeting in Mercia. Ethelwulf of Wessex, A.D. 855. In this year there was a Gemót at Winchester. Burred of Mercia, A.D. 868. In this year the Mercian Witan applied to those of Wessex for aid against the Danes. We may conclude that Gemóts were held both in Mercia and Wessex. A.D. 866 to 871. We learn from King Alfred himself that there was a Witena Gemót at Swinburne in some year between these limits, wherein the successions to lands among the members of the royal family were settled and placed under the guarantee of the Witan. Alfred of Wessex, A.D. 878. In this year there was a Gemót, very probably at Wedmore. There the Dane Guthorm made his submission to Alfred, and where the articles of peace between the Saxons and Danes were settled. Alfred of Wessex, A.D. 880 to 885. A Gemót sat at Langendine between these 2 years, and the affairs of Alfred's family were again considered. The validity of King Ethelwulf's will was admitted, and Alfred's settlement of his lands guaranteed. Ethelred, Duke of Mercia, A.D. 883. In this year the Witan of Mercia met at Risborough under Ethelred their Duke, an interesting circumstance, inasmuch as it shows that the union with Wessex did not abrogate the ancient rights or interfere with the independent action of the Mercian Witan. Ethelred, Duke of Mercia, A.D. 888. This Gemót was held at Saltwick in Worcestershire to consult upon affairs both ecclesiastical and secular. The Witan assembled from far and near. Ethelred, Duke of Mercia, A.D. 896. Another Gemót of the Mercians was held this year at Gloucester, whose interesting acts are yet preserved. Ethelred, Duke of Mercia, A.D. 878 to 899. At a Gemót held between these years, and very likely at Worcester, Ethelred and Ethelfled commanded a burh or fortification to be built for the people of that city, and the cathedral to be enlarged. The endowments and privileges which are granted by the instrument are extensive and instructive. Eadward of Wessex, A.D. 901. The death of Alfred and Eadward's election probably caused an assembly Witan at Winchester in this year, and it is likely that we still possess one of its acts. This is the more probable because Ethelwald, Edward's cousin, disputed the succession and not only seized upon the royal vill of Wimborne, which he is said to have done without the consent of the king and his Witan, but broke into open rebellion, and after being acknowledged king in Essex, joined the Danes in Northumberland, and perished in an unsuccessful battle against his countrymen. Ethelred, Duke of Mercia, A.D. 904. In this year a Mercian Gemót was held, and Duke Ethelfrith obtained permission to have new charters written, his own having perished by fire. And a Gemót of the West Saxon Witan was held at the king's hunting seat of Birkenlea. About the same period a Gemót of Wessex was held at Exeter by Edward. Edward of Wessex, A.D. 909. A Gemót of Wessex was held in 909. Its acts are signed by 50 of the Witan. Edward of Wessex, A.D. 910. A Gemót was held in Wessex this year, and there appears to have been another at Aylesford in Kent, in which the Witan gave judgment in the suit between Goda and Queen Eadgyfu. Edward of Wessex, A.D. 911. In this year Gemót was probably held, in which terms of peace were offered to the Danes in Northumberland. But this may possibly be only the last named Gemót in 910, as we know that Edward was in Kent in 911. Ethelstan, A.D. 925 or 926. About this date a Gemót was held by Ethelstan at Ham, near Lewes, and the suit between Goda and Eid Gaifu was again decided by public authority. Athelstan, A.D. 928, a solemn Gemót was held this year at Exeter. Athelstan, A.D. 930. In this year the Gemót met at Nottingham. It was attended by 3 Welsh princes, the archbishops, and 16 bishops, 13 dukes, 12 thanes, 12 untitled persons. There are 58 signatures. Athelstan, A.D. 931. In this year several Gemóts were held. First one at Luton in Bedfordshire, signed by 106 persons, one at Vorthig, one at Colchester, and one at Wellow in Wilts. Athelstan, A.D. 932. There was a Gemót at Amesbury, said to be attended by the dukes, bishops, abbots, and patrii procuratores. Also one at Middleton, in which the same words occur. The signatures amount to 90 and comprise 4 Welsh princes, 19 archbishops and bishops, 15 dukes, 4 abbots, and 47 ministry or thanes. Athelstan, A.D. 934. A Gemót was held in London on the 7th of June, but on the 28th of May there was a great meeting at Winchester. The total number of names is 92. Again, on the 12th of September, the king was at Buckingham, and there held a Gemót. Athelstan, A.D. 935. On the 21st of September in this year there was a Gemót at Dorchester. Athelstan, A.D. 937. A Gemót was held. An undated charter of Athelstan records a meeting of Witena at Abington. A grant was made to the abbey. The archbishop, bishops, and abbots present solemnly excommunicated anyone who should disturb the grant, to which all the people present exclaimed, "So be it, Amen." Gemóts of Athelstans, the dates of which are uncertain, were held at Whitlandburgh, Greatonley, Feversham, Thundersfield, and Exeter. Edmund before A.D. 946, this prince held at least 2 Gemóts, one at London, one at Cunlinton, but in what years is uncertain. Edred, A.D. 946, this year there was a Gemót at Kingston, and King Edred was crowned. Edred, A.D. 947, in this year there was at least 1 Witena Gemót in which the terms of peace with the Northumbrian Witan were arranged. There were others also in Mercia, and I have little doubt that all the charters bearing that date in the Codex Diplomaticus are really acts of such meetings. Edred, A.D. 948, in this year the Witan of Northumberland, having elected a king, Ærik, Edred marched into their country and plundered it, upon which they again made a formal submission to him. Between 960 and 963, in one of these years a Gemót was held, but the place is unknown, and Eid Gaifu ultimately succeeded in putting an end to the pretensions of Goda's family. Edgar, A.D. 966, a Gemót in London. Edgar, A.D. 968, a Gemót was held at some place unknown. Edgar, A.D. 973, a great Gemót was held in St. Paul's Church, London. Edgar, A.D. 977, after Easter, April 8th, there was held a great Gemót at Kirklington in Oxfordshire. Edgar, A.D. 978, in this year was held a celebrated Gemót at Colney in Wiltshire, when the floor gave way and precipitated the Witan to the ground. There was another Gemót at Keodra, now Cheddar, in Somersetshire. In addition to these, Edgar held at least 2 Gemóts, one at Andover in Hants, one at a place called Whitbordeston, which we cannot now identify. In both of these meetings laws were passed. Ethelred, A.D. 979, a Gemót was held at Kingston for the coronation of Ethelred. Ethelred, A.D. 992, in this year there were probably several Witena Gemóts for the prosecution of the Danish War. Ethelred, A.D. 993, in this year there was at least 1 Gemót at Winchester. Ethelred, A.D. 994, a Witena Gemót met this year at Andover. Ethelred, A.D. 995, a Gemót at Ambresbury, now Amesbury, where Ælfric was elected Archbishop of Canterbury in the place of Sigeric. There seems to have been another meeting in the same year, one of whose acts we still possess. Ethelred, A.D. 996, in this year a Gemót was held at Keelcaith. Ethelred, A.D. 997, this year a Gemót was held in the Palace of Calney. A few days later we find the Gemót assembled at Wenantig or Wantig, and here they promulgated laws which we yet possess. There is a charter also passed at this Gemót. A previous Gemót of uncertain year had been held at Bromden, and another at Woodstock. Ethelred, A.D. 998. A Gemót was held this year in London, and another apparently at Andover, where conditions of peace were ratified with Analf or Olaf Tryggvason. Ethelred, A.D. 999. At least one Gemót was held this year to concert measures of defense against the Danes. A.D. 996 to 1001. Between these years there was a Gemót at Cockham, now Cookham, in Berks, which was attended by a large assemblage of thanes from Wessex and Mercia, both of Saxon and Danish descent. Ethelred, A.D. 1002. In this year the Witan met and paid tribute to the Danes. We have still an evident act of such a Gemót in this year. Ethelred, A.D. 1004. In this year a meeting of the East Anglian Witan under Earl Ulf Keitel took place. From the description, I do not think it could have been an ordinary Sker Gemót. It shows at any rate that the Witan were resident in the shires and not permanently attached to the royal person or household. Ethelred, A.D. 1006. Another Gemót was held this year somewhere in Shropshire for the melancholy and shameful purpose of buying peace from the Danes. Ethelred, A.D. 1008. A Gemót was held, one of whose acts we have still. Ethelred, A.D. 1009. In this year we are told that the king and his Witan met, but the place is unknown. Ethelred, A.D. 1010. In this year a Gemót was proclaimed to concert measures of defense against the Danes. Ethelred, A.D. 1011. A Gemót was again held for the shameful purpose of buying peace. Ethelred, A.D. 1012. At Easter, April 13th, there was a great meeting at London, and tribute was paid to the Danes. Ethelred, A.D. 1014. In this year was holden that important Gemót, perhaps we might say convention, which had been mentioned in the text, when the Witan, upon the death of Swegan, consented again to receive Ethelred as king upon promises of amendment. Ethelred, A.D. 1015. In this year was the great Gemót of Oxford. It is uncertain in what years we must place the promulgation of Ethelred's laws at Enham and Haba, and others without date or place. Edmund Irene Sitta, A.D. 1016. In this year there must have been various meetings of the Witan, if tumultuous and armed assemblages can claim the name of Witena Gemóts at all. The Witan in London elected Edmund king, and there was a meeting at Olney, near Deerhurst, where the kingdom was partitioned. A.D. 1016 to 1020, probably between these years, was the great Gemót at Winchester, in which Canute promulgated his laws. Canute, A.D. 1020. In this year was a great Gemót at Cirencester. Harold Herrenthot, A.D. 1036. Upon the death of Canute, there was a Gemót at Oxford, and Harold was elected king. Hardicanute, A.D. 1042. In this year there was probably a Gemót at Sutton, and another on Hardicanute's death, when all the people chose Edward the Confessor to be king. Edward, A.D. 1043. A Witena Gemót was held at Winchester, April 3rd, and Edward was crowned. Edward, A.D. 1044. There was a Gemót in London. The only business recorded is the election of Mani, abbot of Evesham, but there is a charter. Edward, A.D. 1045. There seems to have been a Gemót this year. Edward, A.D. 1046. A Gemót, the place of which is unknown. Edward, A.D. 1047. On the 10th of March this year there was a Michael Gemót in London. Edward, A.D. 1048. A Gemót sat on the 8th of September at Gloucester, and on the 21st of September another met in London and outlawed the family of Earl Godwine. Edward, A.D. 1050. There was a great Gemót in London. Edward, A.D. 1052, 1053. A Gemót, place unknown. Edward, A.D. 1055. A Gemót in London. Edward, A.D. 1065. There was a great Gemót at Northampton. Another was held at Oxford on the 28th of October. And lastly, a Christmas in London. At this Edward dedicated Westminster Abbey, and dying on the 5th of January 1066, the assembled Witan elected Harold king. Having now completed this list, which must be confessed to be but an imperfect one, I do not scruple to express my belief that every charter in the Codex Diplomaticus, which is not merely a private will or private settlement, is the genuine act of some Witena Gemót, and that we thus possess a long and interesting series of records, enabling us to follow the action of the Saxon parliaments from the very cradle of our monarchy. End of Chapter 6, Part 2.